And our stream is up, so I'd like to welcome everybody coming in over to the Midwest Drag Racing Series YouTube channel. I'm Luke. I'm joined by Steve. Here's Steve Valdez. Steve, it's good to see you after a summer break.
Yeah, no lie. Been a long time. I tried to make it up to Martin, but of course, prior commitments and all that other good stuff, so I wasn't able to make it. Heard it was a great event, but hey, happy to be here in Tulsa and let's get the show on the road. It's been too long.
It has been a hot second, Steve. How are things over at UEM Pistons? Doing well?
Busy, like you wouldn't believe. Sometimes I just want to chop my head off and not have to worry about any of this. But you know what? Busy is good. Keeps bills paid and keeps customers happy. And as long as we're doing that, we can come out to the races and support our racers out here and support the series. And that's exactly what we're trying to do.
Sounds good. We appreciate you being here. So, if you're just joining in on our YouTube channel, or maybe you're watching this on a replay, you're like, "Man, it's a Thursday night. What's going on?" Well, the Great Bend Nationals, of course, due to the unfortunate and tragic accident, we didn't complete that at all. In fact, we didn't even start eliminations because it happened on a Friday night. So this is our makeup. So we have the field set, and what we're going to do is we're going to run eliminations tonight as kind of a rumble before the roar of the Throwdown in T-Town, because tomorrow and Saturday are your regularly scheduled Throwdown in T-Town.
If there's one track that can pull something off like that with the facility and the people here, it's definitely Tulsa Raceway Park. How many times have we done it? Have they done it already?
I feel like it's almost just an unspoken thing that Tulsa, the Throwdown in T-Town is always a double event at this point.
Yes, you're absolutely right, and well, we're doing it again, so why not?
We're doing it again. The track staff here have made the track just absolutely perfect. It's a great track, great event here, and we are glad to be here.
Look at the weather.
Oh, man.
Beautiful weather.
Well, you want to talk about weather, too. Let's take a look at that Saturday temperature. I think it's not even supposed to get out of the 60s.
Oh, boy. I'm from Arizona. I'm always wearing, shorts and all that, and I came prepared and actually brought pants.
You brought pants.
I brought pants and a long sleeve and a beanie and a hoodie just in case, because, yeah.
You know you're from Arizona because you'll be bundled up in that. I'll be in shorts and a T-shirt.
Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking about as well, so.
But you to talk about performance weather, man. Great performance weather we're going to have on Saturday and Friday. Again, we're going to put out the call again to the attention of the Zimmerman Sportsman Junior Dragster. You guys should be in lanes 3 and 4. B&C Trailer Sales and Services Pro Junior Dragsters to lanes 9 and 10. So just make sure you guys are separated there. And again, we're only calling to people who are in the Great Bend race. So if you weren't in Great Bend, just sit tight because we got no racing for you tonight. You're not doing any racing tonight. You'll be doing racing and testing tomorrow. And I believe you could have done testing earlier today as well, as we are just about getting ready. We have some of our juniors here lined up and ready to go. Tell you what, man, it's an important couple of weeks here. Championship season is here, and
it's upon us.
It is
upon us. Yes.
And it's basically a double points weekend, right? Because all of your pro mods, you can get full points payout for tonight in elimination, and then you can get full points payout for on Saturday night.
Absolutely. So those that are in the top 4 or 5 should be here.
Yep. As we flip on over to the standings page.
Yeah, because I have no names yet. Whatever is up there.
There we go.
Whatever in there, do not.
So.
Probably not. If Randy, these are all my sportsmen.
All right, well, we'll get you the points here in just a second, but right now it's time for some Junior Dragsters.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to swap sides with you here, Steve-O, as we...
It's time.
Yeah, we get the whole deal here set up. And it is race time here at Tulsa Raceway Park. Like we said, we're going to start off the juniors and then the pro mods. We've already put them on a 20-minute heads up. So if you're just joining the stream now and you're like, hey, we're starting juniors, where are the pro mods? Well, give them about 15 minutes or so.
I would say so.
Yeah. As we are staging up here.
And if you can bear with us here, we don't have all the names in the system yet, but I'm pretty sure with Sam I Am here, she will help us out and she will get the names in there. But I know in the left-hand lane we got Tyler Wells.
Tyler Wells, the son of Aaron Wells. And I'll tell you what, you just landed, so you weren't here. Aaron Wells got really crossed up during testing earlier today.
Is those his markings over there?
Those are those markings right there. You can see the angle he went towards the wall. He didn't touch the wall, all right, which, thank goodness.
Which is good, yes.
Man, he went on a ride in the span of about 60, 80 feet is all there.
Beautiful. Carson Roberts here in the right-hand lane. Tyler Wells goes red, 008 on the red side. That's not a good way to start. Not a good way to start, but you know what? 888, 72 miles an hour on the left-hand lane. Carson Roberts, 892, 70 miles an hour. Which now...
And I can tell you who that is in the left-hand lane. That is Tyler's sister, Kinsey Wells, on the left-hand side. Kinsey Wells out of Oklahoma City, 9 years old. You can always tell Kinsey because, the tie-dye on that car is
far out, man. It's far out. And we got Reed Clocker, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, here on the right-hand side in the all-red Junior Dragster.
All red on
it's
the
all red
side, tie-dye on the left-hand side. You couldn't get two more different cars if
no.
right here.
No, not at all. I mean, you can have like the Red Devil or chili powder, chili sauce, the red hot chili pepper.
Ooh, we're going to call it the red hot chili pepper.
You know what? That should be a goal.
That's what I didn't know. I just have Brett say 5013 was the last one, so I just wanted to double check he was the 5.
And so, getting him staged up, Aaron Wells, there, making sure that his daughter's good to go. Creeping forward just a little bit, and here we go.
You know what we should do is cars that don't have any names or anything like that, we should just give them names.
Yeah, we should just give them names.
Yeah.
Tough break for the Wells kiddos, isn't it?
It's just a start, as they say. 892.74 for Kenzie. Reed, 892 as well at 72 miles an hour. Reed needs to tighten up the screws just a hair. 164 on the reaction time, so you might want to, put a little in, take a little out, and see what happens.
This is the last of our sportsmen. This one or this one? Okay, so just this one. Because there's only one.
No,
Unless five.
Brecken Whiteley, Grand Junction, Colorado, over here in the left-hand side.
The Whiteleys, of course, have a car in every class, I think.
You know what they do, and that's good for the sport.
It is good for the sport.
Absolutely. I mean, if they needed someone to wheel a car, I am available.
I can legally change my last name for like $80 to Whiteley if that's what's needed.
Give me $100, put me in a car, I'll be fine.
Yeah,
let's do it. All right, let's do it. Haven Moberly, Wellington, Kansas, over on the right-hand side.
Making the drive from Kansas, of course, this is our Great Bend cars, right? So the makeup event for the Great Bend race here as the juniors get at it. Haven Moberly from Wellington, so a little further drive, but really not that different. Great Bend is on the western side of Kansas, kind of middle to the west side of Kansas. And we said, hey, can you make it to the Throwdown in T-Town? And Haven Moberly comes on down here and tries to finish the business.
All right, and here we go.
Little thumbs up from Pops there. How do you like the beard on him? That's a magnificent beard.
Uncle Jesse in the house. Dukes of Hazzard. And here we go.
Ooh, a deep stage. And Haven Moberly does have deep written.
Yes, she does. And here we go. Brecken Whiteley, 024 on the red side. Haven Moberly, 032 on the green side. 1163 at 57 miles an hour for Brecken. Haven, 1207 at 51. Over on the right-hand side. Mod ready? As we have Jonathan McLean, Collinsville, Oklahoma, over here on the right-hand side. Left-hand lane. That is not Annie Whiteley. But it is someone in a junior. I'm not too sure who that is. But as we said, bear with us. We do not have all the names in the system. Bear with us here, and we will get them as soon as possible. And here we go. Flicker, flicker on the right-hand side. Left-hand side. Trying to do the same thing. Tree comes down. Here we go. 9,000 separating them on the tree here. On the bottom end. Here at the top end. Let's see what we got. Oh, not Annie Whiteley running a 790 at 82 miles an hour. Jonathan McLean, 791 at 82 miles an hour on the right-hand side.
What was the giveaway that that's not Annie Whiteley?
Oh, the dragster's just a teeny little bit smaller.
A little bit too.
Yeah, a little, not as loud. Smaller slicks.
Yeah,
Yeah. No J&A on the side.
It's a couple mile an hour slower too.
I would say so, just a hair. Now we got. Okay.
We got Riley Clocker on the right hand side there, racing out of Broken Arrow. Left hand side, not on file.
Not on file, but it's red and it looks like it's got barbed wire, so we can call that. I don't know. We'll think of something on that.
We'll think about it.
Yeah, that's what we got to do around here.
Halfway staged up, 3/4, and here we go. Waiting on the barbed wire machine. It's like that movie back in the day with Pamela Anderson.
Hey, there you go. I forgot about that.
Barbed wire.
There's a reason I forgot about it. It was terrible. And here we go. Riley, 082 on the tree. Over here on the left-hand side. Might need to, pick it up just a hair. When it starts with a 2, that's not good.
No, I hit the snooze button like I did this morning before I got to the track.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Just,
790 for Riley over on the left-hand, or the right-hand side, excuse me. 880 for the barbed wire machine at 74 miles an hour here on the left-hand side.
So if you're watching us on this stream, and maybe this is your first time, maybe this is your millionth time, but you're not super familiar with the juniors, based on age, it's really a question of how fast you can go is limited by your age, and we limit that by time, right? So if you're a certain age, you can't go faster than 890. If you're a certain age, you can't go faster than 790, and so on. So when we see Riley Clocker go 790 in a 1, that should tell you that she is dead on to just about the minimum dial-in that she could have. That's usually the makings for a darn good car.
Absolutely.
And so we are staged up, getting ready to go. As our next pair go, that's Alexis Kester sent out of Owasso on the left-hand side.
That's a far drive.
Yeah, it is. It's like a whole 20 minutes.
Yeah, if that. It's Kesterson, 045 on the tree, crosses the traps, 797 at 80 miles an hour. Over on the right-hand side, 790 at 81 miles an hour.
I think Alexis Kesterson has a shorter drive to the track than I do from my hotel.
Where are you staying at?
We're over in Claremore.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yes. Yes.
That's also where we have our Midwest Drag Racing Series annual banquet is at the event center in Claremore. We have a date on that in January. I'm blanking on the date right now, but
I just know they had good brisket. That's all I gotta say. The brisket was great.
Brisket was great.
Trista Shelton, Stafford, Kansas, over here in the left-hand lane in the, we'll call that the blue. I don't know.
Blue Wahoo.
Hey, that's a good one. I'll take it. The blue Wahoo. Tree comes down. Oh, 018.
Too soon.
018 on the red, which isn't bad. Tightens it up a little bit, but hey, 789 at 81 miles an hour. Almost, guys, almost.
Some high fives going on down there. You know what? That wasn't too bad. Hey, we'll take that kind of high five.
Of course, absolutely.
And so we have our Sportsman Junior and our pro juniors finished on up. We do have our Stroud Safety Equipment Pro Mods. They need to finish the first round of qualifications. That includes quite a few drivers, or a few drivers that were in Great Bend. I'm trying to think of who hadn't gone yet. I know Keith Haney hadn't gone yet at that point, and there were a few others that hadn't gone, but they will finish up that round of qualifying.
Correct.
And then right into eliminations. We're planning on the opening ceremony at 5 o'clock, which is
About 45 minutes
about
away.
5 minutes. So we'll have the pro mods, funny cars, dragsters, and sportsmen as well. While there's just a little bit of quiet time on the track, we'd like to thank all of our great sponsors here, including J&A Service. That's Jim and Annie Whiteley. J&A Service are some of our best partners here at the Midwest Drag Racing Series. So a big old thank you to Jim and Annie Whiteley and J&A Service. Also like to thank Kryptonite Customs, proudly returning to the Midwest Drag Racing Series for 2022 while they're celebrating a new owner. Kryptonite Customs is officially transitioned ownership in mid-2021 from founder Chris Davis to longtime employee Jake Lago. Company that prides itself on bringing visions to reality. The company itself has come full circle. If you want to see an awesome Kryptonite Customs car, you can go look at Keith Haney's.
Of course. I believe, is it Brian Lewis as well as his Willys?
Yep.
Which, also Todd Martin.
Todd Martin's, yep.
Yeah, so
There's
a lot of cars, yeah. A lot of cars that are running that Kryptonite Customs. I'll say it because you can't. You get your merds mixed up on that one, so.
Thank goodness I don't talk for a living, right?
That is true. That is true. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Stroud Safety Pro Mod. We need you to the lanes, please. Stroud Safety Pro Mod. If we can get you to the lanes, please, we would greatly appreciate that. Once again, Stroud Safety Pro Mod. Need you to the lanes, please. If you can, please come into lanes
9 and 10. Lanes 9 and 10 for the Stroud Safety Equipment Pro Modifieds. So Pro Modified action coming up here. Oh, Steve, we were thinking our sponsors. Look what the look right there. Hey, look,
Yeah.
I see a note that says Steve Valdez is on site too. Would you believe that?
Believe it or not, I am.
Whoa. So big
Isn't
old,
that crazy?
yeah, big old thank you to Huey and Pistons.
Absolutely.
Not just a great sponsorship, but giving us one of our favorite people here too.
I appreciate that. I kind of got talked into and you know what? I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah.
Last year at this event was my first event ever doing any kind of announcing because you were gone.
I had the big Rona. Yeah.
Yes, you had the C and the vid as we call it. And I remember I was up here and Tucci, pretty much the good Al Tucci, of course, tells me, "Hey, I need you up here." For what reason, I don't know, but he just called me up here, and next thing you know, he sticks a mic in my face and says, "Do it." And here I am a year later, exactly a year later, and I'm up here in the tower, and, it's been a fun ride, that's for sure.
I don't want to say that anyone can do it, but it is just like you either have it or you don't. When you're given a mic, it's like you either get it or you're like, I don't like this.
Well, believe it or when that happened, when he did it to me, I sounded like you right now trying to say Kryptonite Customs. I had my merds mixed up pretty bad, and I had no idea what I was doing, but I was doing it. Just reading off the screen, and now any event that has to do, Midwest Drag Racing Series, I am up here. And I'd like to thank, Ellen and for allowing me to be up here while this is going on, because, sometimes you need a break.
Yeah, you do. We appreciate.
Tucci's got to have his hot dog, so.
Oh my gosh, that man that man can put away a hot dog. Al Tucci, good night. Well, he's from Chicago, so I mean it's the national sport up there.
The Bears.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's more effective at putting away hot dogs than the Bears are at winning football games. Look,
I think they're 2-2 right now, aren't they?
I think so.
I think they're 2-2. I mean, it's not bad. It's
2-2.
No, but no, not at all. I mean, they beat the Niners, the first week, which was kind of whoa.
Did you? We were in. I was in Grand Rapids, Michigan when the game was on.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the same weekend where we raced over at the over at the wonderful US 131 Raceway Park. That, by the way, that Funny Car Nationals Midwest Drag Racing Series dual event is one of our best events of the year. I can't say enough positive words about that event.
You know, I need to make it out there.
You do.
I need to make it out there. It's just, you know, at time, I need to talk to Ellen about scheduling because, you know, there's another event that I need to be at that same time. So it would be great if, you know, we can do a little rearranging there so I can make it at least to one.
But I remember watching. I watched that game because it was a rainy day after that, and I just remember being like, "Well, thankfully we wrapped up the night before."
Oh yeah, and it rained the whole game. I remember that.
The whole game.
The whole game.
So I was in Grand Rapids in the same rainstorm that Chicago had. And
Oh, beautiful.
absolute flooded mess. It was a good memory. I
The time of your life.
Wild Wings watching that game
The
by
ti-
myself, looking like a weirdo.
Hey, it happens. The time of your life.
Time of my life.
Having the time of your life. That's what we call it.
You can see Jimmy Bowles there spraying down the track, putting out the
The stuff.
yeah, the little sticky stuff. Now, there's a national shortage of the tack, of the glue, right? And I learned the other day in Michigan, actually, why there is a shortage, because I just assumed it was like, oh, supply chain issues, COVID, right? That's not exactly what it is.
Do tell.
The problem is one of the active compounds, I'm blanking on the name, but it's, you know, a chemical name, right?
Uh-huh.
Is sourced entirely out of the nation of Ukraine.
Well,
So come February of this year,
yes.
all of a sudden exports on that are at zero, and now all of a sudden it's really hard to get some of that.
Makes total sense now.
Yep. So I'm like, oh, that makes sense, because that was one of my questions, was just like, how did we not have this problem in 2020 or 2021? But it's like, well, it wasn't a COVID issue.
Now we know.
It was an invasion issue.
And now we know.
Now we-
Now we know.
So a little bit of track prep going on here as we get the pro mods ready to rock here. They should be coming to the staging lanes. Again, Stroud Safety Equipment, Midwest Pro Mods. 2 lanes 9 and 10, please. 9 and 10.
9 and 10.
As our sweeper, is he going to circle back around? He doesn't look like he's, well, he might be circling back around. There you go.
He is. Give it one more sweep. And
One more sweepy sweep. So, Steve, you landed, I mean, what, like an hour and a half ago is all?
if that, maybe.
If that?
Yeah.
Luckily, it's not a long trip from the track to here, but
Not at all. And you know, what makes it funny, quick story, is I go up, get my rental car. Guy tells me, oh, you're a Avis preferred customer. Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry, we gave your car away to someone else that was in need of it. I go, okay. Well, I turn around, there's a Dodge Challenger there. I go, well, how about you just give me that Challenger there? Oh, yeah, absolutely, sir. So the last 3 times I've been to Tulsa, I've gotten a Challenger.
yeah,
And, yeah.
I like that.
But the only bad part about it is it's white. So if I do any burnouts, I'm going to have to, you know, kind of clean it off.
yeah, you're gonna
extra-
have to clean yourself.
No, I'm just going to go to a car wash, clean it off, and, you know, drop it off. But, yeah, so.
I know. Like, I remember. You know, we're making up for Great Bend here. I remember coming into Great Bend. I've probably told this story on other streams, but I got into Great Bend. A certain airline messed up my flight because I sat on the tarmac for 2 hours for what should have been like a 35-minute flight.
Fantastic.
And I get in, and it's 12:30 a.m.
I remember you got there pretty late.
And I was like,
Or early.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's still another 2-hour drive from the airport in Wichita to Great Bend.
Absolutely.
And I walk up to the car rental place, and I go, and I'm like, I am just tired on the inside, and I go, hey, yeah, I have a rental car for blah, blah, blah. And this lady goes, well, unfortunately, we don't have the car you reserved. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, all right, what is it? She goes, so would you like, and she pulls out 2 keys. She goes, would you like the Challenger or the Charger? And I was like, all of a sudden, I have the energy to drive over to.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm sure it's a 2-hour drive, so you probably made it in about 48 minutes?
Yeah, about an hour and 5.
Okay.
It's all Kansas backcountry roads.
Yes.
too,
It
and you
is.
have to pull off of the state highways to get there. So you're just driving through endless wheat fields with nothing but the stars ahead of you, and
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
it's a tempting area of
It is.
the states. I'll tell you.
Oh, no, it really is. But every time I've been there, I've always seen a sheriff or a highway, or, you know, sheriff, whatever they are, highway patrol, sheriff, always. Just when I'm about to find a nice, long straightaway, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to stop and see what this, you know, what it can do. And all of a sudden I see, you know, a little Tahoe or some sort of SUV come up, and I see the light bar, and I see the deer killer bar in the front. I'm thinking to myself, well, can't do that now.
Not right now.
No, not.
I will tell you though, I played with that line lock, the launch control up there.
Yes.
They got the 0 to 60 timer there. You come up to a stop sign with nothing but farm fields for miles around. You're like, yeah, we're gonna see if we can't get the highest score on here. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's funny because I did. If you go back in that car,
Yeah.
it'll have like the last 0 to 60 or last this and that, and I beat the 0 to 60 on the last Charger I had. So I can't remember Charger or Challenger, but I beat that. So in my mind, I'm a champion
You're the champion, right?
of that car that's rented in Tulsa.
Yep.
But God knows where it's at now.
I'm the all-time champion of that car in Wichita. But I know Tucci and we drove back several miles, a couple hours back to the airport. We were just two dudes, windows down, one in a Challenger, one in a Charger, just cruising.
I like that. As it looks like we've still got a little bit of track prep. Maybe, actually, no.
Nope.
Like he is pulling off, so you know what that means?
I mean,
we're going to have cars.
Go pro mod racing, baby.
We're going to have cars coming around the corner here.
Yes, yes.
As we have them lined up over in 9 and 10. Look at that. You got that one guy. He's pretty smart. Right where it says Osage Casino, he's underneath the shade.
Underneath the shade.
See, that's a smart guy.
You should mention that it is kind of a warm day here.
It is beautiful.
You're from Arizona, man.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's beautiful. And guess what? We just got the call. Pro mods are coming around.
Pro mods coming around, baby.
Oh, yeah.
So today we're looking at last I checked at 85. Yes, it's 85 degrees right now in Tulsa. It's 85 degrees in Tulsa, but this is as hot as it's going to get until the entirety of the Throwdown in T-Town is wrapped up.
See, it's a good thing I brought pants because I'm going to freeze.
Yeah, you're going to freeze.
There you go. Shane T in the house.
There
What's up, buddy? Good seeing you, man. And we also got Mr. Brandon Schweitzer in the house as well. Crew chief extraordinaires. Look at that, like buddies right there, like old friends. We're over here, and just in case you guys didn't know, we are live streaming on YouTube today.
YouTube for free.
For free. It is free. And I want to give a shout out to my buddy that I just saw. He just posted there, Mr. Barn. Uncle Barn, shout out to you, buddy.
And thank you to you. He thanked us at the Midwest Drag Racing Series. We'll thank you, Mr. Barn. Also, a big old shout out to Jeff Wooten, Matt Ellis for dropping by, and all of you guys for watching. As we have pro mods, they're just off. Actually, you know what? No, you can see them on the shot there. We're just about ready, baby.
And if you have any questions, just let me know.
Thumbs up, ready to go racing.
You know what that means? It's pro mod time.
Pro mod time.
Big cars.
Here we go. I see Joshua Vettel up here in the left-hand lane.
And over the right-hand lane, Mr. Mark Werdehausen. Tito, as they call him, in that beautiful, beautiful 69 Camaro.
Do you have their name? Because here's a sheet for ProMod. I just want it back.
Okay.
I know you do, but I wanted a sheet so I can get names in.
Mr. Joshua Vettel out of Phillips, Nebraska, in that 71 CUDA. 526, I believe, Pro Charge combination hanging on the front of that CUDA there. And we got Tito. Seymour, Missouri. 69 Camaro.
So right now, as we look at our Pro Mod qualifying sheet from Great Bend, as it sits right now, Joshua Vettel is your number 7 qualifier. Taito is your number 13 qualifier. His previous best of 465 and a 2. Yeah, we will be eliminating pretty soon here, but this is our final round of qualifying.
J&A Service Funny Car. Attention to the pitch. J&A Service Funny Car. We need you to the lanes, please. J&A Service Funny Car. We need you to the lanes, please. You will be in lane 7 and 8. Once again, J&A Service Funny Car, lane 7 and 8, please. And here we go. Taito, staged. Vettel, staged. You're going to hear the RPMs come up. Taito in the twin turbo car, and here we go.
Oh, Vettel's a little shaky now over across the...
Look at that. Hey, there we go. Joshua Vettel, 078 on the reaction time, 387 at 192 over in the left-hand lane. As we got Taito, 396 at 203. Look at that mile per hour, 203. Wow.
3, yeah.
Not bad.
So Vettel got a little left and then right. It wasn't very shaky, but it was not a straight run. He pulled left, pulled right, and then got across the 8 there. But Vettel still runs just pretty in line with his previous best, which is a 382 and an 8.
Correct. Is that a DeSoto?
That is the DeSoto of Jerry Hunt.
Love that thing.
Racing out of St. Louis on the right-hand side.
And on the left-hand side, we got Mr. Robert Costa out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. 67 Shelby 350, Pro Charge Power.
Oh, that's a nice little burnout from the DeSoto, isn't it?
Oh, if Tucci were here, he would have done his trademark beautiful smoky burnout. But we can't do that.
No, we can't. We can't. No. That's Tucci's call. That's Tucci's call.
Absolutely is.
You know what's funny is that every time I see a beautiful smoky burnout now, I turn to him and like I shut my mic off and I don't want to say wince, but like I brace myself because I'm ready for it, you know?
Well, usually he'll kind of look at us and give us that little hand gesture he does, and there it is.
That's
like always.
These beautiful smoky burnouts. And so Jerry Hunt on the right-hand side, racing out of St. Louis, his previous best, a 384 and a 7 at 196. Robert Costa on the left side, a 399 and a 3. So both of them trying to break down this a little bit. And this is going to be kind of a story, right? Because you're not progressing from round 1 of qualifying to round 2 of qualifying. You're progressing from round 1 of qualifying, then multiple months later into round 1 of qualifying in a different at a different track.
Different track. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got so many different variables, exactly, and anything can happen. I mean, we'll see. I mean, and Jerry Hunt's been putting down some good passes, good licks lately. So there it is. Look at that. Ooh, gets out there a little bit, shuts it off. Robert Costa, 391 at 186.
So Robert Costa doesn't improve. He didn't pass Wayne Roberts to move up the standings, but the 3 at 91 and a 6 is a slight improvement on his previous best run. As is when you take a look at Jerry Hunt's previous best run, that was in the 3/8. Hunt looked like he was on a line to me, but he had to step off of about 100 foot before the finish line.
Yeah, I noticed that right away too. So I mean, maybe just a little jiggle out there that he didn't like, and he just shuts it off.
I don't blame him. You know, we are big advocates here of taking it off, especially in
absolutely
qualifying.
Absolutely. And here we have the Wicked Willies of Brian Lewis.
The grumpy Willies, right?
You know that thing just ever since he made that move from the Pro Charger down to the Screw, I mean, it is like it's a completely different car. It is completely different car.
It's funny because he is, it does say grumpy on the side of it, as you'll see as it backs up now, but he's not a grumpy guy. Brian Lewis,
no,
guys you'll ever meet.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. And then we got over Mr. Wayne Roberts, Valley Center, Kansas, in his little blue Corvette. It's not red, it's blue.
Little blue Corvette.
Brian Lewis.
Your number 3 qualifier, by the way, you want to talk about a monster run. One of the better runs I've seen out of Brian Lewis came at the SRCA Dragster. Brian Lewis is your number 3 qualifier at the 378.
That is correct. Mr. Wayne Roberts, at the moment, sitting number 10. 391, his qualifying time. So hopefully he can see some improvement in that, see what happens, and take it from there.
So while we're staging up, I see some of those comments over here. How big is the car? Is the field of cars?
Oh, Wayne Roberts. Oh, run into the wall. Everybody, clear the way. Clear the way. Everybody, we need you to clear the way.
That's probably a fire. That is on fire. I see it.
Hurry up. It's on fire, guys.
All right, so on our stream, I'm going to change the camera angle here. And we will give you guys an update as soon as we know one.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we just did get update that the driver is out of the vehicle. He is talking. He is in some pain, but good thing is that he is out of the vehicle, and we have EMS. If you have not, I'm sure you hear the sirens going on, but they are on the way for observation. But once again, driver is out of the vehicle. He is alert. He is talking, which is always a good sign.
So driver again is alert. We would like to remind everyone that that siren you hear, that is the ambulance coming in. So if you're out milling about, please get out of the way. Let the ambulance come in to do its work. There's Tulsa Fire and Rescue coming in there, so please allow them to come through, do your work, get out of the way, and keep your head on a swivel, folks. So Tulsa Fire and Rescue are on the scene. You can actually see them coming in behind the grandstands there.
Grandstand area, correct?
Yep. All right. So our driver Wayne Roberts being transported to the hospital for observation. We're going to change the. We'd like to thank all of us here in person, all of our first responders on the scene.
Absolutely.
Up.
Absolutely.
Thank our fine people watching on the Midwest Drag Racing Series YouTube. Thank you guys for sticking with us. Track cleaning procedures are underway right now, and we're going to get to that as quickly as we can here. And we're going to try to get it cleaned up as quick as possible. But first off, let me just say, thank goodness that Wayne Roberts is alert,
Yes, absolutely.
talking, and
Absolutely. I mean,
it was an ugly incident.
yeah, it was. And you know what? Another thing too is, we were just talking about it a little bit earlier too. Is Brian Lewis losing his blower belt was a good. I mean, that was that. It's a good thing it happened where it did.
Yeah,
Because I mean,
sometimes you have a guardian angel. I remember talking to Sandman, Tony Sandman Williams, a while back ago, and he's like, I don't know. He's like, I don't know if you're a religious type, but he's like, I feel like I felt God just take my blower belt off and just grab it. And that's what goes through my mind too. Is sometimes you got a guardian angel out there who just yanks a part out your car because he's like, you're gonna want to sit this one out.
oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just.
Yeah. So our track cleaning procedure, this isn't going to be a short one. I'll tell you that.
No, it's not. I mean,
Lots of debris, lots of fiberglass all over the place. You can see down the track now. The car has been cleared. The wrecker, we got the car off. Wrecker coming down right in front of the tower here.
and yeah, well, that's
And look at the
and
the pod is.
yeah, and you know what? That whoever built that chassis, I mean, did a phenomenal job on
Yeah.
that. Because that, I mean, it looks. Yeah, I mean, the body damage, of course, is going to be terrible on there, but
The,
chassis looks intact, and I mean, just a couple, broken parts here and there. I mean, but he hit. I mean, he dead straight into the wall at that time, and I mean, and then flips over. But good thing is, Wayne Roberts, he is alert. He was conscious, and now just being transported for observation. So, of course, we're very, very, very thankful for that.
Yes, absolutely. So, like we said, there should be little bits of fiberglass kind of up and down the track that we're going to have to sweep for. We're going to have to comb for. You can see our fine track employees here trying to, pick up what they can here because it's there's going to be a lot of stuff on the track right now.
The classic tennis shoe shuffle to check for slickness.
Yeah, no. So we're gonna just stand by here. We do have some cars still in the staging lanes here that are they're still sitting there. I see Stephen Whiteley, Ed Thornton down there. I mean, we see
You know his name, Keith Haney. He's
Keith
back.
Haney's back there.
Aaron Wells, yes. So we still have quite a few pro mods to go on, but this will be a little lengthy timeout that we have here. So please bear with us on that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Once again, if you're just joining us on our Midwest Drag Racing Series YouTube page here, we are live. However, we are in a little standstill as unfortunately Wayne Roberts gets into the wall. He is good, he is alert, and he is currently en route to the nearest hospital for observation. However, whenever there is a wreck, there usually is stuff on the track, so we are trying to get that situated and all cleaned up, and we will be back to action shortly.
Well, good news for everybody wondering. No cones were harmed in the making of of this race thus far. No cones, so I mean that'll speed it up just a little bit, Steve-O.
We are kind of prior to
Once again, everybody on our Midwest Drag Racing Series YouTube page. If you are just joining us, we had a little mishap here with Pro Mod driver Wayne Roberts, as zigged when he should have zagged and hit the wall. Good thing is he is out of the vehicle.
Yes.
Vehicle is gone, and so is Wayne. He is actually in transport as we speak to the hospital for observation, which is always a good thing.
Yep.
But we're just giving you a heads up on what we got going on here. We got a little track prep, trying to get all the stuff that was left after the car hit the wall and flipped. Bear with us if you can. We should be back to action here shortly, and we appreciate you guys joining in.
We really do appreciate you guys sticking around here. Appreciate. I saw someone point out we turned the cameras away, so we turned the cameras away, and we appreciate you understanding if you logged in and it was just pointed at a at a empty right side grandstand with a lot of silence. We appreciate you sticking with us there, understanding and track prep underway here. Looks like our truck is actually starting to pull out, which is a good sign. Should tell you that some, maybe not all, but all the big pieces that are there to be picked up or maybe picked up or close to it.
I think we're just down to the tractor.
Yeah, I think we got the track Zamboni out there,
I think it's done its job.
and it's the tractor. So, look, I'm not gonna issue an official call here, but I think we're not far. If you're watching or if you're out, getting food or in the pits, I don't think we're that far from firing up cars here.
Yeah, once again, as stated just a little bit ago, driver was out of the vehicle, and EMS came and picked him up, taking him to the nearest hospital for observation, which is always a good sign.
Yep.
So we like to thank, especially the people here at Tulsa Raceway Park, the safety, the safety safari, if you want to call it that, for that was quick.
It was.
That sometimes you've seen it to where it's just sometimes some videos you look back on YouTube and you see EMS takes forever, or local track EMS just takes forever. But these guys were Johnny on the spot. I mean, fire was going on while they're still trying to get Wayne out of the car, which
Yeah. Well, and Wayne, luckily, he hit the car and he slid away from the fire. So the safety crew got there, and I mean, they got him out of the car seemingly within a minute. He was out of the car and he was on the ground, being medically attended to, but he got out of the car.
There's also some grass on fire with that photographer Damon went ahead and put out with his Crocs.
Yeah.
So he might need a new set of Crocs. So
They are rubber, so they kind of melt sometimes, and that's we'll just put it over here with the rest of the rubber that's on fire. All right, so I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 pairs of Pro Mods left. Remember, folks, we're doing round 1 of qualifying. Yeah, so I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 pairs of pro mods here. I think 5 pairs. And remember, we're doing round 1 of qualifying, so coming up in a little bit, we're just making sure everyone gets that qualifying hit, and then what we'll do is we'll go into eliminations. Again, this is a makeup for our race in May at Great Bend, Kansas, or it was early July, if I'm not, or June in Great Bend, Kansas. So we're making up for that. So we have a full night of eliminations ahead of us. And then tomorrow we also have eliminations as well. Or no, tomorrow we have qualifications, and then Saturday our normal eliminations too. It's hard, man. You go from a 2-day schedule back to a 3-day schedule, and today feels like a Friday.
But it's Thursday.
Yeah, but it's Thursday.
That's right. I just want to point that out
Yeah.
in case,
I was flying out last night, and usually when I fly out, it's a Thursday night so that I can be at the hotel late that evening and then wake up and then get to the track early Friday. Right?
Exactly, yeah.
And last night I was flying out, and I fly out of Minneapolis, St. Paul, and the whole time I'm like, I'm 2 hours early, blah, blah, blah. I want to go sit down at the Buffalo Wild Wings there and watch Thursday Night Football. And I walk in, I'm like, where's the football game? Oh, right, it's Wednesday.
Well,
So I take off.
Canadian football started, so maybe you could have watched that.
CFL?
Yeah, there you
Watching
go.
the Saskatchewan Rough Riders or the Ottawa Rough Space Riders. There's 8 teams. 2 of them are named Rough Riders.
Wow.
Here we now have
Yeah. So we're looking at just one spot they're working through just past the 330 on the left-hand lane there. Sprayer, as we said, on a holding pattern here, so it's waiting. It's waiting. Won't be too much longer, but we're just got to make sure that it all gets cleaned up. And honestly, Steve, I'm gonna tell you, this is this knock on wood.
All right, I'm gonna interrupt you here real quick. Drivers, pro mod drivers, Stroud Safety Pro Mod. If you are out of the vehicle, you have taken your all your stuff off, then you need to put your stuff back on because it looks like we are going to be ready in the next couple minutes. So go ahead, drivers, Pro Mod. If you're in the lanes and you are out of the vehicle, go ahead and suit up, boot up, move up, and we'll be back to action shortly.
Anyway, but I was gonna say, you know, from crash to you know, drivers start putting your stuff back on. That's not a bad turnaround time, honestly. About an hour. It's been about an hour, thereabouts.
Once again, Stroud Safety Pro Mod drivers, if you are in line, you can suit up and boot up because you will be running shortly.
Attention, attention, attention. We have a white truck with a flatbed and an equipment trailer. It looks like an equipment trailer sitting out there in the staging lanes. We need that moved, please. Or it's not in the staging lanes? It's behind the staging lane. Okay. Okay, the white truck with the long trailer bed, that you're behind the staging lanes, not far from the entrance. We do need that moved, please. Again, that white truck, trailer bed, kind of near the entrance, behind the staging lanes. We need that moved. Thank you, thank you. Is we should not be that far from firing it up here. Oh, hey, we got a sprayer action. We got sprayer action. Yeah, that is the signal that things are about to get going here. As Todd Martin's throwing his gear on. Everyone should be throwing their gear on here. Am I wrong here in thinking? No, never mind. I was thinking maybe that Keith Haney was going up alongside Todd Martin, but it would appear as if Todd Martin is going up against Stephen Whiteley. I was like, how about this for a battle of T-Town?
That's a bold strategy, Cotton.
How cool would it be to see Todd Martin go up against Keith Haney, two owners of the track side by side?
Bragging rights.
Yeah, that's the ultimate.
Losers got to buy hot dogs for the winner. Corn dogs for everybody, according to my buddy here in the tower.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Hot dogs for everyone in the tower, with mustard and Diet Pepsi.
You had to throw the Diet Pepsi in there, didn't you?
Well, I had to, you know. Got caffeinated here.
I got you.
Here's Brian Lewis out here scootering around. There he is. Hey, I'm glad you're all right, buddy.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
There.
Hey, look, there's Kale.
Kale, young Kale.
Kale's here.
Oh, he is.
And his beard.
Yeah, he's horrified. He's like, yeah, no, do not.
Yeah, he's probably on his way up here right now to.
Yeah. Big ol' thanks to him though for giving me a ride to the ride from the airport to the hotel.
So no rental for you, huh?
We have one of those Haney mobiles. So.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That is right. Is it like that Corvette right there?
I wish it was the Corvette right there.
Ah.
I could actually park my Haney mobile right next to that Corvette and then stealthily pull the vet out.
Well, it depends on what it is, because you know what is your Haney mobile, if I may ask?
It's a GMC.
That's not bad. I mean, that's not bad. If you would have said like, you know, it's a Kia or a, you know, Mitsubishi, Suzuki, Yamaha, whatever. Yeah,
It's a smart car. Yeah.
Oh God, no! Please don't.
Hey, smart cars have their place and purpose, like oversized oversized pullers.
Let me squeeze in here.
Ooh, Ooh, I just heard. Ladies and gentlemen, we are killing the Reds, baby. It is go time as we continue round 1 of qualifying, or technically round 2 of qualifying from Great Bend. It says round 1, but there's also an actual round 1, so we got to make sure that all gets cleared up. Like to thank all of our track employees here getting the track nice and good. And what a cleanup
Absolutely.
that was.
You know what? Yeah. Considering the magnitude, if you want to say, of that accident there, I mean, that's under an hour.
Under an hour? I was
Yeah.
thinking like we're looking at double that to be
Oh.
honest, to clean up.
Absolutely.
You know, and we are just about ready to go, making sure that the rubber is put down in that left-hand lane. Just did the right lane. Red lights are off. Drivers are in the car or standing by their car. Yeah, no, they're strapped in there. So we are ready to rock here at Tulsa Raceway Park. Osage Casino and Hotels, longtime sponsor of Tulsa Raceway Park. I'd like to thank them as well as Grand Prix Auto Parts. Grand Prix Auto Parts in the right-hand lane.
Mr. John Brooks.
John Brooks, the longest-serving sponsor in drag racing.
That's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, since this track opened, it has been the Grand Prix lane.
Yes, it has.
Contrast that with my home track over in St. Louis, which changed in the course of 4 years 3 times. John Brooks is like, I want that to be the Grand Prix lane for the rest of time.
And yeah, and John, if any of you have not met John Brooks from Grand Prix, please introduce yourself and listen to when that man talks.
Yes.
He is a wealth of knowledge and just an all-around good guy.
Absolutely.
And you know what?
Nitro Nationals.
Yes.
And I'm seeing Slim over here.
Slim is trim.
Or Stretch. I said Stretch. We're seeing Stretch over here. Yeah, he is lighting them up.
And here we go.
All righty, on the right-hand side, you're looking at our man. That is Ed Thornton. Ed Thornton was your number 16 qualifier. Didn't make a pass under the 7 mark in Great Bend. So this is his chance to really lay down the law, lay down a good time.
And here, over in the left-hand lane, we got Justin Jones.
Justin Jones' previous best run, a 382 and an 8 on the left-hand side.
You know, I know the Thornton boys have been kind of, you know, they were scratching their heads trying to figure out what they could do for that car, because it just seems like it gets about 300 feet out, and then all of a sudden it's, heading one way, heading the other. So hopefully, during this downtime, they got some stuff figured out. I wasn't at Martin. I'm not sure if they were at Martin.
I don't think they were.
Okay, so, this might be, good time for them to, during that break, for them to maybe figure out what was going on here, as Mr. Jones here on the left-hand side is just revving her up.
So Eddie Thornton trying to take on Justin Jones. Jones comes to us from Granbury, Texas. That is a 2018 Corvette you're seeing in the Crower left-hand lane. So Eddie Thornton. I feel once they get the Gremlin out of that car, that is a fast car and that's a good driver.
Oh, absolutely. And, I've seen Ed drive the wheels off of things that don't even have wheels.
Yeah.
And the thing is with this guy is, you give him a good car, he's a competitor.
Yeah.
And that's what they've been struggling with. But hopefully Shane T And Shane T loves a mile an hour. So you know what? Hopefully, maybe some with that might come up. Thornton getting on the chip. Bumps it on in. Here we go. Thornton straight down, straight down. Look at that, 375. Look at the mile per hour, 217. 217.
17.
That shoots Mr. Thornton up to the numero uno spot. That's number one.
Number 1 for today, and if I'm looking right, that should slot him in right behind Dustin Nesloni for second as we enter eliminations, if we're manually entering it here. But what a run. I mean, he's the first guy today to have logged into the 3.7s. Closest previously was a 3.87 and a 2, but 2.17 too. I mean, whew. We were talking, Shane T loves that mile an hour, and that's what it does for you.
Oh, absolutely. And, not to take anything away from Justin Jones. I mean, that's a straight A to B pass. A little slower than his previous run of 382. However, looks like he remains at the number 6 spot. They say that twin turbos can, twins are old now. That's old technology.
Yeah.
That, but 217.
217. First place by over a tenth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
as you got Yul Brenner Jr. down there. Yul Brenner Jr. I'm saying.
here we go. We're getting the clearance from the top end, and we are ready to go one more time. Stephen Whiteley on the right-hand side. Whiteley, your number 15. 5:52 and a 6 is previous best.
And over in the left-hand lane, we've got Mr. Todd Martin.
Attention in the pit. Attention in the pits, please. J&A Service Funny Cars. We need you in lane 7 and 8, please. J&A Service Funny Cars. We need you in lane 7 and 8. Thank you so much. And so, as we said, Stephen Whiteley, your previous best of 5:52 and a 6, trying to break down into the 3s. Grab a couple seconds here. As we look at the left-hand side, that is UFC Todd Martin, your number 12 qualifier. Todd Martin, a 4:31 and a 6, so he's going to try and find his way down into the 3.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Raystar Industries, Top Dragster. Pat Musey Racing Engines, Top Sportsman, you are on standby. I repeat, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, you are on standby. Well, let's see what we got here. Todd Martin, co-owner here of beautiful Tulsa Raceway Park with his name.
Yeah, alongside his name, who might be in the right-hand lane. In what lane? Grand Prix lane.
Ah, gotcha. And here we go. Todd Martin in.
2 stalwarts of the Midwest Drag Racing Series right here.
Here we go.
He's up, ready to go. Oh, and Todd Martin shakes just a little bit across the line. 2 strong runs, but a great run for Stephen Whiteley. 3:67 and a 5 on the right-hand side. Slots
And moves into number, wow.
by
Wow.
a tenth himself. With a 206 mile per hour pass, Todd Martin slots in with a 382 and a 5. Now, for Todd, that is really going to find him his way up to, we're talking probably about 5th.
5th, that seems about right on.
Around there is a 382 and a 5 at 193. So he found a lot of that speed in the first 330 feet there before crossing at the 660. And here we go in the right-hand lane. You know his name.
Keith Haney.
Oh, you do know his name.
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only the owner of the track here alongside UFC Todd Martin.
That is right.
And in the left-hand lane,
Mr. Aaron Wells.
your 2019 champion of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. Nice little burnout from him there as well.
In the not Eleanor.
Yeah, not Eleanor.
That is not Eleanor, ladies and gentlemen, here in the left-hand lane.
It is not Eleanor. I think it's Eleanor, but it's not.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Race Star Industries, top dragster. And Pat Musey, Racing Engines, top sportsman. We need you to the lanes, please. Race Star Industries, top dragster. Pat Musey, Racing Engines, top sportsman. We need you to the lanes, please. Top dragster, you will be in lanes 5 and 6. Top sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. I repeat, top dragsters 5 and 6. Top sportsman 3 and 4.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. What a beautiful weekend here at Tulsa Raceway Park.
Absolutely.
Cover. I tell you what, we're gonna see some borderline track record runs, I think.
Well, look at Stephen Whiteley, just, completely just, I mean, a whole 10th.
A whole 10th, right? He's in the 367s. What's he gonna do when it drops 20 degrees?
That's what we need to figure out. Oh! Aaron Wells right down Broadway. Look at that, 374 at 206. Straight right down Broadway. Nice hit as Keith Haney. Not sure what happened on that. Looked like he might have rolled the beams.
He rolled the beams and he tripped the beams, rolled forward, and he is not going to get a second run there. So Aaron Wells is going to slightly improve on his time, roll on up to a 374, and that should slot him, if my math is not mistaken, into the top 3 or 4. Yeah, he should be in the top 3. And here's the thing, though, is Keith Haney already was your number 8 qualifier. He ran a 384 and a 2, so that's well good enough to get into the show.
As ladies and gentlemen, we still have a couple more pro mods here. Just wait until we get Keith Haney backed up and out of the staging area.
All right.
Dustin Nesloni and the Nesloni Pony over here on the right-hand side. As we have a single pass for Dustin.
And if you look here, Keith Haney looks like he might be trying to make another run. So, ruling. Oh, are they're hooking him up? Okay, never mind. Then they're hooking him up. They're going to push him out there. So the ruling is, and do not. Go ahead.
Attention to pits, attention to pits. J&A service. You service funny cars. You should be in the lanes. If not, you are really extremely late, and that's not good. J&A service, funny car. Last absolute final call for your qualifying session. We need you to the lanes, please. We got Dustin Nesloni. Nesloni was number 2 qualifier on the sheet that we have. Nesloni, number 2. On the qualifying sheet that we have here. Nesloni with a pro-charged powered Camaro. As he is pre-staged. Bumps it on in ever so gently.
Nesloni is your
And he's in. Wheels up, straight, right down Broadway. Look at that. 370 at 203. Wow. And you know what? Great run. Did you see his reaction time? 019, 019 on the tree. So, yeah.
I think
Nesloni's on his game.
I think it was Bob Tasca who I heard one time say, he's like, on a good day I really don't have that hard of a job. Nesloni is having a good day where it's just point and shoot because that car is on point. And here is your man here making one last pass at the Pro Mods, Ronnie Munich's on the right-hand lane.
Car looks a little different though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Usually previous years he had this nice all purple machine, and this year, if you didn't notice the name, you'd be like, who is this guy?
Well, you know what? It's a completely different car because I believe that used to be a Camaro, and now he's got him a Mustang
Yes.
with the big. It's got a big blower in the front of it.
Yeah, it's not the traditional Ronnie Munich's car, I'll tell you that.
No, it is not. But Jeff Pierce tuning right behind it.
And I'll
They're
tell you,
doing his thing.
anytime you see a Jeff Pierce tuned machine, you don't bet against those things,
Absolutely not. You can't. As Mr. Pierce is adjusting the wheelie bars here.
That car goes.
So, Ronnie, your 2020 Pro Mod champion here at the Midwest Drag Racing Series in the right-hand lane.
What's his current?
As here he goes in the beams. Oh, wheels up. Wow.
Oh.
Wheels up at 300 feet, and he gets out of it because that thing looked like it was starting to slide over towards the wall there. Wow.
He was hiking the skirt up on that bad boy, I'll tell you that.
Yes, he was. That was a. They had the good tune up in that bad boy right there.
And so the J&A Service Top Alcohol Funny Cars are in the lanes right now. We have a nice little field. As we have our...
Is there any way you can make a copy?
I will make a copy.
I assume you're just manual. And so the 6 cars in our funny car field from Great Bend. Keep in mind, these are not all the cars that we have this weekend.
That is correct. There will be more action
Yep.
coming at you.
These are just the cars that were at the Great Bend weekend. Ooh, and Steve Macklin pulls a little bit to the left there on the burnout. So they're going to back that bad boy up. Steve Macklin, your number 2 qualifier, previous best run over in Great Bend, a 376 and a 4. On the right-hand side, that is
Annie
Annie
Whiteley.
Yeah, a 576 and an 8, the previous best run. So Annie had to shut that down before, before things got out of control. So Annie cruised across the line. So she's just trying to improve. Final call for the Race Star Industries Top Dragster. Final call, Race Star Industries Top Dragster. Bat Music Racing Engines Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. So Annie Whiteley, one of the stronger contenders in this field, Going to try and knock maybe a couple full seconds off of her previous best. She sits 6 out of the field of 6. Steve Macklin, your number 2. Well, he's got a first hit at this track, so not a lot of known.
There we go. Oh, Annie Wiley.
Man.
Look at Macklin. Macklin hits the and so much.
It's 1, 2, 3 cones. Ooh.
And you know what? Once again, thank goodness Annie Whiteley spun the tires where she did because Macklin went right into her lane.
Right into her lane there. And Macklin, here's the thing too, is Macklin crosses with a 374, which would be his best time, but he did cross the center line. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, which means you throw out, that's a DQ.
Cone lives matter.
Cone lives.
They matter.
Our poor cones, we saw 3 cones on that, so that'll be 10, 15 minutes here to get those replaced and calibrated. Those are reflective beams, so we got to make sure that those are calibrated, ready to go, and fixed. And so, looking towards your staging lanes. Looking towards your staging lanes, Jim Whiteley on the right-hand side, Bill Bernard on the left-hand side, going to come up here to get these cones replaced. Taking a look down at the YouTube chat. Like to thank again for all of you guys for tuning in.
The chat bleachers.
It's the chat.
The bleacher creature.
Bleacher creatures.
That's.
So yeah, we're in Tulsa here at the Osage Casino and Hotel, Tulsa Raceway Park. We're making up the race in the Great Bend Nationals. So it says Great Bend Nationals, but you can see it doesn't say Great Bend on your live stream. Go figure. Oh, we got James Kroll over from Florida watching us here. We have somebody who was that from Poland watching earlier. I saw that.
I believe it did say Poland.
Yeah.
Yes. Usually, since I do dabble in the chats as well, Finnish Fireball, so you kind of know where he's coming from on that end. Let's see here. Who else we got in the chat?
Six Pack Sixers up in here. He said it's Konageddon. Konageddon.
Hey, really?
Help. James asks when first round is. First round is, well, it was scheduled for 5 o'clock, but yeah, first round's when we get to it. We'll take a look there. Randy's watching from Grand Junction, Colorado. Jeff from Monroeville, Ohio. I'd like to thank you guys for tuning in from all across the great nation.
And across the world.
Across the world. And
That is across the world. Yeah.
You ever get up to the EU over up there?
That's big negative on that,
Big
my
negative
friend.
on that?
Yeah. Actually, one of my coworkers is actually in Germany right now at a motorcycle show. I'm not sure where it's at, but he's on his way over there right now, and yeah, haven't done that.
Yeah, I want to get out there. I was supposed to go over to Austria in 2020, but COVID had other plans.
Of course.
And then
Of course it did.
I'm hoping that 2024 I can get back out there because I've been one time, but it was great. But you go to Iceland and it's technically within the EU, I think, but it's not exactly the same. Yeah, it's great, it's beautiful, but I'm like, man, I would love to do that again. I'd like to say hey to Fast Forward Esports as well. He says hey to us. Hi to Dinah over there.
Mr.
Watching from Grand Junction, Colorado.
Mr. G. Michael. He's in my state of Arizona.
Oh, hey.
G is always popping in every once in a while, and he always likes to mention how nice the weather is. A whole 92 degrees in Phoenix, which is actually that's a beautiful day.
I can't even name. I think I saw the digit 9 one time this summer in my state of Minnesota.
It's a dry heat. Remember that.
Look. Here's the deal. All right, is our winters are so cold and miserable and snowy that when it comes to summer, we have to brag on it because we have 3 months where we have good weather.
And that is why I really don't want to move over there.
Oh, St. Paul's a neat town.
I'll visit,
Twin
of
Cities.
course.
It's Twin-
Visitation rights, that's always good.
Right.
But yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, if you ever come up there, though, you got a place to stay.
Hey, much appreciated. There we go.
Matt Ellis looking for Chris Marshall. Chris Marshall is not the next pair, but the pair after that. Chris Marshall out of McMinnville, Oregon, will be making his pass. And I saw Brianna over there. There she is.
The Crew Chief S.
Crew Chief S. Yep.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, when you are on the YouTube, watching on YouTube, when you see Chris Marshall come up to the lanes, please watch Brianna and her, in my opinion, absolutely awesome little, display of, let's do this. Yes, exactly. I mean, she's awesome. I mean,
oh man, you're great. One of the great characters we have out there in the pit. Six Pack says, "I'll trade you one of my winters for one of yours." And
Miss Dina making a bold statement here in the chat, which you know what? I would love to see that. Dina is awesome.
Yeah.
Dina is awesome.
That is awesome.
Oh, yes.
Where's Six Pack? Where are you coming in from? Because I'm not sure if I want to trade you one of my winters.
The good old Sixer. Oh, here we go.
Oh, here we go. Loud, loud, loud. And so the Mile High crankshaft machine of Bill Bernard in the left-hand side. Bill Bernard, your number 4 qualifier, previous best run, a 382 and a 1. Dude, Sixers out in southeast Alberta and Medicine Hat. Yeah, you're actually not too far from me, actually, to be honest with you. Yeah, you might have it slightly worse than I do. I'll tell you that. I'm northern Minnesota, so not Duluth though. Those people in Duluth are nuts.
No, Dina is not awesome. Andrew, I'm guessing that's her husband.
And so our next pair comes up here. Like we said, Bill Bernard, your number 4 qualifier.
And we got Jim Whiteley over here on the left-hand side in that awesome white and blue signature color, of course.
Yep.
Funny car.
That Camaro Funny Car currently sitting 5th.
5th.
In qualifying. It's the exact inverse, if you hadn't noticed. I don't know how you wouldn't. It's the exact inverse of Annie's car. Jim's white and blue. White with a blue stripe. Annie's blue with a white.
You mean opposite?
It's the inverse.
Yeah, opposite.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
6 1/2.
Don't be giving me those big words because sometimes I just can't figure it out. You know that already.
It's 2 syllables.
Aha, yes.
That's-
What's a syllable?
It's 1 too many.
Aha, yes. Gotcha.
And so we are staging up here as Jim breaks the first pre-staging beam. That gives it over to Bill Bernard. Good to see Bill Bernard here.
Yes, it is. Very good.
See him with that nice Mile High sponsorship there. Napa Auto Parts sponsor machine. Oh, he is on the deep.
Oh, red light, but does not count. Look at Jim Whiteley. 369.
9.
Wow. 369 at 207 for
Yeah.
Jim. And Jim was not asleep at the light as he has an 029 light.
I tell you what, Jim just that entire downtime, he just zeroed in on that bad boy, didn't he? My
He did.
So Jim Whiteley slots in. That'll slot him in second, if I'm not mistaken. Chris Marshall, still your number 1 qualifier with a 367 and an 8 from back in Great Bend. But that is the fastest we've seen
So
here at TRP.
That is correct. That is correct.
Speaking of Chris Marshall, look who it is.
It's Chris Marshall. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pat Musey Racing Engine, Stop Sportsman. If you are not in the lanes, then you are tardy. And we don't like tardiness, so
Do not.
let's get them up.
Yeah, don't be tardy to the party, please.
Pat Musey Racing Engine, Stop Sportsman. Lanes 3 and 4, we need you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please.
We'll say hello to Chris Marshall on the right-hand side. And on the left-hand side, that's Brian Brown of the Empire Ironworks Top Alcohol Funny Car on the left-hand side. There's a 2016 Camaro, they're calling it.
Yeah,
They say it's a Camaro. It's a funny car.
It's black.
It's black.
It's black, and it's got a Chevy sign on the back. It says Empire Ironworks on the side, so we'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, we'll call it a Camaro.
That's right. Absolutely.
So it's like NASCAR, where it's like, this is a Camry. It's like, no, it's a NASCAR.
That's right. Well, like Pro Stock.
Yeah, we'll just paint over the Toyota sign and paint it, a blue circle or blue oval on it. And now it's all of a sudden it's a Ford Mustang that's right.
There you go. You're absolutely right. As we see Brianna up in the staging lane.
Yeah, and watch this.
She's ready.
Bam, bam.
Pound it, and let's go. That is awesome. That is just awesome. And it's always the same, never changes. That's what makes it even better.
Oh, yeah.
Routine, baby. Routine.
Well, you got to be in the correct mental state here as both drivers
That's right.
on the chip. Got to break the staging beam, and here
we go. Look at that.
Ooh.
Chris Marshall. Oh, wow. And we have more cones.
More cones taken out there. That was courtesy of Brian Brown. Brian Brown with a 377. His previous best run. He throws out his attempt at fixing that one up there. Chris Marshall stays clear on the right-hand side. His run,
368 at 1.
yeah, 368 and a 1 is a fantastic run. That should be good for second.
Alrighty, so just the person in the chat bleachers that mentioned about the cones, you have jinxed us. Dina, you are absolutely correct. I mean, that was a save. That was a great save, but cones, not so much.
Yeah, and so just a little bit of track cleanup now as we try and find more cones. Lots of cones there.
We need to make sure that Tulsa Raceway Park has extra upon extra of the extra cones.
Yeah.
Just to make sure, because
We need to start picking up the leftovers of previous cones, just super gluing them back together.
yeah, it looks like that might need to happen.
Yeah.
And of course,
Have to do that.
and of course, it's right at the 660. So of course,
That's the important one, You kick out the 330. I mean, that's not great, but at least we could make a pass.
And once again, we appreciate you guys up in the stands and on the chat bleachers chatting with us. I am Steve-O.
Luke,
Jake from State Farm.
State Farm.
That's right.
Live that one.
No, it's not going to.
As just getting a little bit fixed here. I always say Tucci had the $1 million idea, right? Where you dig out a hole, and then when one gets knocked out, the next one just spring-loaded, thump, right back up.
Oh, absolutely. When he said that, I thought, yeah, that is pretty genius. But
Why you wouldn't do that?
yeah, well, that, yeah, money, time,
Safety.
money.
Mostly money, yeah.
Yeah, I would say that. Exactly what it would be.
All right. Well,
Big shout out to Kale right there with all them cones.
yeah.
He-
Oh, Kale, blink twice if you need super glue. Yeah, that's a yes.
That was 4 times.
That was 4. That was
So he's gonna need extra the amount. Yeah. Good job, Kale. You're doing great, buddy.
But it looks like we do have the cones back in place here, so we're just making sure none of the shrapnel from the little, the foam cones there are on the ground, and we will be good to go. Just doing a little bit of sweep on the track. You can see the tractor there sweeping it, but you'll see the rotator is not on, and that's a good sign. Just tells us, hey, let's just get some of the pieces off, and we should be good to go.
Absolutely, and as of right now, we do have Raystar Industries top dragster in the lanes,
Yes,
and we also have Pat Musey Racing Engines top sportsman
I do
in
see
the lanes as well.
yeah, I see those Pat Musey Racing Engine top sportsman in lanes behind him. And as a thing, if you aren't in there, get in there. I'm not sure that's all of them. It might be all of them, but if you're running out of time, if you're in either of those classes,
You are tardy.
you are tardy to the party. In fact, I'd say you're entirely tardy if you're the Raystar Industries top dragster, because look who is coming up next. The one and only, the Anita Strasberg, coming up on the left-hand side.
All right, looks like a couple more minutes, and we'll be back to the business, as they say. And it looks like we've got, looks like we're gonna have a single pass here. This is gonna be a single, I think. Do you have a top dragster? I don't know who that is. No, yeah, you're fine. 234.
And so we're doing the old.
And I gotta say, this is actually the most common driver you will ever see on a Friday or Saturday night as drivers not on file.
Diver not on file.
There's always that guy is everywhere on a Friday and Saturday night. That is for sure.
Yeah, he is. I don't see 234 on here.
And we apologize on that driver not on file, but
Yeah, we're working off of the paper here, and then every once in a while you just.
and that is a pass. Shoo! 357 at 211. Wow.
So that's an exhibition vehicle, not one of our top dragsters. Making the pass there, and now we will be having some top dragster action.
I apologize for that. I'm the one that announced that, so I need coffee.
We were all looking because we have two different systems measuring the qualifying.
Yeah, and it's getting a little hectic up here.
Yeah, we have the SRCA drag strip printout, and then we have this, our electronic one. So we're a little chaotic here in terms of what we're keeping track of here. Ooh, a low kind of pitch for that burnout there on the right-hand side is Anita Strasberg on the left lane. Anita.
Did y'all steal my beer? Which one was?
Anita, one of the most consistent top dragster machines you will see. And I'm not talking about her car. All right, I'm talking about Anita. Because you want to talk about a fearsome opponent. That is about as fearsome as it gets a top dragster.
Oh, absolutely. And,
Left-hand
and you know, the thing is, it's just that repetition that she gets, that seat time, that just makes her even more dangerous when you line up against her.
100%.
Who was that last one?
As here we go, 3/4 of the way in. And we're fully in. Tree drops, and we're off. Look at that.
And that's a unusually little wobble there from Anita Strasberg as she runs a 372 and a 7 at 198. Look at the right-hand lane, 08 on the tree with a 427.
At 169. Here we go. As we have Randy Smith here in the left-hand lane. Randy out of Kansas City, Missouri. Or left-hand lane, I apologize for that.
And then on the right-hand side, Jimmy Sakovic. Jimmy Sakovic, your number 2 qualifier, a 395 and a 7. As they inch back in there. Oh, man, the sun is just right in that. Look at this shot on here.
That's a good shot right there.
That is...
That is proper camera placement, my friend. That's all I got to say.
I know the sun is glaring.
But when you stop and think about it,
Good night.
that sun is glaring, but how difficult would it be for the drivers now?
Yeah.
As you know, the sun's beaming on them lights. You don't know what you're going to see or what you can see. So here we go.
It's not the most easy thing to see what stage of beams are being broken here. As we're 3/4 of the way and all the way staged up.
Here we go.
Go double green lights here.
Wow, Sakovic driving through the tire shake there. 395 at 194. Double 09 on the
Yeah.
for Jimmy. But 016. 016 over here on the left side, on the left-hand side. 431 at 161. Again, Pat Musi Racing Engines, top sportsman. If you are not in the lanes, you are tardy. And we don't like that.
As Delana Whiteley and Brad Basgal show off.
All right. Like I said, just a little bit of confusion here up in the tower. We're just trying to work on our paperwork and get everything straight and squared away, but...
So Brad Basgal on the right-hand side, the 2014 Race Tech. Previous run of 423 and a 3 on the right-hand side. On the left side is Delana Whiteley. Delana, your number 8 qualifier out of Grand Junction, a 4-3 flat. 3/4 and all the way staged up here.
Here we go.
Oh, and that's a nice pair of runs.
Basgal, wow, 405 at 175 over in the right-hand lane for Brad. Delana, 433 at 161. Not too sure if that's going to pick her up or not.
Not bad at all. Brad Basgal improves over 1/10 of a second on the right-hand side there.
Delana does not improve, but it is consistent.
You know, and that's the thing, too, we mentioned earlier. You're making one qualifying hit in Great Bend, Kansas, and then you're waiting several months to make a second qualifying hit at Tulsa Raceway Park.
Absolutely.
These are just pure happenstance. I know the tracks are hypothetically as similar as you can get in the world of racing, but that does not mean that these are near the same.
Atmospheric temperatures. I mean, you've got, humidity. I mean, there's just so many different factors that take into place when,
you're making first runs is what you're doing.
Exactly.
There's nothing to be said if you improve or don't improve because it's pure happenstance. You're taking a stab at it and hoping that it works out.
Dan Phelps over in the right-hand lane.
He's out of LaBeatty, Missouri.
And
Dan Phelps, your number 6 qualifier, previous best run, a 423 and a 3.
Wow. Hikes the tires up, drives to the tire shake. 421 at 167 for Dan.
So Dan Phelps improves by 0.02 of a second on the left-hand side. That 5162 car belonged to Mark Moore, who will improve his best run by about 0.3.
Definitely not that person. It would be okay.
Dan Phelps, by the way, your number 2 point sitter in top dragster, sitting behind only Anita Strasberg.
Yeah, it printed on the sheet.
And it looks like we got Paul Moore over here on the left-hand side, Hutchinson, Kansas, and that 06 undercover.
And so he sits your number 16 qualifier, 481 and a 6. And so Paul is staged up. Steve Beanie on the right-hand side. Steve Beanie. Yeah, I was going to say, that's not Steve Beanie, I don't think.
Can I take the Promon printout manually? Do you have the number?
Yeah, so a 481 and a 4 for Paul Moore. Slightly improved. We're only talking by 0.02 of a second.
That one is the one that crashed.
And over on the right-hand side, 027 on the light. 479 at 144.
If you get to the point where you can, after Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and Pro Mod, if you can print any of that qualifying, it's great.
I will get them as soon I should be able to.
Bob Henry with the long drive from Owasso, Oklahoma. Over here on the left-hand side in the Farmers Insurance backed Top Dragster. And we got Carl Jones, Mulvane, Kansas. Over on the right-hand side, I see lots and lots and lots of lines and looks like nitrous and, yeah, too much for me to handle. So, yeah, over on the right-hand lane. Here we go.
Look at Dragster.
Wow, Bob Henry, 008 on the tree. 434 at 159. Not to take anything away. Carl Jones, 019 on the tree. 465 at 149 over on the right-hand lane.
That is a nice pass for both of them, by the way. I'd like to mention, too, I'd like to give a shout-out, or hold on, as Bob Henry.
Bob Henry approves by a full 10th on that.
Yeah, he does. Carl Jones improves, by the way, as well, by just a smidge. We're talking maybe 100th of a second. I'd like to point out, though, that all of our top dragsters, by the way, or almost all of them, did make the trip down here, which is crazy because a lot of these, Mulvane, Kansas, with Carl Jones. You're talking Bob Henry from Owasso, Kansas, Hutchinson, Kansas.
That's a long drive from Owasso.
Yeah, it is. They're all Kansas locals, and they said, no, let's make the trip down to Tulsa and finish this bad boy out.
Which brings us into, I can honestly say this is one of my favorite categories, top sportsman. You get a massed array of different vehicles. Like, look at Rod Moore.
Oh, man.
I love that S10.
That's a beautiful ST.
I love that S10. That thing is awesome. But
Old whiskey barrel.
there you go. But whiskey ticket. And then you got Mark Griffin, Round Mountain, Texas. And that beautiful 68 compressed
Air
supercharged.
Camaro. A CAS car. You can visit compressed air. You can just go on there, Google compressed air superchargers, and Mark Griffin driving a first for that car, by the way. That is a kind of a very unique car. So you can go Google more information on that compressed air supercharging.
Also look it up on YouTube. I believe there are some pretty good videos on YouTube that shows exactly what the process is. I mean, it's a lengthy one, but it's really, really well done and very well worth watching for your time on that. As Rod Moore is already pre-stage waiting for Mark. Let's go. Let's get this on. That's what he's saying inside.
Come on, buddy. Let's go. Let's go. There it is.
There you go. You think he's got a cup holder of whiskey?
Yeah.
S10?
I would hope not. That's a massive safety violation.
Oh, look at that. Rod Moore hikes the wheels up.
Boy.
Wow. Look at that. Mark Griffin, 447 at 160. Wow. 014 on the tree. Rod Moore, 047 with a 444 over on the the left-hand lane.
So Mark Griffin does improve by about a full second. Rod Moore, his previous best is a 442, so he doesn't improve, but Mark Griffin does.
And now over on the right-hand side, we got John Baker, the Baker's dozen, as Tucci would say. Grand Junction, Colorado, and that awesome little 41 Willys.
I'm just going to say it, Willys is my favorite body style for a high-end dragster. I love me some Willys, man.
Absolutely. And we got Doug Woody, Independence, Missouri, in that 67 Camaro here on the left-hand side.
And here we go. All right, staging up now, Doug Woody on the left-hand side. Or as the Crowder lane, the display says Doe Woody. I don't think his name's Doe. That's
Doe.
Doe. Make some nice donuts, right?
Donuts. That does actually sound pretty good.
Oh my
now.
gosh, they got Krispy Kreme down here. It's game over for me.
As we are staged, cocked, locked, ready to rock, and we're gone. John Baker. Whoa, Baker saves it. Wow.
Yeah, he does.
Baker gets a little loose about 100 feet out and just kind of does a little wiggle jiggle. Saves it, gets off of it. 450 at 120 for John.
I'd like to give a big old shout out, by the way, to John Baker for getting loose, taking out of it, steering out of it, and not harming one of our precious cones.
That is true because we are low on cones as we speak.
We only have so many here, guys.
Doug Woody, 464 at 152. Let's see here. According to what we have here, Woody does improve.
Does indeed, as John Baker, previous best run was in the 4.4, so he isn't going to improve, but a nice little consistent time there between the two tracks.
And now on the right-hand side, we've got Kyle Baker, J&A Service, in the 08 Chevy Cobalt. That's a burnout. Woo-wee. Woo. Tower is shaking and rattling, and yeah, that's a good one right there. 08 Chevy Cobalt with Pro Charger on the front. And we got Jeremy Johnson out of Houston, Texas. Houston, that's a good drive.
Yeah, it is.
And his 67 Mustang here on the left-hand lane.
Johnson is your number 6 qualifier, previous best run, a 4.49 and a 6. Kyle Baker on the right-hand side, he is your number 1 qualifier, a 4.26 and a 3. His best.
Ooh, that's moving right there, my
Yeah,
friend.
that's that, by the way, is a full half-second clear of your second place qualifier that evening, Matt Driscoll, who is not here this evening. So John Baker is now your second place qualifier.
Oh, it's a Baker and Baker.
Baker.
Baker 1 and 2.
It's like that old comic Spy versus Spy, except it's Baker versus Baker.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Creeping them forward here.
And here we go.
Yeah, Jeremy Johnson on the left-hand side creeps forward, staged up, ready to go. And here we go.
Baker hikes the wheels. Oh, heads towards the wall, straightens it out. Look at that. 416 at 175. That is a full 10th, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's a
Wow.
monster run.
995 to the 60-foot cone. That is moving.
Not only is that a full 10th improvement, by the way, that is 3/10 clear of the next best qualifier of John Baker. 3/10 of a second.
That is
On an
moving.
8th mile, let alone a quarter.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Jeremy Johnson, 442 at 158. Let's see here.
Yeah, that's an improvement.
And that is an improvement as well.
So that'll slot him up into the top 5, at the very least.
As we have my brother Daryl Hubbard, in his beautiful 72 Nova over here on the left-hand side. Right-hand side, Mike Sechrist out of Wichita, Kansas, in his 03 Grand Am.
Mike, your number 7 qualifier. Previous best run is a 4.66 and a 9 on the the left-hand side, excuse me. He's on the right-hand side, excuse me.
Do you need to go back to grade school for your lefts and rights?
I do, because Daryl Hubbard is your number 13 qualifier. His previous best run, it's in the 11s, so any run is a good run for Daryl Hubbard.
Absolutely. And see, that's why I love Top Sportsman. Look at that. You got Grand Am, very aerodynamic, and you got a 72 Nova that's like a brick.
Yeah, it's a flying brick.
It's a flying brick, but you know what? It's fast, and that's what matters in this.
That's all that matters, is if you're fast and you're consistent. So we creep on forward here, sun setting. That beautiful Tulsa Raceway Park, Osage Casino and Hotel, Tulsa Raceway Park. Here, just on the, I think we're northeast side of Tulsa, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, and that's a nice little run there on the right-hand side. Let's take a look now with a 4.59 and a 6 for Jeremy Johnson. That's not going to, or not Jeremy Johnson, excuse me, for Mike Sechrist. That's not going to improve, but it was a smooth run.
You know what, Daryl Hubbard, he wins the reaction time contest as of right now as a 005. Gets a 005 on his reaction time, 5:36 at 1:36, which is a great improvement. Great improvement. And over here on the left-hand side, Shannon Smith. Shannon is really, I wouldn't say step the game up, but very, very consistent as of late. Crew Chief S is here as well.
And how about, by the way, Daryl Reed out of Iowa Park on the right-hand side, that 57 Chevy. That is a Tucci-looking car right there.
Tucci would be licking the windows
Yep.
right now. Absolutely.
72 and a 9. We'd have to make sure to lock the door so he doesn't go down there and kiss it. 472 and a 9 on the right-hand side is his previous best for Daryl Reed, your number 8 qualifier.
Shannon Smith purging of the nitros oxide. Over here in the left-hand lane. The Crew Chief S guiding him in ever so slowly into the beams.
Gosh, how about this shot right here on our
Good shot. That is a good shot.
YouTube channel? Oh,
Again, we appreciate everybody watching on YouTube.
oh yeah, yeah.
Big time.
Yeah, and you know, a big old shout out to all of us here. I'd like to say, see you to Fast Forward Esports. He's heading out for the evening. Gotta go do something. Oh, and how about that run from the 57 on the right hand side of 468 and a 7? Have to double check that. They just took the piece of paper. It's up.
Well, now Daryl Reed
No, we're good. Daryl Reed.
and Daryl Hubbard,
Yeah.
my other brother Daryl, are now tied for the best reaction time 005. Shannon Smith 037 on the tree, 446 at 158.
So the 446 is good enough to improve Shannon Smith. Time-wise, not good enough to improve it in terms of, actual positioning. Daryl Reed does improve, by the way, on the right-hand side. Moves him up into, I think, the top 6, if I'm looking at my thing right here. This is going to be it's touch and go here. We'll have the actual field set, and we'll let you know when we get that. But right now, 2 different timing systems. They don't talk to each other like that. In fact, I think these computers, this program was invented before computers really talk to each other. This runs off of MS-DOS here, so.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
sure,
I thought
sure.
well, no, our timing system runs off of Microsoft DOS. It's, this is older than you or I, this program is. All right, attention, attention, attention. We need these Zimmerman Sportsman Junior Dragster to 3 and 4. B&C Trailer Sales Services Pro Junior Dragsters to 9 and 10, please.
Billy Chase is looking for you. Hi, Bob. He is on the way.
Is we have a little bit of downtime here. If you guys are hungry, thirsty, now's a good time to head up to snack bar. Grab yourselves a hamburger, an ice cold frosty beverage. As we just called up our junior dragsters to the lanes.
So I'd like to thank all of you guys for joining us on the Midwest Drag Racing Series YouTube page. Shout out to everyone in the pits. If you have a TV in the pit, or you have a computer in the pit, a laptop in the pits, you can go on over to the Midwest Drag Racing Series YouTube page. You can, while you're fixing the car, view how the rest of the classes are running. I know Jim and Annie Whiteley, the Why Not Racing crew, they have that streaming because I'll tell you this: they never don't have a car going down track, right?
Absolutely right. I mean,
And there's one in the state.
and if I'm not mistaken, I think they have a car in every category,
yes,
which is awesome, which we greatly appreciate for that. They even got a couple juniors out here too, which makes it even better. That's the future.
multiple generations of Whiteley are racing.
Big shout out to Damon over there standing. Well, now he's leaning up against the wall over there, but big shout out to Damon doing his thing out there.
But you can always tell when Damien is, and I appreciate this because one, it's branding for him just wearing pink all the time as we switch the cameras. You can see him pink left-hand side. Wearing pink all the time to pink cracks, and he does it for two reasons. One, you always know it's Damon out there. Other photographers, you're like, who is that out there? Oh, it's wearing pink, it's Damon. Two, he's easy to spot, right? Like, in situations where you just need to see, this, that, or the other. Oh, hold on. Damon is the only guy wearing all pink out there.
You nailed it. Right on the head. With a hammer.
With a hammer.
With the hammer.
With a hammer.
That's right.
Shout out to Damon. He does great work. Great
Yes, he
photo
does.
takes there. So I'd like to thank some of our fine sponsors here. J&A Service, the proud sponsor of the Funny Car class. Stroud Safety Equipment, proud sponsor of our Pro Mods. Stroud Safety Equipment has saved numerous lives over the years, by the way. Stroud Safety Equipment, you saw that earlier today. Wayne Roberts.
Absolutely. And they're always at the forefront of
Always.
new stuff.
Always at the forefront.
Always, looking up new things. And
Yeah.
I remember, was it St. Louis where they had just brought out a transmission net, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah,
something like that.
I believe so.
Which,
Again, Sportsman Junior Dragster. You guys should be in lanes 3 and 4. BNC Trailer Sales Service Pro Junior Dragsters. You guys need to be in lanes 9 and 10. We are turning it around. Let's go. But, Stroud Safety Equipment, I can't count the amount of times that we've seen their safety equipment save people, owned by Tommy Cunningham, who is here this fine weekend, by the way. I'd like to also Race Star Industries for sponsoring the top dragster category. Pat Musey Racing Engines, some of the best racing engines on the market. They sponsor our top sportsmen. Brian Lewis, the owner of BNC Trailer Sales and Services, a sponsor of our Pro Junior Dragster. Zimmerman, the sponsor of our Sportsman Junior Dragsters. Zimmerman Properties and Construction. And, of course, Pingle Enterprises for sponsoring our Top Fuel motorcycles, who aren't racing tonight, but they are racing this week. Remember, this is a makeup for our Great Bend race. The Top Fuel motorcycles were not in Great Bend, so they're not racing tonight. But tomorrow we will have the Pingle Enterprises Top Fuel motorcycles.
Those guys are just, I mean,
They're nuts.
they're crazy. I mean, why even put a front wheel on it? You know, because they're carrying that front wheel past the 660. I mean, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you've never seen Top Fuel motorcycles in your life, please, if you can, make it a point to come down here and check them out tomorrow, and your jaws will drop, your eyes will light up, and you'll be pretty much the same way I am up in the tower every time that these guys run, because they are just extremely, absolutely nuts.
Jaws on.
I love it.
Jaws on the floor. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube and you're within driving distance on Friday or especially Saturday, where you can drive over a couple hours away, tickets are free to the Throwdown in Cheat Town, right?
Well, now.
So I saw. Well, you got to go to area, vendors, and we have ways to get those.
Correct.
I went. I saw some in the QT over in Claremore, Oklahoma.
There you go.
Tickets free. Just go out, grab some. It's easy to attend. So if you're within a few hours drive, I mean, it's 2-hour, 3-hour drive. Maybe you're in Kansas City. It's not that far. Come on down here. Wake up at 9. You can be here by noon. Watch a full day of racing. Drive home, and then you could be in the bed. Shoot by midnight. So that's not a bad way to spend the Saturdays. Come on down here.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. As one of our visitors who's out in Alberta says, on my way, I'll be there in 3 days.
There you go. Hey, you know what?
That's for being awfully generous with the U.S. border protection, trying to make sure that I don't think they're going to get you through that quickly.
You might be surprised.
You
never know.
You might be. I was up in Canada about a month and a half ago. I sent you a couple pictures from there, but
Yes.
I was in Thunder Bay, but I went more to the Kakabeka Falls area where there's a lot of terrain there, up and down. It almost looks like the Rocky Mountains if the Rocky Mountains were a little shorter.
Did you expect the Rocky Mountains to be a little rockier than this?
I will say they're a little more mellow. They don't exactly throw the horns up when they rock. I'd like to shout out Terry Wolf. Thank you for watching. And we will see you at XRP in Texas, as indeed.
In 2 weeks, right?
2 weeks. Yeah.
2 weeks.
I have.
2 weeks.
We're at this event. I got a wedding next weekend. So
You're getting married and you didn't tell us?
no. Oh man.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Evo, you would get an invite to the wedding. You know that.
Okay, I'm just making sure,
But congratulations to Michael and Ashley. So I have a wedding down in the Twin Cities, and then right back around to my final race of the year at XRP in Dallas.
Yep, and I will be there as well. So it should be a fun time of that. Tulsa's always a good time. The Throwdown's always a good time.
One of our best events.
With the finals though in Texas, they do get a little nuts. it gets a little crazy out there.
I think one of my favorite things. Every track has a little something unique about it. Right?
Correct. Yep.
Gateway, sits right at that huge complex. It's a massive complex, a world-class complex. Tulsa, the crowd here is phenomenal. XRP, their betting is wild to watch.
Oh, absolutely. And it's funny too because you can always see, hey, the guy in the red shirt, he's won $100.
Yep.
But the guy in the blue shirt, he's putting up another 100. And you just kind of fall out after the races. And I mean, the excitement, the atmosphere. I mean, it's. Remember that little kid that wanted to race Tucci?
Yeah, the little kid wanted to race Tucci on a foot race. I got to ask for my autograph there last year.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I remember that. That was awesome.
That meant more to me than it meant to the kid, I'll tell you that. It's funny, though, because they don't have the big stands that we have here at Tulsa. They just got little bleachers, and the bleachers aren't but half full. But when you really stop and look at how many people they pull in there, it's
absolutely
enough to fill up the stands because they're all parked alongside the fence on the right-hand side, and they tailgate, and they'll watch from their bumpers, and they'll watch from tailgating, making barbecue down there.
I think what we need to do for the Texas event is wireless microphone. If we're able to reach to the tower, we need to go over there and inspect what's going on in the grills. Barbecue.
Here's what we need to do, all right, is we need to somehow make sure that they have a side event. Some places have pinup girl contests. Some places have this or that. We need a barbecue contest.
I will volunteer as a judge for that all day. All day.
We need
yes.
a judge, right?
And that'll be me. I'm volunteering. So XRP guys, if you're listening, barbecue throwdown.
Barbecue Throwdown.
Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Throw it down on the grill.
Oh. And so we're just making sure the juniors are good to go. They're in the staging lanes.
And I also want to give out a shout out to Sam up here in the tower with us. Sam I am. She is just she does it all.
So we're making sure the bracket is good to go, and I'll be right back, and I'll leave you with Steve-O. Steve, I'm gonna make sure.
As the sun beams down on Tulsa Raceway Park. Once again, we'd like to thank people up in the stands and also all the people watching right now on YouTube. Wow, 1,100 people watching us on YouTube right now, and we greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. And like Jake was saying earlier, if you are in the general range of Tulsa within a couple hours, come on out. Free tickets. Come on out. Enjoy some pro mods, some funny cars. See the future of our sport, the juniors. It won't be a bad day, we promise you that. Weather is beautiful. Looks like we're not even going to have anything in the 80s this weekend, which that's good racing weather right there. As once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors, VP Racing Fuel. VP, we thank you for everything you do. Elite Motorsports, Elite HP, Flying A Motorsports. Top Fuel Motorcycle. I'm telling you right now, if you've never seen a Top Fuel motorcycle, I mentioned it a couple minutes ago, please get down here. Check it out. These guys are absolutely insane, and it's awesome. Why not? Pit Pro Custom Karts. Sponsor the Midwest Drag Racing Series. Started in 2000. Official pit vehicle of IHRA. Mark and his wife, originally from Great Bend, Kansas. Midwest Drag Racing Series is looking forward to having Pit Pro at several of our races here in 2022. R&M Race Trailers. If I'm not mistaken, over by the staging lanes, we have an RM race trailer on display that I have my eye on as we speak, and that thing is gorgeous. So please, come on down and check it out. Any questions? I'm sure they are able to answer for you. If you're on the search for a race trailer, R&M Race Trailers. All right, we just got word. Zimmerman Sportsman, Junior Dragsters coming around the tower. So it will be just a couple more minutes before we get back to the action with our Midwest Drag Racing Series. Zimmerman Sportsman, Junior Dragsters.
All right, so we will have some opening ceremonies right as we roll on up here. So we're just waiting on the juniors to roll on up, and then we'll have a prayer, an anthem, and a moment of silence before we start our eliminations. So just a couple short minutes and we'll begin our eliminations here from Tulsa Raceway Park. We'll be starting things off with the Zimmerman Sportsman Junior Dragsters and the B&C Trailer Sales and Services Pro Junior Dragsters. And again, for those of you just coming on in, watching our viewership here, we are doing a makeup race. It says Great Bend Nationals, but yeah, it also says Tulsa Raceway Park on your camera feed there. So this is a makeup. Tomorrow, the Throwdown in T-Town will be live on Flow Sports. And it will be a fun throwdown, but we're bringing you just a little bit of bonus racing here on Thursday, as we seem to do quite often here at Tulsa Raceway Park, especially for the fall throwdown. Fall throwdown is almost just you're planning on that being a double, right? Double. And our juniors are wheeling up here. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get things kicked off here. And if you will please rise and remove your hats, I'm going to hand things over to Pastor Mike for our invocation.
Before we pray, let us observe a moment of silence for our lost brother Ronnie Hobbs and encouragement and support for his family. Father, we thank you tonight for the time that we got to spend with Ronnie, and what an honor it is to come here tonight and race in his memory. Father, we thank you for a beautiful day, and we've already seen your hand of protection out here on the track tonight, Lord, and we thank you for the Tulsa Raceway Park crew and staff that come out and pour into the track and are ready to answer in harm's way whenever need be, Father, and we thank you for all they do, and Osage Casino for their sponsorship, and all the sponsors that pour into the Midwest Drag Race Series that allow us to come out here and play with our hot rods. Father, we thank you for each and every one of those. We thank you for the race crews and the drivers that come out and share their gifts and talents with us. And Father, we're able to do this because we live in a country where we're free, and that's because of our military. Wherever they may be, Lord, we ask that you watch over them and keep them safe, as well as all of our first responders, Lord. Keep them in your hand of protection, Father. And thank you for the gifts that you give these people to answer the call when it comes. Lord, right now it's time that we go do a little drag race. And I have those 3 requests. Lord, we are looking for a loud night. Lord, we're looking for a fast night. But above all, Father, we're looking for a safe night. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And now if you'd please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Thank you, Pastor Mike, for that. And here we go.
Here,
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get it done.
time to get it done indeed. If you're watching on the live stream there, we had to shut that off. Make sure our copyright system doesn't get flagged for YouTube. So it is time to go racing here. We have the Zimmerman Properties and Construction Sportsman Junior Dragsters here in the lane. The Red Hot Chili Pepper on the left-hand side. Kinsey Wells on the right-hand side.
And here we go. Look at that. Psychedelic and a chili pepper.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
It should come up when they stage. It should come up.
Okay. There it goes. And there we go.
I was gonna say I don't have all the names.
Yeah, we should have the juniors somewhere here.
No, I don't have a junior.
Okay.
Don't
Yeah,
have a
I'm
list
good. That
of
hit me.
And so Kinsey Wells on the right-hand lane. The Grand Prix lane dialed into an 890, an equal 890 for the Chili Pepper on the left-hand side. So just about as heads-up race here at Tulsa Raceway Park to kick things off. All the way stage up on the left-hand side, and Kinsey will stage up as well. Here we go.
Look at that. Oh, wow.
Double greens, double greens.
Greens a pair as Kenzie looks like she is in complete control of this. Gives a little womp womp and oh, yes she is.
Yeah, absolutely. Kenzie Wells with an 0.5 on the tree compared to a whole tenth of a second on the left-hand side. That tenth of a second forced the left-hand lane to really stomp on the loud pedal. Breaks out on the left side. Kenzie Wells with a 9.07 against an 8.90 dial-in.
Okay, Brett, you're gonna have to show me where my pros start.
And here is our next pair.
Reed Clocker, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma here on the left-hand side. Dial in on 890, excuse me. And Brecken Whiteley, 1190
This one right here is my.
over on the right-hand side.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
And we are getting ready to stage up here. Brecken Whiteley. Expect Brecken to leave with roundabouts 3 seconds of head start in the Grand Prix lane. As the sun sets over beautiful Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And Tulsa Raceway Park. Beautiful weather, beautiful sky.
Gosh, you could not.
Where else do you want to be on a Thursday night at about 7 p.m.?
This certainly beats whatever I was going to do over back in Minnesota. I'll tell you.
That's right. Yeah, I know. And here we go.
So we're hoping to see 2 pairs of green lights here and
And we do.
separate the two.
Wow, look at that. And I'm going to say it right now, Brecken Whiteley in complete control of this.
Trying to stave off Reed Clock.
And does it. 1199 on the 1190 dial-in. Wow. 054 for Brecken Whiteley.
Look at Reed Clocker, an 890 at a 4 against an 890 dial-in, but lost it on the tree with a 185 on the reaction time.
When it starts with the 1, you're usually done. That's what I usually say.
Gotta love that.
Now this is... Tyler Wells over on the right-hand side.
Racing out of Oklahoma City, dialed into an 890. Carson Roberts out of Bentley, an 890 in the left-hand lane as well. Carson Roberts coming to us from Kansas for this makeup date for a race that happened in Kansas.
Ah, I see what you did there, because you are correct. Tyler Wells over on the right-hand side. Previous champion here with the Midwest Drag Racing Series in the Junior Dragster. Got the Disco Inferno going on with the green lights in the back on the wing.
Burn, baby, burn.
What Jake said.
Tyler Wells, also your current points leader in the Sportsman Junior category. So Carson Roberts, work cut out for Carson. Here we go, double green lights as we...
Wow. 5,000 separate him on the tree up here in front.
Man, that's close.
And let's
Close
see what happens.
as well.
You hear the womp womps and the Tyler Wells with the win. 897 on the 890. 017 on the tree. Carson Roberts runs a 9 flat on the 890. 012 on the tree. 5,000 separate him on the tree. But Tyler pulls it off. Going on to round number next.
Round number 2. I can count this high. I can count this high. It's once you start getting anything past 3, I can't really count.
I just say next because I just, you know how it is. Yeah, exactly.
You call enough cars passing all day, you're just like, what round are we on? Is this
Absolutely.
six? I don't know. Haven Moverly in the left-hand lane. Haven making a buy run as your number 1 qualifier, dialed into an 1199. And Pops saying, all right, you're going to right about here.
Nope, not right there. Right here. Stop.
keep
going. Oh, right there.
there.
Okay, we're good.
Ellen or Randy?
Uncle Jesse.
Ellen, if you wait a minute, I need you to come down to the water box. I've got the Wells that want to speak to you. I will be down in a moment. Randy, do you have a copy? I do, but I'm in the middle of doing pro-mod pairings. Stop doing pro-mod pairings. It is wrong.
Haven Moberly. Wellington, Kansas. Deep staging.
And that is part of the deal. Haven Moberly has deep written on the car to indicate that it's going to be deep staging.
Which means she can do that.
She can do that.
Yeah, see? Yeah, that's a rule.
That is a rule.
That is a rule.
1199 is the target time. The performance prediction comes in
12.
tenths too slow. But you know what? That's might be part of the plan, might not be. Who knows? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you right now that 4 tenths too slow is not how Haven Moberly got to be your #1 qualifier.
Absolutely not. But it happens.
Now to move on to the BNC Trailer Sales and Services Pro Junior Dragsters. The Pro Juniors in the lanes here. Pro Mods not far behind them in the staging lanes. The Pro Mods they're not in the staging lanes yet, but they're being told right now who they're going up against, the pairings.
Correct. As we got that going on.
And keep in mind that we have to manually do that because we entered runs in from 2 completely different systems. So this is all being done by hand tonight.
But tomorrow we will have the system back, and it will help us out
Yes.
a little bit better. So we apologize on not knowing some of the drivers here, but we will do our best as we've got the Candy Apple Dragster. I'll call it the Candy Apple, I guess, over here on the left-hand side, because that is not Annie Whiteley.
No, it's not.
No, that is not Annie Whiteley.
I don't think anybody over the age of about 20 is going to fit into that. Let alone Annie, of course, being 24 years old.
Again.
Yeah, again,
Yeah, of course.
for the 2nd consecutive year.
Yes. That's what I was told. Bold strategy, Cotton.
A bold strategy.
I like that one. That was a good one. As we have the Candy Apple.
Up against Thunderstruck, we'll call it on the right-hand side.
That's a good one because it does have lightnings and bolts. Oh, my goodness.
Ooh.
Not Annie Whiteley just completely chopping down the tree.
I was going to say, Annie Whiteley says, do you want to cut down my tree? How about
Wow.
that?
Look at that. That's a 10-pack, folks. That is a 10-pack. 791 on the 791 dial with the 7. 003 on the reaction time.
Woo.
That is a 10-pack that you will not find at the local grocery store.
No.
Not at all.
I'll tell you this. I mean, there's an entire pit area of cars that wishes they had that 10-pack right there on the Junior.
Absolutely. This is always a good one right here. And it seems, I don't know why. It seems like these kids end up racing each other all the time. Jonathan McLean, 797 on the left-hand side. Alexis Kesterson, long drive from Owasso, 798.
Yeah, 798. Again, Alexis Kesterson with a longer drive here than, or a shorter drive to the track, I think, than I have hotel to here.
You're probably right on that.
Yeah, no. You're staying a little closer to the track than I am, though, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, well,
And there's a Waffle House kind of close, so that makes it even better.
you and I might have to hit up a Whataburger tonight.
That could be done. Yeah.
We can arrange that. Yeah, we can arrange that. They're 24.
Sam I am just giving us the geographical information of the nearest Whataburger, which we greatly appreciate on this end here.
Look, when you're in Rome, you got to do as the Romans do.
That is
Go to a Whataburger.
But we're in Tulsa. We're going to Whataburger.
Right? As we are entirely staged up and ready to go. Green lights and off we go. I'll tell you, one of them chopped down a way better tree. And that is going to be Alexis Kesterson across.
And she takes the win.
Yeah, she will. Jonathan McLean breaks out a 794 and an 8 against a 797. He slept at the tree, and John he tried to make that bad boy up there. Over a 10th at the tree, and that's probably, you'll find, why he went too fast.
I'll tell you one thing right now. That's probably the worst light that Jonathan McLean has ever had in his life.
Jonathan McLean was your champion last year.
Exactly.
Also, single-handedly defeated the entire terrorist group that took over the Nakatomi Towers.
Ah. Very nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
Jonathan McLean.
That's a good one. Uh-huh. Trista Shelton, Stafford, Kansas, 790 on the left-hand lane. Riley Clocker, Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, with the 790 as well.
So Riley Clocker and Trista Shelton. Clocker, one of the, I'd say one of the more prolific junior dragster names we have here. Riley and Reed Clocker are two monstrous junior dragsters here.
Absolutely. Absolutely, they are.
They show up to the Tulsa races and races closer.
And once again, someone just chops down the tree. The other one just a hair tardy.
And the tree choppers
Wow.
done. How about that for Riley Clocker? 023 on the tree and a 790 and a 5 across the line. That is dead with a 5.
28 pack
Yeah.
on that.
28 pack.
That is not bad. Do they sell that at the local grocery store? A 28 pack?
I doubt it.
Well,
That might be malpractice if they sold a 28 pack.
well, they sell a 30.
You're right. You're right.
So, yeah, I'm just saying. Well, that concludes round 1 of our junior program with the Midwest Drag Racing Series. We're going to bring the sweeper out, do a little bit of the prep stuff, and we will be back shortly as we have big cars coming up soon.
And so, just a little bit of tire rotation going on here as the and so just a bit of tire rotation going on here as the track gets prepped up. Make sure we have a nice even surface of rubber here as we get things started at the Midwest Drag Racing Series. I'd like to thank you to our sponsor, Stroud Safety. Stroud Safety designs and manufactures the racing industry's most durable and dependent safety equipment. Stroud products are made in Kentucky and Oklahoma, right here in the USA. They're made right in this state. Tommy Cunningham is the owner and operator. If you want to use products that are high quality, made in the USA, reach for the ones with the big blue patch. You can find it on every one of our cars. For more information, visit StroudSafety.com. Stroud Safety, because safety users are never losers. And let me tell you, all right, I don't race. All right, I'm not a racer. But I have seen Stroud Safety equipment save so many lives here in the Midwest Drag Racing Series and races around the country. All right. We just saw safety equipment, save the life of Wayne Roberts earlier today in what was a very scary crash. And that is why you don't skimp on safety. For over 25 years, ProCharger has offered powerful, reliable, and advanced centrifugal supercharger systems and kits. ProCharger products are designed, engineered, and made in the USA with kits available for automotive, track, or automotive, truck, SUV, sport compact, motorcycle, UTV, and even marine applications. In addition to coming on board as a series sponsor, ProCharger has also signed on as a Midwest Drag Racing Series contingency sponsor. ProCharger will pay $300 to win and $150 to runner-up into Pro Mod, and $200 to win and $100 to runner-up in Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. Racers have to run a ProCharger supercharger and decals to be eligible. I'd like to also thank R&M Race Trailers, proud to come on board as a sponsor of the Midwest Drag Racing Series in 2022. Very excited to have R&M Trailer come on board for the 2022 season. His motto, for racers, by racers, and Rich takes a huge pride in his customer service. Honestly, there's nobody better in his area, says Event Marketing Director, one Miss Ellen Eschenbacher. R&M will have a trailer and a representative at most events that you can also talk to and get your trailer questions answered. I'd like to also thank Pit Pro Custom Carts. Pit Pro hooked us up with our absolute swagger wagon that is our golf carts. They are fantastic. Mark Wagner built his company based on quality and customer service. It's also been a pleasure to work with him. The golf cart is used at every single event, and we are very grateful for Mark for being a part of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. Pit Pro started in 2000 as the official pit vehicle of the IHRA. Mark and his wife are originally from Great Bend, Kansas, and the Drag Racing Series, the Midwest Drag Racing Series, is looking forward to having Pit Pro at several of our races and their fine products being used at every single one of them. So a beautiful sunset going on here at Tulsa Raceway Park. Man, I wish I could get a screenshot of that. How about that? Absolutely beautiful tonight. Some of our commenters, where is this? I wonder where this is going on. Yeah, I don't know. It's I think we're in Oklahoma City. I'm not entirely sure. Oh. Steve-O going out, trying out some of the fine food here. Never a bad time going out to the snack stand. They got nachos tonight, and you better believe I'm putting some nachos in this mouth. Is the Pro Mods. Should be making their way to the lanes. Sorry, stand by for the Pro Mods. Stand by. We have not called you to the lanes yet. My bad. As the track is all rotated and ready to go. Remember, folks, we are assembling everything by hand tonight, right? So the timing system in Great Bend is a different timing system than the one here at Tulsa Raceway Park, Osage Casino and Hotel, Tulsa Raceway Park. So the $1 million question is, you have two sets of times that are being printed out, and then you have to figure out by hand, what your correct qualifying order is, and then what your correct pairing is. And it's not extremely difficult work, but it is tedious and time-consuming work, which is why we invented several computer programs to, make you that do it for us, we'll say. So the Pro Mods are coming up next here at the Midwest Drag Racing Series.
Give them a heads up, start getting them off the jacks and ready, so as soon as we call them, they can roll.
So heads up to our Pro Mods. You guys should be off the jacks. You guys should be ready. Yeah, don't start coming to the lanes yet. But you should be getting off the jacks and getting your Pro Mods ready so that when we do call you to the lanes, you just need to go. So again, just a heads up. You guys are on standby, double secret probation standby, we'll say. Just, if you're on the jacks or if you have your final touches, put those on there and just get ready to rock. This isn't a call to the lanes, but a standby. That comes courtesy of our one Mr. Jimmy Bowles. 7:17 here in Tulsa. Current temperature we're looking was 85 earlier today, but that's dropped on down to about 77 degrees. And so getting a little bit of spraying going on there, getting that track nice and glued down. I believe, don't quote me on this, I believe this is a PJ1 track. But I could be wrong. I remember seeing a PJ1 barrel around here a couple years back. It's compared to the Lane Choice LC traction compounds. PJ1, of course, is also what NASCAR uses when they want to spice up their outside lines to try and make their cars actually race properly, which, happens every once in a blue moon. But that's because it was, invented for this sport, not for oval track racing. So we are getting ready to rumble here. Still waiting on the call for the pro mods. There is, as I understand, a little bit of a snafu with how we are pairing them. Because again, this is a theme tonight too. Is we aren't even on the same timing system. Like, not only is it two different systems in Great Bend and here, but if I'm not mistaken, Great Bend is on an AccuTime timing system. Yeah, this is an AccuTime sheet. Whereas we're on a CompuLink system over here. So it's literally not the same program being used to measure the two systems. Now, it should give you, the same numbers, but it does cause some headaches here, that's for sure. As you can look on down the track there, Keith Haney has his nice show cars placed down there. You can see a couple nice Corvettes. The tail end, if you're on you're streaming on YouTube, see the tail end of those. Keith Haney he's got a Challenger, a couple new Corvettes, some great trucks for sale there. Going out there, take a look at them. You can, maybe he'll let you go for a test drive over on Monday too. You never know. Keith Haney, a racer and a proud owner of Haney, is his dealership as well. So the lights come on in the warehouse in the background is sunset time here in beautiful Tulsa, Oklahoma. Tell you what, I do wish there was, just a couple cars on the track right now, but what a shot this is of Tulsa Raceway Park. That is just absolutely beautiful. It is a Thursday night race here, so making up for points systems purposes. And then tomorrow we run qualifying for the actual Throwdown in T-Town. This is the Throwdown in T-Town +1. Yep. Well, it's those words we've been waiting for. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Stroud Safety Equipment Pro Mods to the lanes, please. Stroud Safety Equipment Pro Mods to the lanes, please. Again, folks, Stroud Safety Equipment Pro Mods to the lanes, please. Pro Mods to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. RV spot 24. There's a Discovery motorhome with the Missouri tag TGV V9J. TG7 V9J. We need that moved. It's in RV spot 24. And again, Stroud Safety Equipment Midwest Pro Mods to the lanes, please. We need you guys on your way to the lanes right now. ASAP. Pro Mods, Stroud Safety Equipment, Pro Mods. You guys should have already had it off the jacks. You guys should be in the lanes now, please. I see a couple of you coming, but I need all of you in the lanes, please. I'd like to shout out all of our fine viewers on YouTube, at home, wherever home may be around the world. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for tuning in. As the Stroud Safety Equipment Pro Modifieds, you guys should be in the lanes. I'm seeing a few of you guys pushing in. We need all of you to the lanes, please. All of you to the lanes. We got you paired up. We got you ready to go. That means it is time to go racing. All right, I see 1, 2, 3 Pro Mods in the lanes. We need more than that. Pro Mods, we need you guys in the lanes. Let's go, let's go. As we turn our attention to the Pro Mods, let's take a look over at the Midwest Drag Racing Series website. That is MidwestDragRacingSeries.com. And you can go on over to our point standings. Our point standings are on the website. Dustin Nesloni is your number one point sitter with 511 points. Took home a fat dub, a fat victor, or a fat runner-up, excuse me, in Martin, Michigan, right? And then we'll continue to try and rack up the points with the Great Bend race. He's at 511 points. Next closest is Stan Shelton and Daniel Ferris at 375, 395 points. And I'll tell you this. I will tell you this. Stan Shelton and Dan Ferris are not here, and that leaves Stephen Whiteley to chase him down. I mean, Dustin Nesloni has been absolutely wicked at this race. I'll tell you that, as he is your number one qualifier as well, if my notes do not mistake me. And so just about time, Midwest Drag Racing Series, Stroud Safety Equipment, Pro Modifieds. We need you guys in the lanes. Get to moving. We got 16 cards to eliminate, and we got to get on it. Steve-O, speaking of snacks, I'm enjoying myself. Some of these fantastic nachos from the Snack Shack. And they are some absolutely great nachos. We have a limited selection tonight, as it is, just a Thursday night. But as we move on into the weekend, they'll have a full selection available tomorrow.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I had myself a Frito chili pie, and it was pretty good.
Nice. That's a nice call.
That was a good call.
That was a good call.
That was a very good call. I'm glad I made that one.
The other day over in Brainerd, I had a chili cook-off, right? And people were like, "Oh, Luke, you should try the chili," because I'm remote DJing from this chili cook-off that takes up an entire mall, right? And I'm like, and they're like, you should try the chili. I'm like, dude, I gotta fly tonight. Do you think I want to eat chili 6 hours before I fly? That sounds like a disaster. That sounds like a poor call.
Now that was a good call.
Yeah.
You made the right call on that one, buddy.
I was like, there's no way I'm gonna eat chili right now. Jerry Hunt to the lanes, please. Jerry Hunt and all the pro mods to the lanes, please.
Jerry Hunt is broke.
Okay, well, I stand down to Jerry Hunt is broke.
Thank you. Jerry Hunt is broken.
So eliminate one more car out of the field of 16. All right, so it looks like Ed Thornton will have a bye run. And then your number one qualifier should have a bye run as well. We're working on it, folks. We're working on it. All right, folks.
And here we go. I hear engines. All right. Here we go. And here we go with Aaron Wells in his Not Eleanor Mustang. Unfortunately, he would be running Wayne Roberts, but unfortunately, Roberts hit the wall earlier and is still getting evaluated to my knowledge here. So that gives Aaron Wells the competition bye here in the first round.
Aaron Wells, your 2019 champion of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. And Steve-O, you weren't here for that race, but that 2019 race was an absolute banger because it took until the last run of the finals, right? The final was Aaron Wells going up against, I believe, Ronnie Munich's. And it was basically 5 points separated the two, but a victory on that round would have been worth 20 points. So it literally was like, all right, here's your final. Winner takes all here. Winner takes the championship because we wrapped up our season at that Throwdown in T-Town.
That's awesome.
Oh,
that is awesome right there.
If I did it with my own eyes, I would have said it was scripted.
Well, now. Well, you never know. Stranger things have happened. Just like that show, Stranger Things.
Yeah, there's some moderately strange things in there.
That is correct.
But I feel like I know all of them. They're not quite strangers to me.
Aha. I get that. And here we go, Aaron Wells. Competition solo. Competition by. Over here in the right-hand lane. On the chip, and here he goes. Oh, wow. Gets about 100 feet out. Does a little shimmy and a shake and lets off.
Yeah, he does. Just can't quite get her. Can't quite get her done there. So he'll just step out and be like, "All right, let's save her." You know, it's a competition buy, so really he didn't even have to make that run, as it were.
But he went for it. I mean, no harm, no foul on that. I mean, why not?
Nope.
Go for it. Put a tune in it. See if it takes it. If it doesn't take it, then you can go back to the drawing board and try it up again. But Aaron Wells advancing to round number next. As we have.
Our next buy, by the way, will come courtesy of Ed Thornton, as Jerry Hunt broke in the pits.
Jerry Hunt not able to make the call, but Ed Thornton can. And that's what he's here for. So here we go. Ed Thornton coming into the burnout box with powered by Shane T. And you know Shane T, if there's one thing he loves, that's horsepower. And that is mile per hour. Ed Thornton, I believe in the 70 Camaro, owned by my brother Daryl Hubbard. Ed Thornton, Chino Hills, California, and Lalenko sponsored Camaro. Over here on left-hand side, right-hand side, excuse me. That car's been around for a while, and I know Ed has hundreds, maybe even thousands of passes in that car. And to my knowledge, I believe they're building a new car.
I have heard rumors of that as well. That Ed Thornton might be looking at a new car. He's certainly got mileage out of this one, like you said, thousands of passes there. He is.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. J&A Service, Funny Car, we need you to the lanes, please. J&A Service, Funny Cars, we need you to the lanes. Race Star Industries. Wow. 372.
Yeah, 372 and an 8. That is better than his previous qualification time. Look at the mile per hour, though, at the top end. That is a 219.54. 219.54 at the top end. As we take a look now. Okay, so right now, Thornton will be going up against Wells. Ed Thornton will enjoy the lane choice in that next round, by the way, with the 372 and an 8. Aaron Wells had a 4 and whatnot pass. So again, J&A Service, Funny Cars to the lanes, please. J&A Service, Funny Cars to the lanes, as well as the Raystar Industries top dragster.
Once again, we want to thank everybody on the Midwest Drag Racing Series YouTube channel. Got 1,500 people enjoying some Thursday night racing action here at Tulsa Raceway Park. We greatly appreciate you logging on and watching some drag racing.
We appreciate it indeed. So we'll have some more cars making some passes here. Joshua Vettel is in the lanes. He will be making a run over in the Crower left-hand lane. We are waiting to make sure that... and here's another car coming up around here. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Vettel was your number 10 qualifier. So he will have a solo pass as well.
Joshua Vettel in that good-looking CUDA.
So Joshua Vettel.
Shoo.
Yeah, all right.
Wow.
Joshua Vettel, your number 10 qualifier, he would have gone up against your number 7 qualifier, which would be Ronnie Hobbs. So I think it appropriate that we're going to take a moment and let Vettel make the pass, and just you send our thoughts and prayers over to Ronnie's family.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Joshua Vettel, I believe this car used to be a nitrous combo. I could be wrong on that, but ever since putting on that Pro Charger, I mean, they have been gone through leaps and bounds, it seems like.
And so, as he breaks the staging beams for the first time here, we're going to turn the microphones off and enjoy a moment of silence. So again, we'd like to send our thoughts and prayers to the entire Hobbs family in the wake of that, and just let them know that we love them.
Absolutely. Joshua Vettel going out there, gets about 100 feet out. Looks like it made a little move to the wall, a little shimmy, a little shake. Gets off of it, and looks like he will be needing a little help
Maybe just a little.
getting off the track.
Yeah, he appears as if he might. Well, nope, there he is.
Oh,
He's heading off the track. I didn't think he was under his own power, to be honest.
No, not at all.
Your eyes doth not deceive you. If you're watching over on YouTube, there is an uphill slant to this track right after the finish line. We do go uphill to help cars shed a little bit of speed. As our fourth bye run of the first round will take place here.
Mr. Tito.
Tito Werderhausen, driving, of course, the dearly departed Tim Slavin's car. Tito would have drawn Daniel Ferris. Daniel Ferris couldn't make it this weekend, so he will enjoy a first-round buy-in. Just like that, I mean, we have we've had 4 first-round buys.
4 first-round buys, and unfortunately, either due to breakage, a wreck, or just people not being able to make it. But after Tito makes his trip down the track, we will be paired up and have our first pair in round 1 of the Great Bend race here at Tulsa Raceway Park for the Midwest Drag Racing Series. I'm going to tell you right now, that is probably one of, if not the nicest 69 car. I say it every time I see it. That car is beautiful.
It is a beautiful car.
And
That shade of red under the lights, too, is absolutely gorgeous. As the sun has set here at Tulsa Raceway Park. Current time, 7:48 in the evening. As the night has just begun, so to speak.
And here we go. Tito getting up on the chip.
Gonna slowly roaring to life there.
Let her rip, and there he goes. Look at that. Nice, clean. Whoa. Ooh. Heads toward the center line, gets out of it, hooks, goes towards the wall, shuts her down. 543 at 119. 983 to the 60 foot.
Yeah.
Not sure what that's what the guys wanted on that, but it looked good. It looked very good.
Yeah. I mean, I tell you what, man, she got to about, the 330, 400 foot mark, and she just bit all of a sudden, like a cobra almost.
I see what you did there. Because it bit.
So, Mark Werderhausen will earn lane choice with that, by the way. Joshua Vettel will be who he goes up against. Joshua Vettel crossed over the 6-second mark. So Werdehausen, maybe not the most impressive run, but he does get the job done. As now, it is time for eliminations.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. J&A service, funny car, J&A service. Funny car, if you are not in the lanes, we need you right now. You are late. J&A service, funny car, we need you to the lanes, please. As we have our first round, or I should say our first set,
Our
pair.
Eliminations, finally.
Yeah, exactly. First pair in round one, as we have Mr. Todd Martin, the Mangler, UFC Todd. He's got the boss. I mean, he's got a lot of names around here.
Boss man, yeah.
The boss man, you know, because, yeah, he is kind of the boss.
He's going up against Justin Jones in the left-hand side. Todd Martin, your number 8 qualifier. Justin Jones, your number 9 qualifier. Martin, a 3.825 compared to Jones' previous best, a 3.828.
Tight racing all around.
Absolutely. So place your bets here. So Justin Jones, excuse me. Justin Jones has showed up just to one of our races. That was the previous Throwdown in T-Town. And he, of course, showed up to the Great Bend Nationals. So he is going up against UFC Todd, who he made a commitment to his child to be at every one of the volleyball games. So he's missed a few races this year to be a supportive dad in the senior year of high school. So we respect that. But it's a battle on the streets here between your number 8 and 9 qualifier.
And Todd Martin double balls him, and that might have cost him. And here we go. Oh.
Lots of smoke coming out from Todd Martin on the left-hand side.
Justin Jones, 0.22 on the tree, and just completely chops it down. Todd Martin, reaction time starts with a 1, which won't get it done on this end.
No.
Justin Jones on a hole shot, 384 at 202. Todd Martin, 376 at 189, but Justin just chops down the tree and advances to round number 2.
Sir, yes, sir. As Justin Jones, a 3.847. He'll go up against the winner of Whiteley and Ronnie Munichs. Stephen Whiteley versus Ronnie Munichs. As we still have Nesloni versus Costa and Lewis versus Haney coming up here in the first round of eliminations. Enjoying some of these fine nachos, courtesy of the Snack Shack down here at Tulsa Raceway Park. If you're in the stands, go on and grab some, get some food, get comfortable for a beautiful night of racing.
Well, looks like we got a little stuff at the top end of the track, so we will be down a couple minutes. If you are down, this will be a perfect time to hit the Snack Shack. Go grab some food, ice cold beverage. Get down there, maybe a restroom break if you've been waiting. Now's your chance.
So we are getting the drivers out of their helmets just briefly here and taking a look at the right-hand side. Not a lot of wind at the track here, so you'll notice that the smoke is just going to hang over the air here. It's not a noticeably humid evening. It's not a noticeably, moist evening. It's not a warm evening, I wouldn't say, right? It's a nice temperate. Couldn't ask for much better weather, to be honest.
Absolutely. I mean,
You're not looking at fog. You're looking at smoke just hanging in the air right now. And here's the brilliance of being an announcer and this being on YouTube. Is my boy Steve over here is literally just pulling up the live feed and he's gonna just watch to see what went wrong with Todd Martin, see if he can't figure it out.
yeah, I mean, it looks like gets to the 660 and all of a sudden just puff of smoke, and yeah, that kind of hard to tell with the camera angle here, but once again, YouTube. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors. Hey, there's racing on YouTube right now. Midwest Drag Racing Series, why not? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be down for a little bit as we have some stuff at the top end of the truck. Stop at the end of the track.
You guys know, you watch drag racing. It's a process. It's a process.
Yes, it is.
They want top.
Attention the pits, attention pits. Pat Musey, Racing Engines, Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes, please. Pat Musey, Racing Engines, Top Sportsman, need you to the lanes, please, one more time. If you didn't hear me the first two times, Pat Musey, Racing Engines, Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes, please. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Jimmy Sakovic, we need you to the lanes, please. Jimmy Sakovic, we need you to the lanes, please. Alrighty, attention in the pits, attention in the staging lanes, attention in the staging lanes. Drivers, go ahead and start suiting up so we can move up. Drivers, suit up, boot up so we can move you up. Alrighty. That's what I'm talking about. I hear cars.
Time to get loud and proud again as the owner of the track, one Mr. He makes himself known in your hat. Tulsa Raceway Park, screaming past our camera there. On the right-hand side, you know him, you love him, driving. Grumpy is Brian Lewis. On the right-hand side. And Brian is anything but grumpy.
No,
So,
nicest guy ever. I don't know what
Nicest guy
whoever says that guy's grumpy there. I don't know. That's just plain straight wrong information.
yeah. But he has his work cut out for him. Haney and the nitrous-powered Black Mamba here on the left-hand side. I tell you what, man, he on his day, he can be as strong as anyone, but he just, ever since he got that Black Mamba, it's been win, and then it's been out in the first round for 2 to 3 weeks. And then he'll win too, and then it's been hit and miss with him. He's been streaky. That's the word I'm looking for. He's been very streaky.
I mean, that's probably the perfect way to put it because it is true. I mean, he goes through these little win streaks here where you think, he's unstoppable, and then all of a sudden goes out first round, and it's a whole domino effect on that.
The last half of last year, he grabbed a win and finished runner-up in 3 races.
Exactly.
4-race span, right?
Yes, he did.
And you're like, okay, he makes a play maybe this year, and then, it's hit and miss. But I tell you what, on his day, especially here in Tulsa, he is one of the most fearsome cards you can go against.
Absolutely. But don't count out Brian Lewis over on the right-hand side in that little Wicked Willis of his.
Oh, I love it.
Here we go. Oh, it's a pedal fest, and Haney pulls it out. Brian, not sure what happened there. Brian had him. Off the tree. 017 for Brian Lewis over on the right-hand line, on the right-hand side. Keith Haney, 042, left-hand side, gives it a little womp and is able to pull it out. 434, 138 for Haney. Brian Lewis slows down, 705 at 57.
That's a shame for Brian Lewis because Haney driving that nitrous car, he cannot win a pedal fest, right? When you don't pedal a car like that, you can't.
You really can't. You're not supposed to. I mean,
So Brian, if he pedals that out, I have to think something went wrong because if he pedals that out,
looks like it might have. Yep, looks like it broke another belt.
another belt, there it is.
Wow.
We saw them toss it, so that'll do it. So the belt safety. The belt toss it.
You live by the belt, you die by the belt. And in this case, round 1 saved him. This round, not so much. Over here in the left-hand lane, we got Mr. Robert Costa out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, 67 Mustang. And over here, right-hand side, Dustin Nesloni, Orange Grove, Texas, in that beautiful Nesloni Pony Camaro.
Is the second round here.
It seems like with Robert, him too changing his combination has helped out his program as well. It seems to get, keeps getting faster and faster after every pass. And now, he's slowly creeping up to where he is going to be competitive. Maybe, turn a little screws here and there, and he's got a car to do it. So we'll see what happens here.
Certainly does. As we are halfway stage up, all the way stage up. Oh, Nesloni takes a foot off it, then sticks it right back in with a 432 and a 4. Got a little loose, pulled a little to the left, reapplied, and took the victory on the right-hand side.
Robert Costa actually jumping him on the tree, 036 to the 042 for Dustin Nesloni, but 60-foot time, Nesloni, 2/10. That'll do it right there. Mr. Stephen Whiteley over on the right-hand side in that beautiful Yanko Camaro. Why Not Racing out of Grand Junction, Colorado. Ronnie Munix over in the left-hand side in his new to us anyway, that we've seen, Mustang. And here we go, Ronnie Munix, first pre-stage here in the left-hand lane.
Stephen Whiteley on the right-hand lane, waiting on him to break the pre-stage speed.
And he does.
Your number one qualifier going up to 16.
Wow, look at this drag race. Oh, and Munix hits the wall. Clear the way, people, please, clear the way.
So Munix taps the wall. Can't see much through the smoke there.
I see both tail lights. Munix hits the wall right at the top end there. Munix had him off the line, 008 for his reaction time to Stephen Whiteley's 038. But right at the 330, Stephen Whiteley picks him up, catches him, passes him, and goes for the win. But Munix hits the wall right at the finish line.
All right. Well, the microphone is back on. We're waiting on Ronnie Munix. Well, Ronnie Munix is off, so he's he's all right. Car maybe not so much, but we're waiting on the cleanup efforts. My mic just my mic just died. I realized my mic died right as that thing started. So just. It's about a wall tap just past to the 8. All right, so we have good news. Ronnie Munich's is okay. Some cosmetic damage on the car, but driver is okay. So thank the Lord for that one. The driver is okay. So as we said, I missed the shot on that. So it was basically, Munich's had Stephen Whiteley, the #1 qualifier, neck and neck. So he got a little loose, he got a little shaky, and he just stepped on it, continued stepping on it, which it's eliminations. And then after the 8th, he brushed the wall. It wasn't the worst wall brush I've ever seen, and just some cosmetic damage on the car, I'm being told. But he's all right. We're just making sure that everything's good to go. Car was able to get taken off of the track, so that's where we stand right now. Just making sure everything's ready and good to go.
And we do apologize for not getting that on the live stream here. It's a little bit difficult here in the tower as we have to do, since this is from our Great Bend race, as we explained earlier. All the paperwork, we're having to do everything kind of manual since it's not in the system. So, we're kind of shuffling things around. And for those of you on YouTube that are saying, it would have been nice to see, what happened down track, we do apologize for that. Usually it's a 3-man crew. We have a 2-man crew tonight. So, bear with us. We apologize for that. But at the same time, we do thank you for tuning in and watching.
So let's take a look at our next round matchups. Is Stephen Whiteley with a 364 and a 3 on the right-hand lane on that pass. Just edges out Ronnie Munich's a 370 on the left side. Here's a kick in the pants, by the way. You ready for this? Because Ronnie Munich's is 370 and a 2 would be the second fastest pass of this first round.
Oh, boy.
That hurts.
That does.
That hurts. That's faster than Justin Jones. That's faster than Aaron Wells. It's faster than Ed Thornton, Mark Weirdehausen, Joseph Vettel, Dustin Nesloni, or Keith Haney. By pretty sizable margins. The only one that was really in that era was Eddie Thornton. That's a heck of a run Ronnie Munich's had. But he is unfortunately eliminated. Not sure the car would have been able to be turned around, but they're saying that it's not some.
Yeah, they're saying it is some sort of, it's minimal.
It kicked up a lot of dust, which there is a lot of dust on the track right now.
Absolutely. It's when we say minimal, I mean, if for it to be minimal and for him to continue in competition for tomorrow's events anyway.
Yeah.
I think that's always a good thing.
If it's as minimal as they say it is, I think you might actually see Ronnie Munich's making stabs at it tomorrow. So Stephen Whiteley goes up against Justin Jones. Justin Jones, with a 384 and a 7, will not earn the lane choice. Stephen Whiteley grabs the lane choice with a 364 and a 3. In addition, in the second round, Aaron Wells will go up against Eddie Thornton. Aaron Wells, with a 4-second pass, is not going to get the lane choice. Eddie Thornton will with a 372 and an 8. I'm getting a picture from Ellen, one Miss Ellen. And I'll tell you what, man, that was a wall kiss, but that's raceable. That's raceable.
Oh, no, that's not bad at all. You know what? You can see the scrape on the side of the actual, car right now, but nothing on the wheel, nothing on the tire, nothing on the slick. That, you know what? It seemed like it was just a lot worse than what it really was. More dust picked up than anything, but, I mean,
That's
We'll see him tomorrow. If we don't see him tomorrow, that'll be very surprising, to be honest with you.
Yeah, to be honest with you, that's not bad at all. All things considered. Yeah, you can look past that amount of damage if you're one of the team members, because I mean you got that driving the absolute wheels off of it, trying to take down the #1 qualifier in Stephen Whiteley. You know.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? He did his job on the starting end of things, because I mean he absolutely treats Stephen Whiteley a 008.
008. Yeah.
He absolutely treated him to Stephen Whiteley is, respectable, which is usually will get you a win, 034.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, that happens, which, I mean, that's a tough break, but there's nothing that black duct tape can't fix.
Yeah, right?
So why not? Let's do it.
Yeah, that's why don't forget, too, that might be your number 16 qualifier today, but that is also your 2020 champion, Ronnie Munix. So in round 2, Mark Weirderhausen will go up against Joshua Vettel. Mark Weirderhausen, a 453, will get him lane choice. And then Dustin Nesloni will go up against Keith Haney. Nesloni will get lane choice in the second round.
And here we go as we come up to J&A service. Top alcohol funny car. Top alcohol funny car, sponsored by J&A Service. Up to the lanes now. As you know what, we're going to have a barn burner right away. Chris Marshall.
Oh, boy.
And Mr. Bill Bernard.
Chris Marshall has been runner-up for a couple years straight here. Bill Bernard trying to show him up here. Chris Marshall, your number 2 point sitter behind Annie Whiteley. Bill Bernard joined us only in the Great Bend race, but he's been around. He is he's raced all over the place.
Oh, absolutely. And, sometimes it's just hard to fit some of these races into certain schedules, and budgets get in the way of things and things of that nature. But Bill Bernard usually is one of our, and, when Bill shows up, he is competitive.
He's a very
competitive.
Very competitive racer. Like we said, Chris Marshall, your number 2 point sitter. But look at the points here. He's sitting at 406 points. Sitting ahead of him is Annie Whiteley at
407.
7 points.
1
point difference.
Stinking point.
And that isn't even a round win. That's
basketball stuff right there.
Talking rounds of qualification is the difference there.
I'm sure you know the points. If you go to 7 of 8, you get a 50-point bonus.
Yeah, yep. And they both,
which will come down to deciding.
As here we go. Getting the RPMs up. Marshall on the right-hand lane. Bill Bernard on the left. And here we go. Oh! And Chris Marshall. Bill Bernard absolutely just slides through the beams.
Slides through the beams, and that was an ugly little launch there for Bill Bernard after we just talked him up so much. But how about this pass over here on the right-hand side?
Chris Marshall, 357.
357.
At 214.
Hang on. I'm gonna go look at some stuff here, because
the crew chief
Marshall, the last time he was
the crew chief S is just
Yeah. I mean.
Oh yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
Holding.
I don't want to say anything with that. What was that? 357.7?
Yeah. And now I'm just getting word from.
Yeah, so I had to go double check that. Ladies and gentlemen. As of right now, that I believe that to be the top alcohol funny car record in the Midwest Drag Racing Series. 357 and a 7. The previous best, Chris Marshall, set in Ferris this year with 357 and an 8.6. I'm pending the printout here, but I can't see why that would change things. Chris Marshall might have just set the fastest pass in the top alcohol funny car category in Midwest Drag Racing Series history.
And that thing looked nice going down the track.
Didn't it though?
Yeah, no problems. Straight down, right down Broadway, the way it needs to be, and that's exactly what it did. But now we have Jim Whiteley over in the right-hand lane, Grand Junction, Colorado, and Brian Brown, Gainesville, Texas, in his Camaro. We got black, we got white. Roll the dice, see where it ends up. Whiteley's in, Brown is in. We're off, and Brown, red light, 006, red light for Brown. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. 368 at 206 for Brian Brown. Knew he had to chop the tree down, just chopped it a little too much. Jim Whiteley, 073 on the tree, 367 at 210. Wow. Brian Brown had a 10th on Jim Whiteley to the 60 foot, but that didn't matter as Brian Brown, 006 on the red side. Ouch.
Yeah, that hurts. So how about that run? You saw Brianna Marshall absolutely fist pumping, jumping for joy. She knew how good that run was. And when I saw the 357.7, the thought like it took a second to click, and I was like, oh my gosh, I don't think I've seen that before. Previous best from Chris Marshall was in Ferris, Texas at Extreme Raceway Park of last year. That was the late October race. And Chris Marshall laying down the law here. But he has the Whiteleys to go through. Basically, Jim Whiteley just moves on. But now, Annie Whiteley in the right-hand lane, going to go up against Stephen Macklin. To answer the question of James Kroll, yes, they do. They do get points for qualifying. You get points for making the field, and you get an increase in points based off of where you do qualify, and then you get another 20 points per round one. So the points can come down to qualifying. That's why you find Chris Marshall and Annie Whiteley separated by just the 1 point. So we take a look now. Stephen Macklin backing in through your camera there, and there is Annie Whiteley. Annie with the
blue and white car.
blue and white girls kick butt written on the flap up there. As we sneak them up forward.
I got one more, but it won't start, so I'm not sure what they're going to do, so I'm giving it a little longer.
B&J transmission machine of Stephen Macklin. Annie Whiteley, sponsored by company she partially owns. J&A.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Standing for Jim and Annie.
Ha!
Oh,
Hello.
I don't know if that's actually factual, but I believe it is.
You know what? It makes sense, so let's just run with it. And here we go. Annie Whiteley in. Oh!
Oh. And
Annie
that's a
Whiteley.
monster run from Annie Whiteley. Something going wrong there with Stephen Macklin. As Annie Whiteley takes a 636 on the right-hand side and a little 6.
Stephen Macklin
I mean, he
goes red by
two
an eternity.
Yeah.
And just ends up smoking him. Not even 60 foot out, but he's already smoking him. Not sure what's going on with that. Hopefully that is something that they can figure out and get that done. We'll be down just a couple minutes here as we have to get Miss Whiteley off the top end of the racetrack here. And once we do that, then we'll be firing it up and getting ready for, I believe it is, Race Star Wheels Top Dragster.
Believe so, believe so.
As we move into Race Star Industries, top dragster, Mr. Dan Phelps, over on the right-hand side. LeBeatty, Missouri. Dial in at a 420. Mr. Dan getting the solo pass here. Now, keep in mind, there will be quite a few solo passes that you're going to see here for the first round.
Well, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars that have not showed up to first round of eliminations for one way or another.
Keep in mind, this is still the Great Bend race that we are making up here at Tulsa Raceway Park. Many competitors did not come back or were not able to make it.
Yep.
So, with that being said, there are going to be a couple buys here.
As you'll find with the dragsters and the sportsmen.
Wow. Carries the wheels.
Yeah, he does.
419. Wow. 3 stinking thou off of a perfect run. But that's close enough. Dan Phelps.
So as I was saying,
Francis.
you'll find with the dragsters and sportsmen, which are still very fast classes, these guys they're a little more regional, right?
Correct.
These guys, maybe they can make, but they can't make that race. And they're a little more regional than the pro mods might be. So you'll find sometimes, our top dragster people, they can only make 6 of the races of the year, and they can't make this one. As Anita Strasberg comes in.
But Anita will come to every single one of them.
Oh, Anita comes to every single one.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Anita is an absolute machine. I don't know how many times I've called her that, by the way. I've probably called her the machine many times. But it's like watching
But you're not
a
lying.
metronome out.
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're not lying on that whatsoever. I mean,
I need to get her a shirt that just says Anita the Machine Strasberg. Or like put that on the side of her car. How's that?
that would work. That would work.
You know what? She wins the championship this year. She can justify that.
And look at that. Double 03 on the tree and runs a 71 on her 70. Good night.
How about that for, a 14 package? Yeah, you'll take that.
Wow. Yeah, that's a 14 pack right there. Something you still can't buy at a grocery store.
Sure.
The next 2, you'll have 2 in.
So as I pull up the rankings, I do believe Anita Strasberg. So Anita Strasberg is your number 1 point sitter with 435 points. Sitting in second is Dan Phelps, and then in third is Delana Whiteley. Delana Whiteley, if I'm not mistaken, yes, Delana Whiteley should have a bye run coming up in this group of bye runs, shall we say.
Correct. It looks like she's actually next one coming into the water box as we speak. But we have here on the right-hand lane, Mr. Mark Moore. Hutchinson, Kansas.
Who
Dial-
also is enjoying a bye run, by the way.
Dial in at a 433. Look at that. 433. On the 433 dial in. Mark Moore going into the second round.
All right. Well, I now have a second or third weirdest object that we've had lost here. As I just had our wonderful employee tell me here, weirdest still is the teeth we found at Gateway.
That was something. Yeah, the teeth.
But Racer, if you're missing your helmet, I would assume you know who you are. If you're missing your helmet, we got your bag right here.
It's a Simpson bag with a helmet. Very nice helmet.
Yeah, it's a nice.
Say, just for verificational purposes. Yeah, if you are missing a Simpson helmet, carbon fiber to be exact, we will need proof of purchase.
Right.
Possibly receipt or 2.
Just come up and tell us what it looks
Tell
like.
us exactly, and we'll give it to you.
We don't want you not having your helmet. Like, it's Thursday of a 3-day race week and a doubleheader. You'd think that you'd know if you're missing your helmet.
You would hope you would know.
You would hope.
Yes, exactly. As we have Delana Whiteley, the right-hand lane.
Number 3 point sitter behind Strasberg and Phelps. Down into a 4:31, takes the automatic win. Sleep at the tree, but a 4:30 ended 8. That is a small little breakout there by only 2,000.
2 stinking thou, but you know what? That'll do it. That'll do it. As we have our first pair coming up.
Our
Race Star.
proper pair of eliminations, yeah. All about that shot of Tulsa Raceway Park.
Yes. Proper camera placement today. Jake from State Farm. That's all I got to say.
And it all comes down to the length of the cable, you know?
And here we go. Let's see here.
Hand lane is
Ra-
down into a 480, left lane a 429.
Left lane would be Mr. Randy Smith. Right lane, we're looking at Mr. Paul Moore.
So Moore in the right lane, Smith in the left. As we get staged up. Moore the first one to break the staging beams, and here we go. So expect one to leave 6/10 before the other, and one leaves way too soon.
And one is way crazy late. Wow. Okay. So you got your right-hand lane, 013 red,
Yep.
and then you got a 6:99 reaction time over in the left-hand lane, and the left-hand lane gets the win.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's certainly a reaction time, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I would say so. I would absolutely. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Reaction times.
That is not the reaction time to have. Yes, you're absolutely right.
One of the reaction times of the year.
And one not so good. We have Steve Beanie.
I didn't specify either one.
That you did not, thank
They were
God.
One of the ones of the year.
Yes, you are correct. 478 for Beanie over on the right-hand side, as we have Lloyd McClure out of Ottawa, Kansas, over in the left-hand side. If I'm not mistaken, this left-hand side will pull the wheels off. I believe I saw it earlier. Let's check her out.
You're not wrong. Let's take a look now as we wait for them to stage up here. One leaves, and there goes the other. The weight shift back is the first one across the line. Yeah, by a mile and a half is Steve Beanie. Something not right there with McClure's car, so Beanie moves on.
Beanie 052 on the tree. His competitor was exactly 1/8 mile late.
It's approximately worse than that.
It's a big possibility, but he knew something was wrong when he lets go of the button, and it doesn't go. So Beanie moving on to round number next. As we have Brad Basgall, Hayes, Kansas, over here in the left-hand side with the blower motor giving a thumpy thump.
Carl Jones at the Grand Prix lane, and hold on. We shut her off there in the water box as Brad Basgall shuts it off. So does Carl Jones. We do still have a car at the top end of the track here. Let's take a look. Probably can't make out that faint red light at the top end, but it is there.
But we got the thumbs up. Let's start her up. And here we go. Wow.
Oh, man.
That is, when you see the windows in the tower just kind of do a little pulsation there,
Yeah.
you know that that's some power. And that's exactly what we found.
Give you an idea, man. Like jet cars reliably do that because they put out so much power.
Oh, that's just...
Not every kind of car just absolutely rattles the windows like that. As we creep forward into the lights, Carl Jones on the right-hand lane. Again, Brad Basgall on the left-hand lane. Basgall going to try and make up 0.6 of a second as Carl Jones is dialed in to a 4:64. Looking at our next pair here, breaking the beams, ready to go. One green light and then the other. One of them sat at the light there for the longest amount of time across the line. Carl Jones chops down A 007 tree to a 465 and an 8. Brad Basgal. Steve O, what was that?
You know what? That's a third pair of dragsters that we've had all on the left-hand side that reaction times are like 6 or 9s. Not sure what's going on.
Here we go, our next pair. Bob Henry in the left-hand lane with the better of the two reaction times, but it's not going to be enough as Bob Henry breaks out on the left-hand side, going 200s too quick. Grand Prix lane on the right-hand side takes the victory.
And and here we go. We have a little snafu here in the tower. We apologize if there was anything that you might have heard over online. We do apologize for that, but we got that straightened out, and here we are coming into Top Sportsman. Pat Musey Racing Engine, Top Sportsman. As we have the Baker's Dozen. John Baker here in the left-hand lane and at Little Willie's out of Grand Junction, Colorado. And Mr. Doug Woody here on the right-hand side in that beautiful 67 Camaro.
So let's take a look here. I'm looking at 1, 2, and 3 buy runs we should be making here. These obviously are not 2 of them. See, move on over to our Pat Musey Racing Engines Top Sportsman. Points leader is Michael Chitty so far this year. Rod Moore, your number 2 point sitter. Mark Griffin of Compressed Air Superchargers, your number 3. But look at the difference between Chitty and Moore, 405 to 407 in terms of the points there. And I tell you what, I mean, it comes down to just qualifying between Michael Chitty and Rod Moore.
Absolutely, and of course those qualifying points, they do come in handy.
They do.
You know, people think, it's not that big of a deal, but you know what? When you're in a race for, for a points championship, of course, yes, it is
that close.
It is going to be close.
Because what you get 20 points for a round win, right? But if you both go out in the second round to the third round, which happens often,
those qualifying points are just going to be, that's what's going to make or break you.
Right, it's all down to the qualifying point.
Exactly.
See, your number 1 qualifiers end up being your number 1 champions. Oh, and look at this. A great light for one and a terrible for another. 396 to 2 for John Baker on the left-hand side. All right, so we're going to be on hold. Just give us 1 second. We're taking a look at something in our computer systems. Give us 1 second. All right, so just a little bit of change on our timing system here. As in the left-hand lane, Jeremy Johnson goes up against Darnell Reed on the right side. Darnell Reed, your number 10 qualifier, number 4 qualifier, Jeremy Johnson. And here we go. Pair of green lights there. Oh, man, look at steering out of it. Jeremy Johnson tried to hang on to it. He did, but that was not a clean run. He pulled left, pulled right, tried to pedal it out, and he just did not get it done. So Donnell Reed moves on into the next round. As Mark Griffin and Daryl Hubbard will determine who faces off against them. And sure enough, who is it? But Mark Griffin and Daryl Hubbard.
My brother Daryl.
Yeah, Daryl Hubbard in the left-hand lane going up against Mark Griffin. So an announcement here, and shout out to our one YouTube commenter who saw that. Crosstalk was not on for the entirety of the top dragster class. So, top dragsters, the pairs, we need you guys back to the lanes as soon as we can. Oh, and there's a spit of flames coming out there out of Daryl Hubbard on the left-hand side. Top dragster, all of the pairs, we need you guys back. The buys, we don't need you guys. Stay in. Pairs, back to the lanes. If you were eliminated, get on back here, okay? Crosstalk was off. We've changed that. In addition, in Top Sportsman, if you're running Top Sportsman, you just ran Top Sportsman, you're probably good unless you're John Baker and Doug Woody. John Baker and Doug Woody, we need you guys back to the lanes too.
Rod Moore over in the left-hand side. And that beautiful whiskey S10. Nice launch. Beautiful flames out of the side of that thing. 445 on the 443 dial-in. 018 for his reaction time. Rod Moore moving on to the second round.
Watch that one. It got real loose right there at the end.
As we will just be down for a minute, I'm going to check something up on the track here. Just want to make sure there's no stuff on there. And we'll be back to the action. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. BNC Trailer Sales and Services, Pro Junior Dragsters, and Zimmerman Sportsman Junior Dragsters. We need you to the lanes, please. BC and Trailer Sales, Pro Juniors, Zimmerman Sportsman Juniors. Need you to the lanes, please.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Fire in the hole, as they would say. As we continue looking over at our Sportsman elimination ladder. See a solo pass from the Butcher, the Baker, and the Kyle Baker. On the left-hand side, he is your number uno qualifier. So Kyle Baker will take on Rod Moore in round 2 of eliminations. That's, of course, assuming that Kyle Baker is able to take the light here, which, of course, is a given. Well, it's not a given, but it's a gimme. We'll say that, right?
That is true. Yeah, good way to put it.
What else do we got? We got solo passes coming up from Shannon Smith and Mike Seacrest to round out our top sportsman eliminations.
Baker's in. And he's off. Whoa!
Oh!
Goes towards the center line about 100 feet out. Shuts her off.
Yeah, no need to be driving that bad boy out there with a 5.16 against a 4.15. He'll shut her off. That's about as eventful as a solo pass will get outside of outside of US 131 in Martin, Michigan. I'll tell you that.
That is probably true.
We saw the buzzsaw in Martin, Michigan, and that was a wild, wild car. As our next racer comes up here. That is Mike Seacrest in the left-hand lane, the number 8 qualifier. So Mike Seacrest will get a bye run on the left side.
Mike Seacrest out of Wichita, Kansas. 03 Grand Am. Over on the left-hand side. Running the solo. 457 is Dallas. See what he does. Right down Broadway. Good looking pass. Launches. 457 with the 3. At 150 miles an hour. Good run by Mike. As he goes on to round number 2. All right, Shannon Smith, 444 on the 445 down. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stroud Safety Equipment, Pro Mods, we need you to the lanes, please. Stroud Safety Equipment, Pro Mods, we need you to the lanes. Once again, Stroud Safety, Pro Mods, need you to the lanes, please. And here we go. On to the next round of Junior Dragsters. We have Tyler Wells on the right-hand side. Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Dial in at an 890. And we got Brecken Whiteley in the left-hand lane. Dialed in at a 12. And here we go. Brecken on the left-hand side. Tyler on the right-hand side. Got a little bit of a staging duel going in. Bump, 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 and here we go. Oh, one left better than the other. And they are in total control at the moment. But Tyler Wells, wow, pulls it out. Tyler, 893 on the 890. 141 on his reaction time. Brecken Whiteley, 033 reaction time, but just does not have the horsepower. Running the 1020 on the 12. I'm sorry, the 1220 on the 12. Tyler Wells moving on. And now we have Kenzie Wells. Kenzie Wells over on the left-hand side, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, in her psychedelic little Junior Dragster there. And Haven Moberly, Wellington, Kansas, over on the right-hand side. We're in the right-hand lane. Kenzie Wells, left-hand lane. Haven Moberly, right-hand lane. See how it goes. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Raystar Industries. Top Dragster reruns. This is your 15-minute warning. I repeat, Raystar Industries Top Dragster reruns. This is your 15-minute warning. Thank you. As we have Kenzie Wells, 065 on the tree, takes the win. 912 on the 890. Haven Moberly running a little slow. 1249 on the 1208. 144 light. Will not get it done. As we have Riley Clocker on the right-hand side, going up against not Annie Whiteley.
Not Annie Whiteley, indeed. So I'm gonna take a second here and talk to some of our people on the chat here. At Jeff Wook, why do we keep the camera on track view? Because sometimes when we're off mic, we're trying to fix certain things on the track view, or we're having conversations with people. And sometimes when you're having conversations, the way these tracks are, the way the cameras are angled, you see a reflection of the people talking in the background. So we try to be, sometimes we try to be conscious of that. And then also, Bruce Zeus Racing is TV running because Crossoff was on. That is a yes. That is a yes. They're rerunning because Crossoff wasn't on. So we got Riley Clocker and not Annie Whiteley. I'm sorry about that, Steve.
No, you're fine. No, you're good. You're good on that. As not Annie Whiteley decides to give it a little bump, and another bump in flickers, and now we're in. Wow. 7th thou difference on the tree. And you hear the womp womps, and wow, not Annie Whiteley taking the win. 793 on the 793 Dowlin, 029 on the light. Riley Clocker, 795 on the 793, 036 on her light. Little bit on the slow side, and does not advance.
There we go. Turning my mic back on. So, as I was saying earlier, you know, sometimes the reflection, you can tell. You can't tell right now, but you can tell if we have the camera up. And then also, sometimes you have to fix things on the cameras. So, you'll notice sometimes I won't use what is the burnout camera. Well, it's because the burnout camera is right in front of me. So I'm trying to fix something on that camera, or maybe I'm trying to fix something on the this camera. So we're playing around with it, and then again, we don't want to, you know, if someone's up here having talks, we don't want those reflections reflected, if you will.
Absolutely.
But
and believe us, usually it's not like this, and we do apologize. You know, usually we have more of a crew, but when it's a skeleton working crew, it makes it a little bit more difficult on our end, and we are trying our best. We do apologize for that. But hey,
you know what?
It's free racing on a Thursday.
Free racing on a Thursday, and I like to think that even though, you know, every once in a while something gets fumbled or, you know, we have to cut away from something, I like to think that this is better than 90% of the broadcast.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I don't want to sound biased, but you are right.
Every once in a while, you know, you forget to turn your mic on, and people are like, your mic is weak. It's like, no, I'm just talking into Steve-O's mic that's, you know, 5 feet away from my
Yeah, exactly. It's happened before, ladies and gentlemen.
It's happened before. Oh, man, if only you guys could see the battle station ahead of me now as we have a solo pass on the left-hand side. I mean...
Alexis Kesterson is on that side of the track. 024 for reaction time. 799 to 791.
That's not a bad run for Alexis Kesterson.
Not at all.
So I have, for the record, I have 3 screens in front of me, not including the camera screen that's right in front of me, but that's a little tiny one. So I have my laptop for my notes, our record sheet, and our points on the left. In the middle, I have a gigantic switcher which has all of our camera inputs at the same time. So that one screen also contains a view. It contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6,
7.
Correct.
7 different outputs.
And then to the right of that,
and to the
you have another laptop.
I have a laptop with YouTube where I can see all of you guys on. So I'm literally like, have you ever seen like a hacker movie where they're just like surrounded by computers and they're like,
oh, absolutely. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what I feel like right now.
And see, I've got the big screen in front of me, which is the window that I can look outside. To my right, I've got our CompuLink system up where we have all our names, dial-ins, reaction times, things of that nature. Above that, we have a camera that shows what the staging lanes look like.
So that's how we're like.
I mean,
see two of you in this.
Yeah, so we are, and like I said, we apologize for all this, but we are doing our best, and we are absolutely thankful for all you guys still joining us on YouTube, and thank you for understanding, but we are doing my best.
These guys, James Kroll going, heck yeah. Jeff Wooten saying, we know.
Stroud Safety Pro Mod, Stroud Safety Pro Mod. Sorry about that, Luke.
Oh,
We need Stroud Safety Pro Mod to the lanes, please. Stroud Safety Pro Mod, this is your first call. Stroud Safety Pro Mod, please. We need you to the lanes ASAP. Thank you.
So yeah, we're messing around. We're hopefully getting something, getting things running nice and smooth tonight. And I think honestly, I appreciate the kind words from all y'all too.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
But yeah, shout out to all of our guys here. So we're gonna step away for just a couple seconds here as the pro mods start to get into the lanes. We're gonna take just another short break. We'll be back in just a few short minutes here at the Midwest Drag Racing Series.
Alrighty, hey, attention in the pits, attention in the staging lanes, attention in the area. If you're missing a Simpson helmet that is carbon fiber and
It's a
very,
nice helmet.
very, very nice in a nice Simpson bag, we have it here in the tower. So please come up and identify it, and maybe a proof of purchase and something of that nature, and we can get you this helmet back because it is nice. Once again, it is a Simpson carbon fiber helmet in a bag that we have sitting here. And if no one claims it, you know, we could start a raffle.
I was gonna say, if no one claims it, you can come and claim it in Minneapolis, Minnesota, because it is going back.
Well, I was thinking Phoenix, Arizona
Oh.
might be a nice place too. You know,
I'll cut it in half. I'll give you the left half. I'll take the right half. Or do
We
you want
can-
the bottom half and I'll take the top?
I don't know.
Top, and I can wear it like a racing yarmulke.
Hey, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
That's not bad at all. But no, in all seriousness, if you're missing a Simpson carbon fiber helmet in a bag, we have it in the tower. Please come up.
Absolutely. That's safety users are never losers, and of course, I don't know how you of all the things, you know, I can see you being like, now where did I put my glove, right? You know,
Exactly.
I-
Or your glove, you know, kind of it gets stuck in between the seat and the seat belt, and you can't reach it. But
Yeah. I don't know
Helmet?
how you don't notice you're missing your helmet.
yes, that's yeah, exactly.
Shout out to Jeff Wooten going, ask Ellen how many cars there are. She could tell you every car and every class. Let me tell you about that woman, all right? I've announced the Midwest Drag Racing Series for a few years now, right? This is my, I think, third season. Partial first season. Last year was a full year. This year's a full year, right? That woman, still, you know, I'll be like, Ellen, so-and-so, what happened? She'll be like, oh, yeah, in 2019, he did this. She is a walking encyclopedia of this series, and I love her. She is amazing. One of the best in the business.
And she's a boss lady too.
Yeah. I would say that regardless of whether or not she is my boss, as Dinah says, Ellen is the GOAT. She really is. You could go, oh, Dinah says, we love you, Ellen. We love her, too. We love her, too. You know, you could go follow her, Ellen Eschenbacher, Eschenbacher. She's on Facebook. And basically all the things you want to know about the sport of drag racing, Ellen is there and posted about them.
Oh yeah,
Ellen's
absolutely.
show is for real. Jeff says she's a walking encyclopedia of all drag racing. She really is.
And she really is. Yes, Miss Dina. Good to see you in the chat.
Oh, she says she got on the radio and says, "Love you, Luke." And so, just a little bit of track prep going on here. Not too much longer. So you can see the glue going down there as she goes.
The spray.
The spray, yes. Now, the active ingredient in that is produced primarily in Ukraine, which we mentioned earlier, would explain exactly why there's a shortage everywhere. Well, it turns out when a country is turned into a sudden state of war, they don't tend to produce sticky chemicals for commercial sale all that well, you know? So we certainly are ready to have our traction compound back, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And
It's a lot of tracks, you know. We're lucky in that we already race at the 8th mile because a lot of places have shut down to the 8th mile.
absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's. I mean, there's other companies that make the same kind of thing, but once a track is so used to using a certain compound and getting it done, and finally finding, I guess, a sweet recipe of where it's going to work for them, then of course change is something you don't want,
Right.
and that could lead to a lot of these, a lot of things happening as well with tracks around the nation as well.
Yeah. I'd like to shout out Benny Ammons, the girl in the prom dress at the spring throwdown. The girl in the prom dress at the spring throwdown. That was Benny's girlfriend. He went to prom in between rounds and then made it back for second round.
No way.
So shout out to Benny. Shout out to
Benny's my hero. Not all heroes wear capes, but they might wear a tuxedo or
know, right?
suit, that's for sure. Wow.
You think he took off? Benny, did you like take off your fire suit and underneath it was a tux, like just classic Superman style? He goes, "Ha, it was a trip for sure. Some speed limits were probably broken on the track, of course, right, Benny? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge."
Wow.
Oh man. Like to AC asks if we're on here all weekend. No, not right now, but we will be on. We're on YouTube tonight, and then tomorrow and the day after we are on Mav TV and Mav TV Plus. Or Mav TV, which is now a part of Flow Sports, so we'll be on Flow Sports rather. That is an acquisition that took a little bit to get used to.
Yes, it was.
We'll be on Flow Racing, Flow Sports, and Altucci will be here tomorrow night alongside the two of us. Al flying in tomorrow.
The world famous Altucci, I might add.
Yeah, the world famous Altucci. Oh, speaking of prom, the junior parents are hosting a Throwdown homecoming for all the kids who are skipping homecoming to race Saturday night formals at the track. So if you're going to be at the track, looking at any of our racers here who are like, hey, hopefully a 470 is quick enough on Saturday. Come on down to the homecoming. All the junior parents, like I said, they're throwing it for the kids who are skipping homecoming.
That is awesome.
That is awesome.
That is cool.
So
you have racing on the right and dancing, two-stepping on the left.
yeah.
Hey.
You know what we should do? We should go get some. We should go get some like. I feel like I should go get some like assorted hors d'oeuvres or something. Like like.
You know you're gonna say you were gonna get assorted shooters and dump them in the punch bowl.
No.
That is unacceptable.
Not when they're
That is
not when
unacceptable.
they're racing. No.
Come on, Luke.
But
That was a good one.
But no, I feel like I should go get some like some 2 liters of sodas or something, and just pitch in just a little bit to help out our juniors.
Some nacho cheese Doritos.
Gosh, that's what I should do. I should go raid the snack stand for the nacho cheese, and just one thing of punch.
They have
one
chili.
thing of nacho cheese.
They have chili too.
Ooh.
So you can make nacho cheese with chili,
Oh.
chips and stuff. That Luke, sometimes
It's great minds. Great.
great minds think alike. It's not they're few and far between, but it does happen.
Yeah, we're not claiming that we're great minds.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. So yeah, that's awesome. Saturday night.
Yeah, but we appreciate, by the way, the junior parents putting that on.
Absolutely.
That's a special thing. That's a special thing.
Who was it that brought us cookies in Texas? Whose mom was it?
Oh my gosh, was it Oh my gosh, I'm blanking. I could picture her. I could picture the car.
I'm just remembering those cookies. Those cookies were amazing.
Yes.
Yes, and I may or may not have a dozen. Just saying. I may or may not have eaten a dozen, and I may or may not have needed a glass of milk for that. But oh my, if you're listening, you're in Texas and you just so happen to bake 12 dozen cookies, please bring them to XRP in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We love cookies.
Yeah, hey, we accept all kinds of gifts and bribes up here. We can't affect anything official in terms of the scoring sheets, but if you want us to, be like, now this guy on the right-hand lane is the greatest racer of all time. John who? Big Daddy what? No. This dude on the right-hand lane put them all to shame, and also the Beatles wishes they were as good as music.
Big Papa Barbecue. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. I got it.
Bucks, we will be full Ron Burgundy.
Ladies and gentlemen, for $20, we will almost do anything.
Almost.
Almost.
All right, so the track crew put
Working-
their final touches on it.
Working their tails off like always.
Yeah, yes, you're
That is for sure.
not wrong. Is we are getting ready here. Getting ready for, well, let's see. We got Raystar Industries, top dragster. You guys should be in the lanes. Next round of eliminations for the Stroud Safety Equipment Pro Modifieds. Right to our right.
Right.
Correct.
That is right.
Right.
You said it.
Yep. Right.
Nothing else more needs to be said because you just said it. As we have the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Ed Thornton. In the right-hand lane in the Linco-sponsored D-Bar D Racing, Darrell Hubbard owned 70 Camaro.
And how about this, all right? Ed Thornton taking on Aaron Wells. Thornton, his previous run at 372 and an 8, so you better believe he picked that right lane to make a run on.
Absolutely. Not Eleanor. Here in the left-hand lane, Aaron Wells.
That is a 2019 champion racer in a 2019 champion car. Getting ready to make some noise here. We are down to just 8 cars left here in the Pro Mods. Second round of elimination coming up.
Professional modified.
Professional modified as
our good friend and new buddy would say.
You know, it's funny because I say pro modified when you want to sound authoritative, right? But
Of
the
course.
professional modified undercuts all of it.
That it does. You are absolutely right on that.
We modify it professionally. So Thornton had a bye run. Wells had a bye run in the last run. Thornton was going to go up against Jerry Hunt, and Jerry Hunt was a no-go. And Wells took the bye run as well for Roberts, who couldn't make it.
So over on the right-hand lane in the Linco-sponsored Camaro, Shane T. Now, one thing about Shane T, if you haven't noticed, he loves the horsepower.
He does.
But he loves the mile per hour even more.
Yeah, he does. You remember his previous run at 219
Yes.
on the top speed at the 8th mile. That's
insane.
crazy.
That's completely insane.
There's only a handful of cars that will hit the 219 at the quarter, let alone the 8th. Shane
That's right.
knows how to find it. As we get staged up here, ready to rock. 3/4 of the way and all the way staged up as we wait for Aaron Wells to break the lead.
Look at that.
Off we go.
And here we go. Look at that.
Hold on, here
And
it
here we
goes.
go. Oh, wow. 039 on the tree for Wells. 953 to a 60. 370 at 207 for Aaron Wells. 075 for Ed. 988, 60 foot. 373 at 202.
What an evening for Aaron Wells right now. 370 and a 9 takes out Ed Thornton. And who will he go up against? Well, it'll be the winner of Justin Jones and Stephen Whiteley. And so we look at our points now. Aaron Wells is your number 7 point sitter. Aaron Wells, your number 7 point sitter, and he has just eliminated Ed Thornton, who, by the way, sits 1 ahead of him. So with that, if my numbers math me right, which they should, all right, double check me here, 20 points for a round win, that puts Aaron Wells ahead of Ed Thornton, as it stands right now, hypothetically, ahead of Ed Thornton in the standings.
They just did an old flip.
Yeah, that was an old flip-flop on the number 6 place there.
Yes, it was. So, that being said, it's getting interesting. That's all I got to say here.
It really is. It really is. You know who I'm looking at here. No spoilers here.
Oh, absolutely.
Because ahead of him, and one Mr. This guy here, without any spoilers.
Nice. Beautiful burnout
Yeah, it was.
from Mr. Tito.
So Tito Werderhausen in the left-hand lane would have gone up against Daniel Ferris, who couldn't make it. Joshua Vettel took the bye round in the first round. So it's Vettel on the right-hand lane going up against Werderhausen in the left-hand lane. Mark Werderhausen driving the late Tim Slavin's car. And attention to the pits, attention to the pits. The J&A Service Funny Car. We need you guys to the lanes, please. J&A Service Funny Car. We need you to the lanes, please. did we not just turn it on?
Yeah. No, it was on. It's been on this whole time.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Maybe something wrong. I don't know.
Such technical difficulties we're having here in the.
Oh, I know, right?
Yeah, of course. Anything that has happened will happen.
Hey, you know what though? Better on a Thursday night than on our Saturday night.
That is.
3/4 of the way, staged up here. Werderhausen launches. Vettel launches.
Oh!
Gets out of it. Werderhausen
Morgenhausen, oh, hit
Ooh.
close to the wall. Does not touch it.
doesn't touch it though.
Ooh-wee, that was close.
What a run there. So Vettel has to take his foot off at about the 3:30. Werderhausen doesn't realize that. He steps through, and he gets really close to the wall at about the 8th mile. Doesn't touch it, gets off, kicks some dust off, takes his foot off the gas. Says, So Tito Werderhausen takes the win there, but I mean, what a roll. What a wild ride here.
That, yeah, I mean, shoo. Yeah, that's all I can say on that one. That was a little close, a little too close for my comfort, but hey, it worked. Whatever they did, Tito, moving on to round number next.
And so, still coming up here, we have Whiteley taking on Jones. Stephen Whiteley taking on Justin Jones, and then Dustin Nesloni takes on Keith Haney. And who do we have coming up here? Stephen Whiteley going up against Justin Jones. Our next pair getting the thumbs up and ready to turn them and burn them. Turn some tires, light some fires, as they might say in Top Gun. Do you watch the new Top Gun, right? Top Gun Maverick?
3 times.
Gosh, it's so good.
It's good. It's good.
Here's the thing, too, is, I'm a radio DJ. Before it dropped, and I'm like, they're making a new Top Gun, supposed to include Tom Cruise, and literally nobody who asked for a sequel to be I was making fun of how nobody wanted a Top Gun sequel. And then it goes and it blows the doors off of my
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I've seen it 3 times, and you know what? I'll see it 5 more. I really don't care. It's to me, it's that good.
It's just that good. It is just that good.
And here we go. Stephen Whiteley over in the right-hand lane in that beautiful white 69 Camaro J&A service on the side of that, on the door with the big blower.
And in the left-hand lane, Justin Jones. Justin Jones has only been in a select couple of our races so far this year, but Stephen Whiteley, on the other hand, your number 4 point sitter. And I'm telling you right now, he could climb up into the number 2 slot this very evening.
Absolutely.
Whiteley.
Absolutely. I mean, the points are so tight within, especially in the pro mod aspect of things. I mean, it really is, 4 team battle when you really think of it.
14 battle, absolutely. And I'll tell you right now, a bad night out of Dustin Nesloni could throw the entire championship into a tizzy. Right now, he does hold a sizable lead, but I mean, you're one breakdown, one tire shake away from everything being thrown out.
And these guys run on the ragged edge of
you're not
something can happen, something will happen.
You're not going to find many cars on the more ragged edge than the Midwest Drag Racing Series, the Stroud Safety Equipment Pro Mods.
Absolutely.
I adore the product that this is. As here we go, getting ready and getting staged up.
3/4 of the way in.
Justin Jones on the
Fully in. Here we go.
launch.
Oh.
He gets crossed.
Whoa, and Justin Jones. Wow. Wow. Justin Jones, 388 at 201. 018 on the light. He knew he had to chop the tree down, and that's exactly what he did. Stephen Whiteley, 040 on the tree, 040. 459 at 111. Gets a little loose, does a little shake and bake, a little wiggle jiggle out there, gets out of it. Justin Jones drives right by, going on to round number next.
All right, so we got one more pair here, and a big old shout out to Jefferson Diego Lima Oliveira out of Manaus. I believe it's pronounced Manaus, Brazil. Watching on
Brazil.
Well, not Brazil. You know, we had Roger-Jean Busato, a Brazilian racer, when we were racing in Martin, Michigan.
Oh, very nice.
We had a Brazilian racer, and I tell you what, that's a monster of a driver right there.
Really?
Rodrigo Busato. I was very impressed by him.
J&A Service Funny Car, we need you to the lanes, please. J&A Service Funny Car, we need you to the lanes. If you are not there, you are tardy. So please, J&A Service Funny Cars, we need you to the lanes, please.
And of course, the number one foul, the number one party foul is being tardy to the party. So don't be tardy to the party.
Yes.
Service Funny Car to the lanes, please.
Yes.
Like to throw out here too that I'd like to offer an official congratulations to Chris Marshall. I've looked at the sheet, and his 357.7 is now officially our record for top alcohol funny car ET in the history of the Midwest Drag Racing Series.
Yeah, buddy. Congratulations, Chris.
Absolutely a big old congratulations.
That is awesome.
It couldn't happen to a nicer guy and a better pair.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, you're absolutely right.
Oh.
As now in the left-hand lane, you know his name.
Yeah, I know his name. Do you know his name?
Yeah, it's Keith Haney.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Keith Haney.
He's purging the nitrous here in the Black Mamba over here in the left-hand lane, and on the right-hand lane, that's Destin Nesloni, excuse me, in the Nesloni pony.
It's fine. I can't say Kryptonite Customs. You can't say Nesloni.
That is correct.
Top Dragster 503R Smith. We need you in the lanes, please. 503R. Mr. Smith, we need you in the lanes, please. Thank you. So Nesloni is your points leader here. Look right here at number 5 in the points, Keith Haney. Haney has a lot to gain this weekend. Can he overtake Dustin Nesloni this weekend? Well, he's going to need a win here, and he'll need a win later, but he is within striking distance of being number 1 overall.
And it needs to happen now.
He's got his worst cut out, and that's not going to do it.
That's not going to do it. No,
Nesloni is
wow.
an absolute tear. That 366 at 206. Dustin Nesloni, we mentioned the quote from Bob Tasca earlier where I said, hey, sometimes your job's easy as a driver. He couldn't have made that look easier. Just stomp on the loud pedal and go, because he is on rails down to the 8th mile.
Absolutely. I mean, not too sure what happened with Haney out there. It looked like he was a little slow to the 60 and just kind of let it down. I don't know, maybe might have rattled the tires out a little bit or anything like that, but he let off 85 miles an hour. But Nesloni moving on to the next round.
All right, so as we look at our pro mods here, so we got a slammers category here. It's Robert Costa on the left-hand side, making a solo pass. But as we look forward to our pro mod field, we are going to look at Justin Jones, who took out Stephen Whiteley, going up against Aaron Wells, your 2019 champion. Mark Tito Werderhausen is in the semifinals, going up against Dustin Nesloni. Tito, by the way, call me wrong here. I'm not. I'd have to go look at all the details that I don't have at my fingertips here, but I think that is Mark Werderhausen's deepest run at this point. Steve might be able to disprove me here, but It's not a bad run from Robert Costa there, actually, with a 382 and a 4. But I believe Mark Weirdehausen reaching the semis is his deepest run this year. I could be wrong.
I believe you're correct on that. Yes.
If not, it ties it because he hasn't been in the finals.
No, I know he has not been in the finals. That's for sure. But I believe semifinal is what he closest he's been.
So, hey, you know what? Earlier in this year, to me, he didn't quite have a grip on what was at the time a brand new car, right? I really do. I am enjoying watching Mark Weirdehausen grow into that car. He's learning how to drive it, and he's getting more effective, slowly but surely. He's driving the wheels off of that car. He's finding himself in it, if you will.
Absolutely. I mean, when he first came in, I mean, of course, he was still learning the car and trying to figure things out on it. But now it just, he just manhandles it whatever he needs to do, and the car's responding a lot better. I think they finally got a tune on the car as well that they can handle, so that's letting him advance a little bit deeper here and there, which, that's exactly what's needed.
And so our next pair comes up here. This is a rerun of the Top Dragsters. For those of you who caught it in time, congratulations, but we are rerunning the Top Dragsters. So the Race Star Industries Top Dragsters points look a little something like this. Anita Strasberg, Dan Phelps, Delana Whiteley, your top 3. So, as we take a look, we're just rerunning the ones that were pairs. We're not rerunning the solo passes.
Correct.
So Jimmy Sakovic and Bob Henry. And Bob Henry is going to take that one as Jimmy red lights it by not too big of a margin.
021 red for Jimmy over on the left-hand side. Bob Henry, 20 on the green side, taking the win. 433 on the 432 dial in for Bob. Jimmy, 396 on the 394 dial. Lets that one slip through as Bob moves on to the next round.
So a shout out to all of our great viewers here, live from Tulsa Raceway Park, night 1 of the Throwdown in T-Town. A remix of or a re-race, I should say, of the Great Bend Nationals here. We're in round 2 of Eliminations. Redoing round 1, actually, of the Race Star Industries Top Dragster categories. And, we're progressing. It's been, to be honest with you, Steve-O, it's been a little bit of a chaotic night.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I don't know how else to really say it. I mean, yeah.
You name it, it's happened.
Absolutely, yeah.
A very ugly crash. We've had oil downs. We've had crashes that should have been bad, but the dragster ends up being absolutely fine. You name it, it's happened. As Carl Jones will line up on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side, that's Brad Basgow.
Both of them with the blower combination for their choice of forced induction.
for the power, as they say.
So again, Jones won the first matchup between these two. So he'll look to defend this. Now, racers have agreed to a rerun,
Which we appreciate.
which we do appreciate, but we will also mention though that that doesn't mean to our viewers that it doesn't hurt when you're, when you go rerun and you lose.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. I mean, but you want a fair race in all intended purposes too. So
That's just
Wow.
sportsmanship right there. Is playing catch up now. Brad Bascal, will he do it?
no, Carl Jones, 003 on the tree, and absolutely just drives by Brad Basgal. Basgal, not bad. 025 on his side of the tree, but 025 to 03. Usually that will go in favor to the guy closest to the zero, triple zip, as they say. Alrighty, Paul Moore on the right-hand side. In his dragster dialed in at a 472.
So this is 2 more.
And we've got Mr. Smith over on the left-hand side. 432 is his dial in. Randy Smith, to be exact. Look at that. One is better than the other, and that one takes the win. 015 for the light. 472 with a 7 on the 472. Look at that. Left-hand side. 432. Perfect on the dial-in. Perfect on the run. 055 on the tree. Does not get it done. As Mr. Moore moves on to the next round. As we have Doug Woody over here on the right-hand side. And on the left-hand side, we have Mr. John Baker, which will not be making the call.
No, that blows.
John Baker trying to get the car started.
That's just the fuel, just watch it.
So Woody did win the first one. John Baker gets a second chance here. And I'm hearing that there's a chance that he might be done. Okay, so he's taking his helmet off, and that is a signal that she's no more. So Doug Woody, all he has to do is take the light here to take the victory on the right-hand side, because this is now effectively a solo pass.
Yes, it is. And
Okay, so he does. He actually, if I got that wrong, he does need to make the pass. But that being said, at the very least, Doug Woody won the first round between these two, right?
correct.
It would hurt a lot more if, and it's not that it doesn't, but it would hurt a lot more if John Baker won the first round and then broke down. But at the very least here, John Baker could say, nothing lost, but nothing gained, right? So
Absolutely.
the results all the same either way.
But Doug Woody.
And so he'll make the pass here.
465 on the 463. Dallin.
Sat at the tree for over a 10th.
But Doug Woody moves on to the next round.
Right lane will be in by.
10:45.
And now, that brings us up to J&A Service. Funny car. As we have the quickest man to run down the 8th mile in the Midwest Drag Racing Series history, Mr. Chris Marshall on the right-hand side.
Chris Marshall, quickest run in MWDRS history in top alcohol funny car, and close to the second fastest ever. Only one Pro Mod has ever been quicker.
Wow.
How about that? What
You know, what
watch a little bit of history tonight.
What about just for, grins and sins, a funny car versus pro mod matchup?
That I would be very eager to see what
So would I. As we go, Marshall up on the chip. And he's gone. Marshall, 961, the short time. Look at that. 364. 364 at 212. Not a bad run. Looks like he had a good amount of tire, wheel speed on that. On the takeoff, 364, 212. Let's see here. That is a little off from his speed or his first run, but hey.
Here's the thing.
Done.
Here's the thing, though. Is that 364, by the way? That is still a monster run in that class. Like that's not a bad run at all. That is a run that will win you.
Absolutely.
Right?
If that can be repeated 4 more times, in a 16-car field, you're
probably
exactly.
So don't you might have slowed down a 10th, but don't mistake that for being a bad run.
Come back up. Juniors.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Zimmerman Sportsman Junior Dragster to the lanes, please. Zimmerman Sportsman Junior Dragster to the lanes. BNC Trailer Sales and Services Pro Junior Dragsters to the lanes as well.
And now we have Jim Whiteley. Wow, would you look at that? Jim and Annie Whiteley. Husband and wife. White and blue. Wow. How many times have we seen this already?
I think the last time I saw it was
St. Louis. Was
St. Louis.
Yes.
And Jim won. No, Annie won.
Annie won. Yeah. So
So the question for Jim is, do you want to win or do you want to sleep on the couch?
Exactly. Yeah.
So let's take a peek. I put your money down right now. Jim or Annie? Who you got?
I got $1 on Jim.
I'll take $1 on Annie.
Got it. Let's do it.
I don't have an actual cash dollar, so I'll tell you what. I'll just get you lunch tomorrow if you're right.
Or how about? Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Lunch tomorrow.
Lunch tomorrow.
Lunch tomorrow. Okay. I'm going with Jim.
All right, I'll take Annie.
All right, let's do this.
These are two great drivers. Great drivers here. Michael goes. This will be interesting. He's going with Jim. I like Annie. I like Annie.
Let's see.
Annie in the blue. Jim. Here we go. Get the chips.
And here we go. Look at that. Oh. And you know what? Yep. You know what? I will be buying you nachos tomorrow, sir. Annie Whiteley, 052 on the light. 363 at 213. Jim Whiteley, 041. Had a little jump on the light, but could not pull out the win. 368 at 209.
Those are two darn good runs.
It is. They are.
And to James Kroll, who's asking who is higher in the points, Annie Whiteley is your number 1 point sitter. She's currently 1 point ahead of Chris Marshall in second. Jim Whiteley is 4th in points at 273 points. So Jim Whiteley, by the way, was hurt by the fact that he missed our first race in Ferris, Texas. Otherwise, they would be fairly close. But Annie Whiteley is your current points leader.
Hey, attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. We need juniors. Juniors, we need you to the lanes, please. Juniors, need you to the lanes. Zimmerman Sportsman, Junior Dragsters. Lanes 3 and 4, BNC Trailer Sales and Services. Pro Juniors, need you to 9 and 10. Juniors, we need you to the lanes, please.
That was a really good race between those two. And look at what it sets up here. Annie Whiteley going up against Chris Marshall. Annie Whiteley with a 363 and a 5 will have lane choice ahead of Chris Marshall, who had a 364. Annie Whiteley sitting in first place with 407 points. Chris Marshall sitting in second place with 406 points. You win 20 points for winning this race.
Yes, you do.
The winner of this race is your current points leader heading down in to the Throwdown in T-Town, which starts tomorrow on Flow Racing.
Phew. I mean,
Love that.
I mean,
And that's
it's hard. Yeah, you. I mean, you can go either way on that. I mean, but at the same time, we do have other funny cars on property that
Yeah.
are not. They're not technically in the Great Bend race. What might be here?
Yeah, we're
You know?
like Brian Brown. Brian Brown is a great car driver. Steve Macklin's here. Bill Bernard is here. Those are all great alcohol funny car drivers. And they could be throwing things up. They could be throwing up the deuces, saying, "Hey, you know what? You have dreams of a tit for tat, blow for blow championship, but here I am to come into your little card game and flip your table on you."
Like that mean kid in school.
Yeah.
Just steps on your sandwich.
Oh
When
man,
you're about ready.
Yeah.
That kid's a jerk.
gosh.
Wow.
Sean Bellemere. Sean Bellemere will show up to Ferris and just be the sandwich stepper.
Oh, absolutely.
Sean Bellemere, by the way, who has a lot of obligations racing all over the nation. He's one of the busiest guys you'll ever meet.
Oh, I mean, that guy's everywhere.
How about this? Ferris shows up, wins at our first race at XRP in Extreme Raceway Park. Memphis, he can't be there. Tulsa shows up, wins at the Throwdown in T-Town this spring. Great Bend, he can't be there. St. Louis shows up, wins. Michigan, sorry, he can't be there. So he's got win, miss, win, not at the race, win, not at the race.
So what you're saying is, whenever he shows up, he wins. Pretty much.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to say any bad word or imply anything negative about our other drivers, but Sean Bellemere is.
Oh, absolutely.
I would say probably the best in the world at driving those alcohol funny cars. He's unreal. Best I've ever seen. Just in driving that class in Midwest Drag Racing Series history, there's no way. He's a machine.
G. Michael, you are absolutely correct. Luke is getting the nachos tomorrow, but no jalapenos. He did not specify whether he wanted jalapenos or not. So
And I don't want jalapenos. When I eat jalapenos, I like spicy foods. I'll throw that out. It's not like, oh, he doesn't like spicy food. I like spicy foods. When I have jalapenos, I taste jalapenos for like 3 weeks. I'll be back. I'll be at XRP and I'll drink, like a thing of milk, and I'll taste jalapenos in the milk, and I don't want that in my life.
well, jalapeno flavored milk might be a new thing to try. You never know.
I mean,
There's crazier
if
combinations
they
out
make
there.
milk out of almonds. I guess they can make it out of jalapenos.
They make milk out of soy,
You're not wrong.
right?
We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back here with the Midwest Drag Racing Series action. We'll catch you in just a couple short minutes.
Alrighty, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Race Star Industries, Top Dragster. This is your 15-minute warning. Same goes with Pat Musi Racing Engines, Top Sportsman. This is your 15-minute warning. So both, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, this is your 15-minute warning. We need you in the staging lanes at 10:45. You must be in the staging lanes at 10:45. That is Race Star Industries, Top Dragster, and Pat Musi Racing Engines, Top Sportsman.
All right, well, Junior's coming on up here.
And you know what? It's interesting because we have brother and sister.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, that could... I don't know.
You think they're gonna hear about this one at the dinner table? Oh yeah. Well, I beat Kinsey in Tulsa.
One is going to be bragging about it. The other one's going to be throwing a fork at the other one's eyeball during dinner to shut up.
I mean,
that's probably exactly what's going to end up happening. But
I have two siblings myself. We throw a little more than forks, but yeah, that's fair. That's fair. No knives, but spoons. Yeah, spoons are fair.
Well, there you go.
So on the left-hand side, we have Kinsey Wells down into a 9-10. Tyler Wells in the Grand Prix lane on the right-hand side in 890. And this is the final for Sportsman. So Tyler Wells, your number 1 point sitter. Kinsey Wells, your number 3 point sitter. Cale Moberly splits the two. So the disco on final of Tyler Wells flashes away. He hopes to see green lights.
And then the psychedelic of Kenzie.
Yeah. I tell you what, these two kids, they have taste, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Here we go.
Oh.
Right, 2 green lights. Here we go. Here we go.
And one is a little bit better than the other. Actually, a lot better than the other one. But we'll see how it goes. And it is Tyler.
Tyler Wells with an 897 and a 9 on the Grand Prix lane. 7 off the dial.
And Mom is going crazy.
Yeah.
Mom is going crazy.
Mom's like, make sure that Kinsey has no forks to throw at Tyler over the dinner table, please. We're going to be eating finger foods for the next week.
But in all honesty, congratulations to the Wells family.
Yeah, you guys.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for raising your kids right.
You guys have a great pair of racers on your hand. I'll tell you that. Well, and Dad isn't too bad either.
And
Well, it's about a 30-minute heads up for the Pro Mods. About a 30-minute heads up for the Pro Mods. And while we're at it, by the way, we're looking at this. We are looking at Pat Musey Racing Engines Top Sportsman. You guys have a 5-minute heads up. Race Star Industries Top Dragster. You guys have a 5-minute heads up. And I only see a few of you guys in the lanes. 5 minutes until we close. We close it off. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman into the lanes now, please.
And Alexis Kesterson taking the win. 023 on this tree. 809 on the 799 dialing. Not Annie Whiteley. 197 on the tree. You need to tighten that up just a hair. But hey, 791 breakout on the 792. Alexis is your winner.
All right. Well, our track prep guy is sitting on his walkie-talkie. So right now we're hearing the lovely noises of tractors. There it is. Appreciate it. Thank you, bud. We're just sitting up here and we just hear. We're sitting here, we're like, What's going on here, guys?
And that was the sound of a beautiful John Deere.
Yes. Because nothing runs like a deer.
Ah, I got that. I got it. That was a good
Finally
one.
got that?
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one.
Marketing slogan.
I know that.
Come on now.
I know that.
Again, 5 minute. 5 minutes. Race Star Wheels, Top Dragster, Pat Music Racing Engines, Top Sportsman. We need you guys in the lanes like yesterday. Come on down. Well, folks, we thank everyone for tuning in here on Mav T, or not on Mav TV. We're on YouTube. We're just on YouTube.
It's the tube of you.
The tube of you, the Me Tube. I'm thankful for all of you guys sticking up with us. It's it's. I mean, what are we at? We're at like
10:40. 10:40.
10:40. 10:40. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what time it is in Brazil. It's probably like
Uh,
tomorrow at.
I think it's 12:40 a.m. because if I'm not mistaken, maybe our Brazilian out here, if he's still around, I believe it's 1 hour east of the Eastern Time Zone in the United States. If I'm not mistaken. I'm probably wrong. It's fine.
Yeah. I'm.
I'm wrong about most things.
You know, it happens.
But it's getting late here, late on the East Coast. I mean, hey, West Coast, your time. We're just starting to get some supper.
You know, yeah. Let me see here. 10. It would be 8:42. So.
Yeah, you're like, I'm great.
Yeah, I just need to check into my hotel, but that's okay. I mean, we can. That's not a problem. Grab me some Waffle House, possibly a Whataburger,
Mean, yeah. Whataburger sounds mean right now.
some Taco Bell.
11:40 for James. He's on the East Coast. Some tea. Oh, the T-Bell. T-Heezy. Don't even. I would love me some Taco Bell, but I'm gonna be at a racetrack all day tomorrow and all day Saturday. And ain't no. Look, I love this great facility here, but I have a rule against getting Taco Bell out of my system at a racetrack, and that's that I don't want to do it.
It just it depends.
It's the same rule about eating chili before you get on an airplane.
Ah, I got you.
Yeah,
You did mention that earlier. That is true. Yeah, you are right. Absolutely.
But we appreciate all you guys sticking around here. Great evening here for the Midwest Drag Racing Series. Love seeing you guys. Love sticking around with you guys. And again, if you want to watch us tomorrow, we'll be on Flow Sports. And we appreciate it. All right, hold on here. We have breaking coverage here.
This is awesome.
Yeah, hold on. Watch this. Gotta reposition this. Ladies and gentlemen,
That's a possum.
we got a possum on the track right here. You can see he's making his way down along the chain link fence. Buddy, I don't know if you're going to find your way. Oh, he
did find. He found his way.
Incredible.
Is he going to be the only person on the bleacher side over there? Look at that. He's heading for the bleachers. Maybe he's going to the top row to get a better view.
I think he might be.
This is amazing.
This is incredible.
National Geographic.
As now we see the wild possum, North America. He burrows his way under the bleachers.
And he's gone.
From whence he came.
And he's gone.
He's gone into the ether, into the nevermore.
Wow.
Wow. Nature truly is amazing, guys.
All right, but we are at a drag strip, so.
Yeah, we're at a
But that was, wow.
You're like, what is that? Is that a possum? For a second, I thought it, like the way it was bumbling around, I thought it might be an armadillo, to be honest with you.
We're not in Texas, so.
You know, I would not be shocked if we saw an armadillo. If we saw an armadillo at XRP, the way that track looks out over the fields.
You know what? It is a possibility. I mean that remember that track has one beautiful tree.
The one tree it has. So if you haven't been to XRP, it has just endless fields, and we visit there in the spring and fall. So it's not like we see all the corn or whatever they're growing out there. We just see a field, and it has exactly one tree in the middle of it, and it is
phenomenal.
I don't know how to describe it, but like it looks like a picture you'd see of.
It's phenomenal, and you can tell that tree has been hit by lightning about 37 times.
About 30, yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful, and in beautiful Ferris, Texas.
Beautiful Ferris, Texas.
I gotta say.
Tulsa Raceway Park is just beautiful. Ferris, Texas is beautiful. Ferris, Texas.
Beautiful, Texas. Look at Damon.
Can I
see Damon there?
Oh, there he is, Damon Steinke. E3 Extreme. If you want to see all of his fantastic race photography, that's Damon in the bright pink. Also, also throw this out there. I love XRP. All right, getting from XRP to DFW, the airport. I would rather, take a bullet in the head than do that again. Because here's the deal. So I always fly out early in the morning. So it's like 3, 4 a.m. And that web of roads outside of Dallas.
Terrible.
They're terrible. And
they are.
Your GPS can't tell what road you're on ever.
No.
And then
it'll tell you to turn off and take this exit, and next thing you know, you're heading to like Luckenbach.
Yeah.
When you need to be heading to Waco.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
And
bad.
it's like merge here with highway blah blah blah, and then in 100 feet get over 8 lanes and take the right exit. And it's like I can't. Yeah.
That's child's play. Come on.
I'm like, Texas, what are you doing, bud?
Yeah.
Texas, come on now. G. Michael says Granny would have made possum stew from that one. Boy, am I old. And then James Kroll goes, well, I guess I'm old too. I understood.
So they're both having stew.
Yeah.
Or they want stew.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want possum stew.
No, absolutely not.
Golly, ugh.
No, absolutely not. But here we go. We're looking over here at the cameras, and it looks like we're getting
our top dragster.
Top dragster and top sportsman pulling on up.
Pat Music Racing Industry top sportsman and Race Star Industries top dragster. You guys should be in like right now. Right now. If you're not in, we got words for you, and the words are get in.
Moving on up.
Oh yeah, what is that? Is it
That is a praying mantis, my friend.
Praying mantis.
We're over here looking at another screen, and we see a praying mantis.
Truly, nature envelops the track as we hit 10:45. A listful.
The ever elusive. Wow.
The ever elusive praying mantis.
Okay, so I'm still kind of looking for the possum over there and see what's going on.
You know what I would love is that possum seems to have burrowed his way, found his nest underneath the bleachers. I'm ready for that possum to like pop out in the middle of like a race tomorrow and just be like, "Hey guys, what's up?" And like whatever family's sitting there to be like, "Oh, I want that possum."
That would be funny.
I would love to see that.
Hello, sir. We see you. You're doing a great job down there.
Yes, you are. Yeah,
like always.
That's our boy Stretch down there.
Yes, it is.
Stretch is a good dude. Good dude.
Yeah, he is.
And you know what? I will tell you this too. All right, as we change the camera here, Stretch has earned his paycheck tonight, and then some.
Oh, twice.
And then
twice.
some. I mean, it.
Sam I Am has earned her paycheck as well.
Yeah, she has. Oh, but I'll tell you this too. Like, it feels like the Wayne Roberts incident was days ago, and yet it's been
5 hours?
yeah.
6 hours? Yeah. If
I don't mean literal fire, but it's been like you're putting out fire after fire after fire this night. Sometimes that's how the night at a drag strip goes, though.
especially here right now.
Yeah.
You know, like it's been just a weird night.
It has been.
Stuff going on. Hi, Damon.
Hey, Damon.
How you doing, buddy?
Gives a hey, howdy.
A half thumbs up, but hey, it's good.
You know, some people might not agree with me, but that's a good man down there. He's a good dude. He's a good dude.
Absolutely.
Big baseball fan too, by the way, down there.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. Me
Who's-
and him were texting back and forth.
Who is he a fan of?
I think he's a fan all over. But me and him were texting back and forth when Albert Pujols hit number 700.
Hey, you know what? That right there, I love that. I think that was awesome. Ends his career at 703.
703 right.
703. Well, I think I think they're
They-
well, playoffs. He's still in the playoffs.
Well, those don't count towards the career numbers, but he will. Playoffs start tomorrow, and you better believe that I have a Yadier Molina shirt that I'm wearing to the track tomorrow. Because of course, yeah, you have to.
I mean, Yachty's the greatest of all time. That's all I gotta say.
The goat, the goat.
As they say.
So here we go. Race Star Industries top dragster making some noise here on the lines at Tulsa Raceway Park.
Delana Whiteley. Over here on the left-hand side, Grand Junction, Colorado. Dialed in at a 4:30. I think that's the time I got here at.
You're not wrong. Right about there. That was a bad laugh, but you're not wrong. Okay. So Delana Whiteley gets it by, and then Strasburg and Phelps go head to head to see who goes up against Whiteley. So as we look at the bracket here, Delana Whiteley will enjoy a bye run. Now, she gets this bye run because literally everyone in that 4-car little sub-part of the bracket didn't show up or broke. So
She better go buy herself a lottery ticket right now or go to the casino.
yeah,
Because no one gets that lucky.
2 rounds of buys, got into a 430, and crossed to the 431 and the 3. That's a strong run. So Delana Whiteley will go up against either Dan Phelps or Anita Strasburg.
Wow.
You want to talk about a 1-2 punch there?
Absolutely. And you know what? Like I said, she with that kind of luck, she needs to go to the nearest Quick Trip, buy a lottery ticket, possibly head out to the Osage Casino.
Yeah.
Maybe put a $20 bet in, and maybe she can make it into like 6,000, and yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, right?
Well, good for her anyway. I think we'd be a little jealous up here.
Yeah, no, that's a free 60. That's a free 60 points or free 40 points right there. 20 points per round, so 2 buy rounds. That's not nothing to sneeze at. I will tell you that. That's about the difference between Anita Strasburg and Dan Phelps, who will face off in just a couple short minutes. Well, here we go. The machine. Anita Strasberg in the left-hand lane goes up against Dan Phelps in the right-hand lane.
Dan Phelps over on the right-hand side. LaBeatty, Missouri. Dialed in at a 419 as his crew lady purges of the nitrous oxide. His choice of power adder. Anita Strasberg. 369 over here on the left-hand side.
369, so expect a half second of catch-up between Anita and Dan Phelps. Dan Phelps, the beneficiary of a buy run, same for Anita Strasberg. Here we go. Oh boy, Dan Phelps holds the lead and he'll
takes the win.
420 against a 419, and Anita Strasberg will get bounced. Anita, your points leader, Dan Phelps just eliminates her rounds before the final. That could play havoc on the championship.
Yes, it can. Good run by Phelps. Going on to the next round. Steve Beanie, Wichita, Kansas. Here.
Important town in the aviation industry, by the way. And then making the long journey, Bob Henry, clear from Owasso, Oklahoma.
Oh, that is a long, long drive, my friend.
Move over Chris Marshall. Guess who now has the longer drive?
That's a good one.
For those of you not in the know, Chris Marshall from McMinnville, Oregon. As we are staged up and ready to go. Oh, boy, and I don't know how that was green for Steve Beanie. Did you see the lurch in the
Yes, I did.
early of a lead? But he got the win.
479 on the 478 dial and 025 on the light for Steve. Bob Henry, 4,000 at 434, goes a little too quick, runs a 433, and he is eliminated.
So coming up here in the right-hand lane is Carl Jones. In the left-hand lane. And the left-hand lane is Mark Moore. Mark Moore took out Randy Smith in the first round of eliminations. Well, he lost in the first round of eliminations, then in the do-over took the win against Randy Smith. Mark Moore going up against Carl Jones here. And here we go. Halfway stage up, 3/4 and all the way. So get ready to go. See a pair of lights and off we shoot here as
10,000
tries to play catch up, and he will.
Wow.
468 and a 2 against a 465. So Carl Jones takes the win on the right-hand side. That was a nice little race there.
10,000 separating him on the tree. Carl Jones, 021 on his reaction time. 011 here on the left-hand side. Looks like gave it a little womp-womps here on the left-hand side, and that actually gave it back. So Carl Jones moving on to the round number next.
Sorry, nope. I'm getting that wrong. That was Paul Moore who just got eliminated. Mark Moore is on a bye run here this round. I got that wrong. That's on me.
Well, you know, they say the first step of the first step is admitting it, and that's exactly what you did. So, well, good on you there, Jake from State Farm.
Remember here too, because of this being a makeup race from a different system, we're doing this all by hand, and I wrote Moore, and that is not a good look from Mark Moore. Oh, and he's going to pull it over to the side too.
And thank you for doing that.
Thank you for doing that, indeed.
Not sure what happened. It looked like he just got up on the tire and grabbed, and not sure what happened. 018 on the light. And then all of a sudden it just went puh-puh.
Yeah, it just Went full on vomit there. So we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back in just a couple short minutes. We will talk to you in just a few. You're watching the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series.
Whatever you do, General Tire delivers.
As your power steering pump ages, seal leaks may occur, causing the power steering system to lose fluid. Your power steering system may also develop an annoying squeal, and the steering may become more difficult to handle. By using Lucas Power Steering Stop Leak, you will stop the seal leaks, reduce slack in rack and pinion, eliminate the squeals and hard spots in your power steering system. It is guaranteed to stop seal leaks or your money back. Lucas Power Steering Stop Leak. It works.
At Robert Yates Racing Engines, we strive for perfection day in and day out. We run E3 spark plug in the NASCAR spec engine.
E3 Diamond Fire technology maximizes the fuel burn for more power and better fuel efficiency.
The spark plug is a key component of the engine. It can make or break you, so it's key that the plug are robust and have had great success at the track with them. We run E3 spark plugs. What are you running?
Clean up your toughest messes super easy, super fast. Only Super Clean is formulated to do the work for you. Just spray it on and watch the grease and grime wash away. Super Clean is the only cleaner degreaser that is scientifically formulated to kick any mess to the curb, so you can move on to more important things. For all of your greasiest, grimiest, toughest tasks around the house, shop, or garage, Super Clean gets the job done. Super Clean, super easy, super fast.
And we're back. Tulsa Raceway Park, Midwest Drag Racing Series Top Sportsman category. Mr. Shannon Smith over here on the left-hand side. Dialed in at a 443. And Mr. Doug Woody, Independence, Missouri, dialed in at a 464 in his 67 Camaro.
Independence, home of the Missouri Mavericks, just outside of Kansas City, which is also in Missouri. Drives me just a little nuts when people are like, oh, you know, Kansas City, Kansas. It's like, no, I mean, there's not. Kansas City, Kansas is a little tiny, like, offshoot of Kansas City. You didn't know. Little geography there with Luke. As we take a look here. And here we go. Pro Mods, Stroud Safety Equipment Pro Mods to the lanes, please. Stroud Safety Equipment Pro Mods. We need you guys in the lanes, please. Here's Shannon Smith will take on Doug Woody, as you said, Steve-O. Shannon Smith had a bye. Doug Woody took out John Baker.
And here we go. Halfway in. 3/4. Let's make it a double. And here we go. Oh, Doug Woody just a touch too quick.
Just a touch too quick. We're talking 019 too quick as Shannon Smith will move on. Smith runs a 464, 446 against a 443. As we take a look now. Shannon Smith, one of your higher up runners in the top sportsman category. Who do we got coming up here?
We got Kyle Baker, #1 qualifier. Over in the right-hand lane, Grand Junction, Colorado, in that 08 Chevy Cobalt. J&A Services on the side of that bad boy. And we have Mr. Rod Moore.
Whiskey barrel.
That beautiful, beautiful, my favorite. I'm a little biased, I'm sorry, but
that's fine.
The Holiday Whiskey S10.
You know, here's the thing, too. You really do develop favorite cars.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
you absolutely do.
You're supposed to not root for anyone, and I'll be happy when just about anyone wins, right? But you do develop cars where you're like, I kind of want this one to win just so I can watch it in the next round again. I love this car. You know,
Exactly.
Look at this car.
Exactly.
And you know, if Tucci were here, right away he would talk about
The 57
Ogden's.
Chevy?
Ogden's.
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. The 55, the creamsicle.
Yep.
Because that's exactly what it looks like.
Yep. You know my cars, right? One of my cars. I like them Willies.
Dodge Neons.
Yeah, right.
Oh, my bad.
Although I will say, as a kid, thanks to Need for Speed, I did have a thing for Nissan 350Zs.
They are cool.
Those are cool.
Yeah. Here we go. Oh!
Oh.
Rod Moore goes 006 on the red side. Ouch. Rod Moore 006 on the red side. Kyle Baker knew he had to tighten up the screws a little bit. 005 on his end. Runs a little quick, but that doesn't matter because in drag racing it's first or worse. And in this case, Rod Moore red lights. It lets Kyle move on now, or moving on up to the next round.
And here is one of Tucci's favorite cars.
Yes, it is. Mark Griffin over on the right-hand side. And that 68 Camaro, compressed air supercharged.
CAS on the side of
AS.
As on the left-hand side, that is Donnell Reed. Donnell Reed in that Chevy. Taking a look now to the starting line. We're waiting for the pre-stage beam to break.
Hey, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stroud Safety Pro Mod, this is your second call. Stroud Safety Pro Mod, we need you to the lanes. ASAP, Stroud Safety Pro Mods, we need you to the lanes as soon as possible. Thank you.
I see two of them in the lanes coming in now, so that's good. Not too many of them left here as we keep on working towards eliminations here.
We keep moving,
moving forward.
Moving on.
As here we go. Reed in the left-hand lane. In the right-hand lane, Mark Griffin, the compressed air supercharged car. Your number 3 point sitter on the right side. Green lights.
Wow.
Round.
5,000. Separate them. Ooh.
Oh, Donnell Reed holds on with a 466 and a 1.
Wow.
447 for Mark Griffin. Both of them just 100th off of their dial-in. That was a race. 4,000 separate the two at the line.
And that's exactly what they lost. That's exactly what it was at the stripe as well. 4,000. Wow. What a race.
That was a great little race there, I tell you that. As Donnell Reed, the left-hand lane, takes the victory from the number 3 point center, Mark Griffin. By the way, when Mark Griffin debuted that compressed air supercharged car, it was solid, but Mark Griffin, I didn't realize until about halfway through, Mark Griffin, he really has had a pretty fantastic season. He hasn't won anything, but he has consistently been into this.
He goes rounds.
He does.
Yeah, he's going rounds, which, yes, that actually absolutely helps.
I mean, we're talking, let's see. We're talking second round in Ferris, third round at Memphis, fourth round of the first thing at Tulsa, or that'd be the semis. And then St. Louis, he won 2 rounds. Martin, he won 2. Like, he wins rounds.
And that's all you need to do. I mean, there's been times where you're not going to win a race, but you can definitely go places by going rounds.
Absolutely. As the auto victory on the right-hand side, the 578M car, that is Mike Sechrist, and Sechrist will take on Donnell Reed.
.458 on the 455 dial-in. 008 on the tree, so chop it down. Go to the next round.
To watch. Big ol' thank you to all of you guys continuing to watch here on the YouTube feed. As I just said, Fat Music Racing Engine Top Sportsman next round. Kyle Baker will take on Shannon Smith in the semis. Mike Seacrest will take on Donnell Reed in the semis. All right, attention, attention, attention in the pits. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, 20-minute warning until we need you back in the lanes. 20-minute warning. In addition, J&A Service, Top Alcohol, Funny Car, we need you guys in the lanes. Mosey on over to the lanes, please. All righty. Doing just a little bit of track prep here. Going to take a short break. We'll be right back here on at the Midwest Drag Racing Series Pro Mod action coming up in just a couple short minutes.
Racing has always been in my blood. But that doesn't mean I didn't have to work hard. Or that we couldn't have a little fun.
Again. Race Star Wheels, Top Dragster. We need you guys
no matter the terrain or the vehicle.
In the lanes at 11:30.
For whatever I do, General Tire delivers.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Clean up your toughest messes super easy, super fast. Only Super Clean is formulated to do the work for you. Just spray it on and watch the grease and grime wash away. Super Clean is the only cleaner degreaser that is scientifically formulated to kick any mess to the curb, so you can move on to more important things. For all of your greasiest, grimiest, toughest tasks around the house, shop, or garage, Super Clean gets the job done. Super Clean. Super easy, super fast.
TV, Motorsports Network. With our unparalleled lineup of live and exclusive motorsports events, no other network delivers as many programming hours to motorsports fans. MAV TV's award-winning lineup of automotive build shows feature the best in custom car building and new product showcases. Watch it all on the only network dedicated to motorsports. MAV TV, Motorsports Network.
Clean up your toughest messes super easy, super fast. Super Clean Floor Absorbent is formulated to do the work for you. Just apply and watch the spill absorb in minutes. Super Clean Floor Absorbent weighs only 3 pounds, so it's easy to pour and store no matter how messy the situation gets. For the 1-2 punch and stain fighting, follow up with Super Clean Degreaser for a like-new finish. For all your greasiest, grimiest, toughest tasks around the house, shop, or garage, Super Clean gets the job done. Super easy, super fast, super clean.
Some like it brand new, but for those of us who like it just the way it is, Lucas High Mileage Fuel Treatment is here for you. High Mileage Fuel Treatment is specially formulated for vehicles having over 75,000 miles. When added to your fuel tank after filling up, our unique Lucas additives go to work, aggressively cleaning and lubricating the entire system. Your high mileage vehicle will be treated to restored power, better fuel economy, and a smoother running engine. Lucas High Mileage Fuel Treatment, for those that like it just the way it is. Lucas Oil, it works.
We didn't just bottle lightning. We wrapped it in a metal shell, insulated it with high-density porcelain, and topped it off with diamond fire technology, so you can unleash a bolt of all get-out that turns crankshafts and heads like nothing you've ever seen. E3 diamond fire technology maximizes the fuel burn for more power and better fuel efficiency. E3 with diamond fire technology. What are you running?
Protect the Harvest was created to defend and preserve American freedoms and to support farmers, ranchers, outdoor enthusiasts, and animal owners. Protecting agriculture, protecting our rights, our traditions, our rural way of life. Protecting America. To get involved, please visit our Facebook page or protecttheharvest.com. Support us by donating today. Protect the Harvest is a nonprofit 501c3 corporation registered in Missouri.
Hey, you ready to go to my mom's?
Well, I can't go today. I have to mow. It's probably going to take all day.
Well, that's too bad. Don't work too hard.
Dixie Chopper. Speed when you need it.
Visit your local Dixie Chopper dealer today or visit dixiechopper.com.
Hey, hon. Yard looks great.
Whatever you do, General Tire delivers.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
There we go. As I turn the microphone back on here, Pro Mod time here in the lanes at the Midwest Drag Racing Series.
Well, now.
And Hotel, Tulsa Raceway Park. Got to turn the mic on. As Justin Jones in the right-hand lane goes up against Aaron Wells in the left-hand lane.
Not Eleanor in the left-hand lane.
The 370 and a 9, your second fastest run of the second round of elimination.
That is correct. So let's see.
Your 2019 champion going up against a man who just showed up and is in the semis. How do you like that?
Well, you know what? Justin Jones, that team, that Imperial team, you know, they're not to be messed around with, that's for sure. I mean, they're big in Texas, and they thought, well, let's come up to Oklahoma and cause some damage. Oh, Jones in and out, in and out, in and out, and Aaron Wells right down Broadway 3.
Oh.
Wow, 370 at Tulsa. Look at the reaction times. Justin Jones knew he had to cut the light.
And he did.
Goes James Bond, 007. But does a little wiggle jiggle. Has to get out of it. Aaron Wells, 015 on his light.
That's a respectable light still.
Absolutely.
Double the time that it took Jones, but still.
Hey, 370 at 207. He is moving on to the final round.
And how about the last two runs from Aaron Wells? A 3.70 and a 3 this round. A 3.70 and a 9 in the previous.
He's got a bracket car.
He does. He's got a bracket car at 3.70. How do you like them apples?
That's crazy.
And so our next pair comes on up here. As the Dustin Nesloni, the #1 point sitter, takes a peek at another trip to the finals. He went to the finals in Martin, Michigan, but he lost to Preston Tanner, P-Dog Tanner. The ringer came in and won our event.
You know, when I saw that, I was like, you know, good for Preston.
Good for Preston.
All right. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, need you to the lanes, please. ASAP. Once again, Race Star Wheels, Top Dragster, to the lanes. Pat Musey Racing Engines, Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes, please.
So, like I said, good for Preston Tanner, but Dustin Nesloni got it handed to him in the finals, so he's out for blood. You want to talk about a guy who, by the way, is one of the storylines of the evening, storylines of the year, storylines of the weekend as well. Tito Werderhausen, his deepest run yet is the semifinals here, the Great Bend semifinals, but here tonight, this is the deepest I've seen Tito go, and every pass he just gets 1% better, 1% more comfortable, you know, and it's a very small but incremental change. Over the course of the season, he's gotten so comfortable, so good in that car.
All it is seat time. Once you get that seat time, then you know what you can do, what you can't do, what the car likes, what it doesn't like. But now, here we go. Nesloni. Oh, Tito just drills. Oh, and Tito absolutely drills Dustin on the tree. 032 to a 140 from Dustin Nesloni, but Tito ended up just having to do a little quick womp womp on it, just to get it back, and Nesloni moves on to the finals against Mr. Aaron Wells.
So Dustin Nesloni with that 4.11 and a 3 will not have lane choice against the 2019 champion, Aaron Wells. Gosh. So Wells versus Nesloni, and this might be the deepest Aaron Wells has gone so far this year. I'm checking. No, he went to the semis in St. Louis and missed Martin, Michigan. So Aaron Wells is kind of on a... This could be the start of a back half tear. Call me crazy for Aaron Wells.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and you know what? It's happened before. Look at, perfect example, look at Keith Haney last year.
Keith Haney last year was, I would argue, the best driver in the second half.
Absolutely.
He had a first half to forget, second half, one of the more dominant stretches. That being said, Joey Oaks is, we're going to talk about a strong year that kid had. We send our love to the Oaks' fan.
Oh, yeah. Joey O, we miss you, buddy.
But, man, what a great driver that kid is.
And here we go with the final.
Final for Funny Cars. Gotta love that. Gotta love that as I flip the sheets on over here.
As we have Miss Annie Whiteley.
Yes. This is going to be a massive final. I'd like to give out a shout out to G. Michael. G, thank you for the kind words. So here is the sitch. All right, here's the situation as we see it. Chris Marshall is sitting second in points to Annie Whiteley. The difference in points between these two, 1 point to Rooney. A win here, all right, is worth 20 points. So the win of this drag race is your new points leader going into the Throwdown in T-Town.
Shoo!
2 races left on the year.
Shoo!
So this could be an absolute monster of a drag race here. Both of them know there's a lot on the line.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just... I mean, when it's literally coming down to the last race of the season.
Yeah, it is.
It is. And like, you know, to your point of saying how it was for Pro Mod a couple of years ago, it actually could be the same way or J&A Service Funny Car.
Yeah.
In Texas.
Yeah, the funny car field is it's small, but I'm not kidding. It sounds like a cliche. It's small, but it is mighty.
Absolutely. As we have.
By the way, Jim Whiteley, with a win and an early exit from some of his competitors, could still be in the championship hunt at the end of this weekend.
See that, and that's just that.
Wild.
It is wild. It is wild. And here we go. There's Brianna pounding her fist through that body.
Remember, of course, by the way, Chris Marshall set the all-time fastest ET for Top Alcohol Funny Car.
And here we go. Chris Marshall absolutely drills Annie Whiteley on the tree, and there it is. Look at that. The crew chief S. She knows what's going on. She knows what's going on. 361. 361 at 212. 032 for Chris Marshall on the light. Annie Whiteley, 056, but ran into some trouble and had to shut her down. Chris Marshall, congratulations.
The entire Marshall Racing team down there, tip our caps to you guys.
Brianna, good job, Brianna. Look at that.
Down there, everyone. What a evening for them. They set the ET record. They took a win. First place in the standings for Chris Marshall. Oh, man. If you're Chris Marshall, you could not have asked for a better Thursday night.
Absolutely. I mean, this is probably the best Thursday night he's had in a long time. I'll be honest with you on that.
That beats going to the trivia contest.
Hey, there we go. But congratulations to Chris Marshall for doing what he does and doing it well.
I think after what was a year of 2 years of running up second to Sean Bellimer, I think you might be looking at a guy and a team who are absolutely motivated to take what they think should have been theirs for the last 700 days, and that is a championship.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Dan Phelps, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Dan Phelps, we need you to the staging lanes immediately, please. Thank you.
All right, well, the Race Star Industry top dragsters continue rumbling on as they make their way around the tower here at the beautiful Tulsa Raceway Park. It's the rumble before the roar, we'll call it, as we're just getting things kicked off on a Thursday night eliminations. Tomorrow starts the renowned, the famous Throwdown in D-Town. And if you are within driving distance of Tulsa, I'd like to remind you that if you're not a racer, you're just a spectator, tickets are free. So go on over, find your local Quick Trip, file all over businesses. You can shoot the Midwest Drag Racing Series on Facebook a message, and they'll tell you probably where some of those tickets are. But there are free tickets distributed across the Tulsa area, and you can pick up some from there. I saw some at the Quick Trip in Claremore, Oklahoma. They're everywhere. They're everywhere.
Well, that's where Quick Trip originated here in Oklahoma, correct?
In Tulsa. They're headquartered in Tulsa, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Well, now.
Yes.
We go.
There we go. I should say, too, we are not sponsored by Quick Trip. But God
No.
dang if I don't love Quick Trip.
You know why? Because it's a quick trip.
It's Quick Trip.
It is. It literally is.
I've never been to a gas station with more consistently clean restrooms than a Quick Trip. Here we go. Green lights and off we go as Steve Barry takes the solo run on the left-hand side across the line. Dialed in a 477, across the 478 and a 1. How about that? Trip zip on the light. Our first trip zip of the evening.
That is. So Steve now wins the big bag of donuts because he just went a bag of donuts. Trip zip. O'Reilly.
Who was it that did? Oh, it was Jameis Winston. Back a few years ago with the Bucks before they picked up Tom Brady. He goes, you hear this? I'm eating a W. I'm eating a W. I just remember being like, I understand trying to get your boys hyped here, but that sounds stupid.
It is. It really was.
I'm eating a W.
Now we'll see if Steve can repeat that bag of donuts into the final round.
How about the 100, the 11 package, by the way, he's got on the left-hand side. Trip zip and an 81, 478 and a 1 against the 477. So that's a nice little number that car could run. Now he knows how to adjust his dial in, too, maybe just a little bit, dare I say. Yeah, as we see some cars coming around the tower here at Osage Casino, Tulsa Raceway Park. Again, thank you to everyone for the kind words. Thank you to everyone for joining us here as we wind down our evening here at Tulsa Raceway Park, but still action to go. Here's Carl Jones.
Carl Jones, right-hand lane. Mulvane, Kansas. Dialing in at a 466.
And in the opposite lane, Mark Moore. Mark Moore got way by 2 by-runs, by the way, because, well, a lot of people didn't show up here, make the journey from Kansas down here to Tulsa.
Sometimes when you're at the track, it's better to be lucky than good.
That's a famous Tucci saying right there.
And it's absolutely right.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
So the winner on this will take on Beanie and the semis. Phelps and Whiteley still to show off here. As here we go.
Carl Jones with a little bit of reaction time difference, and he takes the win. Carl Jones, 0-10. 10 on the tree. Runs a 469 on the 466 dial-in. Moore needed to step it up just a little more. 043 on the reaction time. Runs his dial-in with a 7, but just cannot get there.
Can't get there indeed. So we should have Phelps and Whiteley showing off here, and there they are. Is Delana Whiteley. Delana Whiteley on the left side. Dan Phelps will be coming up on the right. The winner of this gets a bye round in the semis and just goes, we're talking right into the finals. So we're checking the dial here on one of the sides. All right, so the left, yeah. So we're going to check something over here at the 8th mile. We think we saw something. A little bit of dialing confusion there as well. And remember, folks, so we can, you can change your dial-in, or not change your dial-in. You accept your dial-in once you stage up, right? So if it's wrong, yeah, and it's wrong, you have to tell someone. All right, here we go. As we saw, Delana Whiteley, well, it was a 4.39. That is now changed to a 4.30 on the dial. In the meantime, Dan Phelps, a 4.19. There was a little bit of a snafu getting that changed, but we are all good. And there was also maybe a little something at the 660 on the right-hand lane. So making sure we're all good on every possible side. Race Star Industries top dragster. This is the quarters, but I mean, this is a free ticket for these two into the finals, so it's functionally a semifinals.
Absolutely, and you know Dan Phelps knocking off Annie Whiteley. Last round. Number one.
Strasburg, rather.
Excuse me. Yes, Anita Strasburg. I apologize for that.
Another
yes.
Whiteley, though.
Yeah, absolutely. But knocking off the number one in the points.
Number one in the points, and like we said, Anita is a machine out there. So, can he take down another big name? Here we go. They leave, and off the line they go. Better reaction time to one of them across the line.
And Delana Whiteley runs her number with a 7. 0.31 on the reaction time. Phelps, 0.61. Little Tardy runs a 4.23 on the 4.19. Oh, looks like a little trouble there with Kyle Baker during the burnout. Not sure what happened there.
Yeah, maybe got a little crossed up there. As he'll back through, you can see the wind here at TRP. By that, I mean you can see the complete lack of wind. I mean,
absolutely, the smoke just rises and it just stays there.
It just stays there. It look like the haze is. It's a permanent haze here.
Kyle Baker over on the right-hand side in that 08 Chevy Cobalt, Grand Junction, Colorado. J&A Services. We have Shannon Smith over here on the left lane. And here we go. Baker's in. Smith is in. Oh, and Shannon Smith.
Oh, boy.
Shannon Smith just a tad too early. 0.39 red for Shannon. 4.48 on the 4.46. Kyle Baker, 0.47 for his reaction time. Slows down. 4.25 on the 4.09 dial-in, but it was all said and done. And nothing but a dream.
Kyle Baker moves on to the finals. And the Grand Junction, Colorado machine. And who will he face? Reed or Seacrest? It's going to be a tough one here. Mike Seacrest. It's his long-lost brother. Yeah. Hi, my name is Mike Seacrest. Please look at my unnaturally white teeth as we see who the best singer is on American Idol. Man, that show was it for like all of like 4 or 5 seasons, and then it's just like, all right, this kind of blows. It got too repetitive, I think.
Yeah, and then obviously, you have the judges have their own favorites and, little favorites. And yeah, but, I won't go into that too much there.
Well, also, I think, too, I remember reading somewhere they said American Idol's viewership usually dropped off by like 50% after Hollywood Week because people would watch the auditions just to watch the terrible people and the good people. Then they'd watch Hollywood Week. They send them all to Hollywood, and they have mental breakdowns in Hollywood Week. And then once it actually got to, like, here's, like, a big old produced singing number, people are like, all right, I don't care about that anymore. I want to see the really good and the really bad people. I want to see the mental meltdowns,
Which is always the good stuff.
I mean, it is the good stuff. It is the good stuff. Just a couple more cars here in the staging lanes. Don't forget, tomorrow night we will be right back here at Tulsa Raceway Park with first round of qualifications for the Throwdown in T-Town. That'll be live on Flow Sports.
So I'm guessing...
So I'd like to thank all of our fine sponsors here at the Midwest Drag Racing Series. As like we said, we got one more pair to go here, but we're going to throw it to commercial, and we'll cut right back when the cars get hot and we're fired up. You're watching the Midwest Drag Racing Series. Yeah, we're going to cut into the commercials there. Get right back to you guys as our cars are in the staging lanes. You can see them there. Ready to rock and or roll. Taking a look now at the beautiful, beautiful creamsicle Chevy on the right-hand side. That is Donnell Reed on the left-hand side. Mike Seacrest will be going up against his, believe it or not, folks, he's going up against his first actual elimination run tonight. He has been making solo passes all day. All day he's been making solo passes, and now finally he gets to try and eliminate somebody. And I love buy runs, right? I think as a driver, you always say yes to buy runs, right? I also don't know if the semifinals are where you want to, are exactly where you want to be facing your first guy that you're trying to eliminate here. I think there is something to be said for, it's been multiple hours since I've been side by side with someone.
Absolutely. I mean, you're not used to seeing anybody on the other side, and then all of a sudden you look over and you're, oh yeah, there is someone there, you know. So
this is as a mental of a sport as anything, you know. So
absolutely, yeah.
You get in that headspace where you're just making buy run after buy run, and now all of a sudden it matters with a trip to the finals on the line. I don't know if I envy that mental spot he's in. I would say he's at a mental disadvantage at this point against Reed in the right-hand lane.
But at the same time, you know, there's times where this brings out the best in people as well, you know?
Yeah.
You know, maybe get all the jitters out, you know, cutting some not too good lights, and now all of a sudden, you know, he's up against somebody. You know what? Tighten the screws a little bit, see what happens. You never know.
I mean, you want to talk about testing, making sure that, you know, everything's right and tight on the car. You basically had 2 free test passes.
Absolutely. That's, you know, so. You
don't have to worry about winning. You can worry about doing whatever you need to get data from the car, as we are a quarter of the way staged up. A 465 is the dial-in for Reed on the right-hand side. The left-hand side, a 457 for Mike Seacrest. Seacrest going up against Donnell Reed.
Here we go. Oh, and Reed goes red.
Oh,
what'd I tell you?
You know what? There it is. There it is. Mike Seacrest has been chomping at the bit. He runs a 464 and a 1 against a 457. And that is going to be enough to take Mike Seacrest to the finals. All right, well, a little update here for the Midwest Drag Racing Series. That is our final pair for the night. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., we will run our final round of eliminations right before the throwdown in T-Town. We're going to make sure that the track is in tip-top condition, but right now, I mean, it is nigh on midnight here in Tulsa, so we are going to call it a night. Make sure the track is good tomorrow, and we will be back to racing action. I am Luke Clevenger, and I'd like to say a very special thank you to every single one of you guys who watched tonight. This is a great success for the Midwest Drag Racing.
Oh, absolutely, and we can't do these things without, of course, the fans that are
staying up till
exactly
knows when to watch us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we thank you for that, and greatly appreciated.
We greatly appreciate it. So I'm Luke Clevenger for Steve Valdez. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. See you.